Singularity will come in. 6 damage to 2 units.
This.
Obviously get the legend trigger there as well to draw on. And now it looks like Margin Bay is off to the races.
Fully welcome to anytime you do.
That's lovely because now equipping last rights, you do need to recycle too. And that just limits your trash. At least there is a lightning rush in there, so you can, of course, just make your trash bigger, which is kind of nice. And with the treasure hunter dying, Nocturne dying, it also kind of fills up your trash a little bit more. But now you don't really have a unit, which is a very big deal. Margin Bay with the singularity. That might just be one of those moments we're going to look back to and just say, damn, that was a game decider.
Oh, now we can start trying to get that loop going with a pack of wonders with those bewitching spirits. Okay, what can Coco Lopez do now? Margin Bay is tapped out for this turn at the very least, so you hopefully your units will stick, no reactions or anything like this. But you're right, this is not where you want to be against Ezreal. This is what you want to avoid. No units in base, the units at a battlefield. Rasa coming down from the hand. So we've seen all 3 copies now, worth noting.
Let's see if a Ride the Wind comes through. This equipping was quite early. Must be that he has the Ride the Wind, but it's also representing a kind of large might. Killing this in the back line at this might level is quite difficult. There's two rationales for it.
Yep.
There's the Fizz.
What is Fizz targeting here?
Ride the Wind.
Cycles 1 for the Ride the Wind.
Oh, Ride the Wind. Okay. So we will get the Conquer, so we can use the last rights here. Of course, Rasa will be ready as well.
Oh, Cannon's so consistent.
Good, isn't it?
This comes from an empty board.
But I'll do this on first.
Yeah, you got
go to 4. Discard draw. Should be
helpful for Margin Bay, though. Track of the enemy points.
I think Margin Bay really has time in his head. He was asking the judge about time earlier, so he just want to try and, as you say, Ezreal can run into time problems, so he wants to make sure everything's done as quick as possible. And
wait,
blue one.
A blue one. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay, yeah, I was like, wait.
Yeah, I was confused too.
Yeah.
Checking to pay the cost for the Rasa, always counting the trash.
okay, there is that Rasa. They're coming straight back down again. The last rights really putting in work here. Oh, careful. There we go.
Please, I'm so sorry.
One man's trash is Cannon's treasure.
Another man's potpourri. Yeah. Oh, treasure got the pack of treasures as well. Come on, on brand. Yeah, we've got it all kicking off now. Successful recovery turn from Coco Lopez here. Line up something else.
And the difficulty of that last rights is just so difficult to overcome.
Yeah. Without any gear removal, that just, you know, it really limits Margin Bay's effectiveness of removing these big threats. Okay.
I like the move down there of course, the Rasa there that was equipped with the last rights because he's playing around the Thousand Tail Watcher.
Yep.
Doesn't want to re-equip because he's just keeping track of his trash.
You know this old song and dance?
More of a developing turn here now for Margin Bay. Understands the opponent being on 4. He has 2 turns still to set something bigger up. And hopefully the enemy, of course, in Coco Lopez for him.
There, I will discard.
Just let him get value out of the Thousand-Tailed Watcher. That's what he's going to be looking for. It's a big developing turn, making sure that he has a lot of tools for the big swing later that will occur.
Okay, Vex coming down. And we did see Chosen Legend Ezreal coming in down as well. 1 rune open. All right, it's over to Coco Lopez now. Definitely, I would say, in the driver's seat in terms of points and board state right now. If you can just keep getting units, so hold the Baron.
You're 5.
Wait, we're not at Baron turn, are we? 1, 2, 3.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Woohoo.
Discard drop.
Yep, I'm going to go through your graveyard while you're thinking.
You're fine.
Doing your thing.
Yep.
I like the fact that Coco Lopez, you know, he's keeping track. Of course, he's currently on 8 runes.
Go here.
So
Good.
I'll be very surprised if he...
Ooh, we're up at 6 now, though, Yamato. We know that is a scary number to be at, when you're, especially when you're at 1.
So this and 2.
The Nasher card is just impossible for an Ezreal to deal with because it can't be targeted.
Can't target it, right? Yeah. And
So
I really like this play. So we're going on up for the tentacles.
we love tentacles.
This is, yeah, if we're going off yesterday.
Our favorite card.
Flash it back.
Against Ezreal,
In the base and
you
ensure
just
those things.
want units. So it looks like we're playing a flow cost. There we are. There we go. The tentacles have come back down, letting you play cards from your trash. New mechanic there from Vendetta.
Not looking too hot for the home.
This, you know, we have the information,
No.
but that Nasher,
Pretty good.
It's my turn. I'm the home team. You can be home team next turn.
Okay. Yeah, that's
I loved hearing that from Margin Bay, just basically saying it's not looking good from the homie there. That's what he said. You're right. This is not looking good. This is what Azerial wants to avoid, is your opponent having units. Chunky units.
even if by some miracle, the fact that Coco Lobos there, he signaled, didn't, of course, pay any power. He's
Yep.
on 8. So it's a perfect 10 for the Nasher that is coming. And suddenly these tentacles will be +2. They're going to get jacked instantly.
That's
They're
insane.
just pumped up. And then the extra point that you get. It does seem like one of those things that is going to be simply impossible to play around.
Not very good at this game.
The fact that Coco Lopez has the Nasher in main makes a big difference,
That
especially
is-
in this matchup.
Yeah.
Like people, the purple deck side in Nasher specifically
Yep.
for this matchup.
So if you can like have your Baron Nashor Steel game be game 1, that's a bit naughty. Yeah.
Very naughty
Right
indeed.
here.
Okay. Stupefy. -1. Oh, I'll be so happy if we see this Baron Nashor for game. You might, I love me a Baron
Yeah,
Nashor. I love me a
same.
Baron Nashor.
I like that we both just like big might units.
Yeah,
You
I like the big Might units. Come on. Might wins games, and Baron Nashor has a lot of it. And what's more fun? Oh, 6.
7. I will tuck
Watcher?
2
It's going to be, right?
blue with the Ezreal discount. I will play Watcher.
There we go.
Gotcha.
Okay. We'll accelerate, of
Here
course.
for 7 on.
That's going to clear away that Rasa.
Yep.
That's one
Straight
good.
back to the trash. There we go.
Coco Lopez on face. He knows.
Yeah, he
He
yeah,
knows.
you know, you always feel that. You know, when you do a big play and your opponent's like, "Yeah, sound," you think, "Oh, they must have an answer." They don't. They're not too pressed about this.
Some bellow breath action could be nice here. Once
True.
again, that 6 might range is so tough to overcome
Yeah,
when it's in base. Very
Chunky.
tough.
It's literally singularity or nothing, right? Realistically.
The singularity turn was big. He cleared everything, but somehow he just rejuvenated the board. And now we have the big moment.
Here we go. Come on, 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 come on. Show us the Baron. Show us the teeth.
Drop.
Show us the Nashor. Tentacles and Baron. That's what it's all about.
Oh, trigger.
1 damage on my
Yeah,
guys.
1 damage
Yep.
on both of you guys.
Let's see.
There we go. Are we gonna see it?
Still needs to conquer both battlefields to go over, but I just imagine with the Nasher, the
Those
might on all the tentacles is going to be
They represent
very
what, 12
big.
might, right, altogether?
This matters at all.
maybe there's a different line in mind.
Yeah. That's
Yes, there it is! The big, the bad, the Baron Nashor. And that's all we need for Coco Lopez to win game 1 here in a round 9 feature match here at RQ Barcelona.
Oh, massive, massive, massive. I like the moment Margin Bay just, whoa, all right, insta scoop.
Yeah.
Now that is an aura card right
Yeah,
there. Just
that-
Nasher comes down.
Yeah.
Ezreal players hate to see that card. It's
Yeah.
a card that is just impossible to deal with for the Ezreal. You need to represent might somehow, and obviously that is not what Ezreal's about. It's all about the spells. And when
Yeah.
the Nasher comes down and you have the tentacles replayed there from the flow, they get to +2. It just it's too much might to deal with. And the fact that Coco Lopez plays that in main makes this matchup even tougher for
Yep.
the Ezreal player. In terms of sideboarding in, you could think maybe some kind of gear removal to target the last rights, because the fact that
Yeah.
the board could be replenished was such a big deal there. We had that beautiful singularity turn. It just looked so damn valuable, but
did.
somehow just didn't end up mattering, because you just played a
Last
Rasa
rights,
from the hand, last rights, dug up another one, Fizz to play the ride the win that was in trash. It is just so
Yep.
consistent. You think to yourself, what are the most disgustingly powerful purple cards? You think stack deck, you think ride the wind. Well, Kennen can play so many. Stack decks, maybe 12 of them, ride the wind, 6 of them, no problem with the Fizz.
Honestly, it's just, you know, watching it play, being able to just give anything flow so you can just play it again. As you say, you know, Chaos has these strong cards. You can just pluck them out at a whim. Last Rice to play from the discard pile. Nocturne, we really see, well, we did see it, but it got Singularity, of course, but can just, you know, spring in out of play. That's everything Ezreal wants to avoid. And yeah, as you do, I really want to draw attention back though to having Baron Nashor in the main. We know it's always a game 2 card, or we see it get sided in for this kind of a matchup and beyond, but being able to swipe a game with that in game 1, as you're thinking, oh, well, golly, what do I do against this? Can't be targeted, gives everything +2, as you said. It's a little bit naughty having that in the main deck, to be honest, but I love it because it comes down and instantly affects the game.
Yeah, it's something that we see. Some people choose to do it, some people don't with the cannon lists, but I feel like with the amount of draw that you have, having a card that you can just discard and then threaten the enemy with the harrowing, I think the presence of that already is so massive. Because suddenly the cannon player can just, of course, get 2+ might on every unit and then exit the game on 5 points. And that type of pressure is what makes, for example, a deck like Rengar also so powerful with Thriller the Hunt. Anything that can kind of break the point tempo makes your calculations and your math so much more complex and more difficult at the same time, also from the side of the person that can break that point tempo and score on the enemy's turn or score an additional point is just such a massive tool. Like in the context of the Ezreal, you count, oh, I need to make my big play. Can I develop here? Can I not develop? We had the situation yesterday, of course, with the time warp, which of course was a very, very big deal. We have Heisho, which of course removes the deflect cost. It's not going to be too useful
relevant here, I think,
because there's no deflect in the cannon deck. The cannon deck can just use a little shovel and bring the Rasas back either way.
Yeah, it's interesting that you say, right, Ezreal's going to try and, you know, discard, send stuff to the trash, but then when Kennen can start playing stuff from the trash, it makes it so
Ride the wind
not
and
super impactful. So, we are getting started here in our game 2. Coco Lopez does have Chosen Legend down. Ezreal, again, no 2, that's fine. We didn't see that really in game 2. He's going to prepare for the big turns. We got early seal. Keep an eye on that. Oh, Nocturne. Oh,
nasty.
Wow, look at the speed of where that Nocturne comes flying down.
That was a reflex.
It was. Damn, that is efficiency right there.
Keeps the light.
This is turn 2.
Right, let me think about this one.
That's fine.
And we still have all our runes open, Yamato. This is, oh, golly. If you're Ezreal now, the control deck.
It could be
Close
anything.
your eyes, close your eyes.
What's the lightning rush at the bottom?
Yeah.
I think he's getting too excited. Saw the Nocturne, saw the lightning rushes.
I mean, I would be too. I'm like, yes, get these cards down. You can't singularity them all. In theory. It's another lightning rush. Wow.
The flash is kind of nice.
It is.
So trash, Baron, and up from
Can save you from, of course, Wages of Pain. That is battlefield only. Plays a merchant.
That's not bad.
I think also from the side of Margin Bay here, obviously.
I'll stupefy the cannon.
Yep.
Okay, Cannon's going to get stupid.
Deadly Flourish. Does he have the follow-up? Was he fishing for it? Ooh, he's fishing.
He's fishing. We could find it here. Ooh. Oh, no, not quite yet.
Take this card.
Not quite yet.
I'm going to Deadly Flourish your cannon, make a gold, draw with Ezreal, pass.
Oh, okay, he does have a Deadly Flourish then.
All right.
And there it is. And you get a gold token as well. That's a good response turn from Ezreal. Gets to draw one from Legend ability as well, of course.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, but somehow Coco Lopez produced so many units in that turn due to the Nocturne.
4, 5, 6.
You can't Deadly Flourish on them all.
At least does get the flow effect from the cannon.
Yep.
Very interesting to see the Sandstorm Tomb.
Trigger.
Works well with the Ride the Wind.
This one.
Yep.
Traveling Merchant, a Premier Chaos card. When I move, discard one, draw one. Perfect in Kennen. We've got a tough decision here from
That's why I
Coco
play
Lopez.
Ezreal. It's much easier.
Yeah, sure.
I don't
I
think
think so.
I was about to.
Draw.
I agree with Coco Lopez. Playing Ezreal is
one.
not easy. Margin Bay.
I have to say, with the Nashor already in trash, Margin Bay has to be so scared.
Not scared about your
Because
lack of
harrowing,
defense, huh?
Nope.
if
Do
we
your
can
work.
get a look at the hand of Coco Lopez, does he have the harrowing? Because,
Yes.
oh my days.
Oh no! No, not
It's so early!
No, surely not! This is turn 3, Baron Nashor. Have a word with yourself, Coco Lopez.
What is
Oh my
it?
goodness!
1, 2, 4.
Someone clip this! Double Baron!
Oh, he has all the purples as well to pay for it.
No.
Oh, that is just vicious.
I've had
it's
enough.
already on the board.
I've had enough.
Oh,
Hell.
Someone call the police. I've just witnessed a murder. Baron Nashor coming in already. What is this turn? Is this turn
Don't
3,
love
right?
that.
You'll
Pretty
figure it
much.
out. You had a bus.
Yeah. No, they don't do anything.
Sure, you'll figure it out.
It is one thing with Ezreal sometimes. When you look at your hand and you're like, wow, these cards kind of not awesome.
They might be if he wasn't staring down the Baron Nashor.
Me, right?
Start off with a stack deck. Baron Nashor, people, cannot be targeted. Gives all your units +2 and obviously brings in that Baron Pit token battlefield.
Ezreal's just not built to deal with this.
I mean, what is a turn 3 Baron? What deals with that?
Honestly, true.
Yeah.
Honestly, maybe Alzir, Big Mike. No, kidding.
Not a lot. Let's put it that way. Not a lot can deal with
Punch
that.
first action, maybe Rengar. At least he represents some might. But Ezreal,
No.
he keeps a distance. He's poking you from a distance.
Yeah, he wants to dash some flourishes or some singularity.
Nashor
None of
cannot be
which are
chosen.
useful. Yeah, can't be. Yeah.
Can't be chosen by enemy spells or abilities.
I'll make another
Pain.
Wages of Pain.
Pain is what Majin Bay is experiencing.
and I'll fizz the wages here.
Oh, double fit. Okay.
Right.
Double. Okay.
Make some
Draw a
gold.
card. Get some gold. One battlefield cleared.
Yeah, no, that solved my problem. Good. Really now. It's fine.
Yeah, you've done what you needed to do, Margin Bay, right? Okay. And this is the scary thing. Ezreal wants to try and keep battlefields clear, but now there's a third with the big bad Baron Nashor there.
The issue now with 3 battlefields is just the point tempo curve is
Just gets out of hand, right? Yep.
it's completely bonkers.
That Nocturne had to be cleared off. Of course, they had gankings that could equally start to get silly. If anything did get cleared off, you start ganking over. Was Last Rites in hand? Is that why we're featuring it there?
Last Rise was in hand. But I do think maybe just simple tentacles will be the simpler play.
Oh, yeah, with the Baron buff, yeah.
Yeah. Let's see what
I
Coco
mean, they represent 3 might apiece there with the Baron buff, of course. And I quite like the idea of a Last Rites on a Baron because you know it's not going anywhere. So you are going to get that whole trigger.
Nope, sorry.
Definitely some decisions to be made here, though.
Because you can move into the Nash pit from anywhere.
True.
But moving out of the Baron pit is not as simple. You can only move one direction unless you have Ride the Wind. Or any other movement ability like Boots of Swiftness as well. This is something Cannon players play, of course.
Sorry. It's a little annoying.
These are the decisions that separate good from great players and great from legendary players. Clearly, Coco Lopez isn't best pleased with this and wants to really make sure he can play optimally here. I wonder what's the what do you reckon the decision making is? What are we?
Just calculating what is the best way to, of course, exit the game. If there's a way for the Nashor to be beaten by a Thousand-Tail Watcher,
Okay.
From the deep.
where he should play his tentacles, if you should put them in base or forward.
Pull back the bank.
Nashor moves down.
Nashor moves down.
I want to pull this back. Yeah. I'll pull this back as well.
Does make sense because in the end you want to look for that triple conquer and you don't want to give a chance
Yeah.
Margin Bay to get value out of a Thousand-Tail Watcher because that's the card,
Yeah,
of course,
of
that
course. Yep.
you're thinking that can represent a decent amount of might. Of course, Thousand-Tail Watcher doesn't choose, so the might reduction does work on Nashor.
Let's go through, yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I think you're right. We're going to eye up the triple conquer play.
Sorry.
And what can Margin Bay do about this? I mean, we have there's some chunky units back there. Well, Raster's on what, 8? I make that right. I know the tentacles are all on. Well, they're both on 3. Merchant on 5.
Sometimes I make the joke in League of Legends that the only thing that can help in this position is like a
Not looking ideal.
electricity outbreak or something,
yeah.
you know. But we're playing a
That's the thing about
physical card game, you know.
Yeah, no.
There's no escaping this.
1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Draw a card with the Ezreal Legend.
Bellows start. So
Not Ruination.
Yeah,
yeah,
those-
Ruination would actually be quite decent.
It's not
be
Ruination.
fair.
Unlucky.
Okay.
That would be the way out of this for what it's worth.
Yeah, Ruination. Yeah, it's like
It's not even an option, to be fair.
Downwell would be the card, which is like a pseudo ruination.
Oh, fair. Good
Puts everything back into your hand, and playing the Nasher from hand is a tricky thing.
Fizz.
Downwell would be
Not awesome.
the answer. If Margin Bay somehow has the Downwell.
That would, I think.
Oh.
7.
Wait.
Yeah, I'll do the guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. What were you about to think it was coming down there?
I thought he was tapping 8. I was...
Thank you.
Okay. Strong turn so far, then.
It seems very difficult to kill the other Rasa. Any ride the wind, Fizz, or anything? I do believe he has a ride the wind and trash.
Yeah.
That's rude.
Okay.
Watch the
turn to
Fizz.
dust.
Show it to me.
I don't have it.
Oh,
Not yet.
you're about to. You're about to, though.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
you're about to.
not yet. Okay.
Ride the wind is what they're talking about. Margin Bay is hoping that he can't
See.
triple conquer here on the turn to exit the game.
I think I'm gonna do this. Just thinking.
Yep.
Okay, so ride the wind for game for that
Also
triple
this,
conquer.
Can't give flow to it without the cannon champion.
That, though,
Yep.
would be annoying, would be a waste of time.
That is a good card.
Okay, remember viewers, we are looking for ride the wind or more ways to get to it. Fizz gets you there, ride the wind, the triple conquer. Baron Nasher riding the wind. And that is game 2
I
of
think
our round
game
9
one.
feature match. Coco Lopez, the winner.
What's scarier than Baron Nasher? Well, a Nash that just drifts around.
Yes.
I remember the old day of League Classic where with the Nasher could leave the pit. Luckily, that's changed in the game, but somehow in Riftbound, it's still moving around, and that was turn 3. Turn 3 Nasher saw it, of course, in the Lightning Rush, put it in the trash pile, and had the Horrowing, the combo, of course. And there's just no counterplay to it.
There's no coming back.
That is Ezreal's worst nightmare, the Nasher.
The Nasher. Yeah, and on turn 3 as well. But here we go, we're going to consult our replay. This was game 1. So Baron Nasher had its tentacles, its teeth all over this round here, winning both games. This was, I mean, to be fair, even if it wasn't for Baron, this is a scary board state for Ezreal to try and get through. But then with the Baron, that's all we needed. And as we were shuffling up for game 2, you know, Margin Bay did his best, I think, you know, did his best with what he had. But this, arguably the play of the weekend so far. The turn 3 Baron with the Harrowing. And you're just thinking, look at Margin Bay's face, thinking, there's no way that's happened to me. I'm staring down this Baron twice in back-to-back games, and this time on turn 3, let's be honest, not a lot of decks are going to equip to deal with that. Ezreal definitely not, and there was the Fizz to grab the wide the win. So as you rightfully say, the most terrifying thing I can think of, a Baron Nasher riding the wind, flying at you. I think I want no part of that. Let's concede this game now. That is terrifying, but what a win there for Coco Lopez.
Definitely. It just also goes to say, I do think that the matchup for Ezreal is very difficult.
Oh, for sure.
Anything that can just produce a Nasher like that easily can, of course, bring the units back from the trash. Just that singularity turn looked so clean.
It did.
Margin Bay.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
cleared the board, and it seemed like, okay, maybe there's a world here where the cannon loses steam, and then there's a Rasa in hand. The last rights gets equipped. Ride the Wind gets played. Another Rasa comes through.
Yeah.
Off of course, a Fizz that just played the Ride the Wind from the trash. It is so consistent. And even in a case where you burn a lot of your runes to, of course, get some of these early combos out, it just doesn't seem to matter because everything just becomes so cheap. When you, of course, have it, you know, have such a large trash pile. The Nocturnes come through, the Rasas come through. There's just so much value there that just, you know, makes it very obvious why the Cannon deck is performing as well as it has so far at, of course, in Arcade Barcelona.
Yeah, if you had to draw up a deck to be good against Ezreal, you want a deck that can play from the trash, we can do that. You can get units into play very fast, we can do that. And then has the Baron in the main, can do that as well. But how about we hear from the Baron Nasher man himself, Coco Lopez and Barrett. Let's kick it down for a winner's interview.
Thank you so much for an excellent cast and excellent games. We got to see Majin Bay yesterday, but I've got Challenger TCG's Coco Lopez joined with me, and we had some Kennons on stream yesterday, but man, you're the first one to play some Barons, and as quickly as you did, like in Game 2, this deck must be working really well for you now that you're 9-0. How is this deck, and why have you landed on this specific version of Kennen?
Well, I think Kennen's the best deck. The ceiling's so high. I think it's just good. I mean, obviously, personally, I think it is the best deck, so I'm going to play the best deck because I want to win the tournament. And that's my goal, so I'm going to play what has the highest ceiling, which is, in my opinion, Kennen, and that's what we're here to do.
And that's exactly the story that we had in Atlanta. That was the last time I got to talk to you quite a bit, is, you know, getting all the way to the finals, you know, and one of the most climactic endings I've ever seen in a Riftbound final, of course, not, you know,
it's okay.
Not the result you wanted, but
it's okay.
But the way that you're even playing this Kennen deck and the excitement that comes when you play these Barons and you take control of the game, you win when your opponent is unexpected, especially like in Game 1. It definitely feels like it could be one of the best decks in the room. So I want to go back instead and focus on like the team dynamic. Challenger TCG, you guys practice a lot.
Yes,
you guys play this game a lot. But a lot of your team, I feel like, plays, you know, Legends, you know, they're looking for best ofs. But you're looking for the win. So when you were locking in with this Kennen and testing, is this the specific version you've really landed on because of the specific tools you've chosen?
Yeah, 100%. I know, like, I was probably one of the first people to ever put, like, even the Baron Harem package in Kennen. I know I, like paved the way to that, to be honest. I started testing the set before it even came out, and it was like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my god, this is like free to do. I was originally on like 2-2 because I feel like it's like not a big commitment. It's like 4 cards in the slot. It is what it is. We're on 1-1 now. It's like even less commitment. I don't understand how people are not playing Baron, to be honest. It just literally, in some matches, it just wins the game, and it's at the cost of playing 2 cards in your deck. When you have Zon Warren, I feel like it's like free. I don't know, but
it definitely feels that way.
Yeah, it's so good, so powerful. Like, you saw that game. Like, that game is usually grindy. I played that matchup a ton. Shout out to George G, my boys. He plays nothing but Ezreal. We played a bunch of games. The games go long and grindy, and Baron is like the way to close that gap if you can get him down early, as you guys saw. So, helps out a lot.
Well, you had all of our casters and even our co-stream casters popping off with those excitement moments. So I hope stuff like that continues to happen for you today. And, you know, maybe another shot at top 8 and maybe another finals could be in your future going on. I'm not going to jinx anything, of course. You know, we're not playing Jinx here. We're playing Kennen. I guess my last question to you is, because you have another teammate of yours that is currently undefeated. I'm unsure of his results. Colin playing Akali. Obviously, you probably want to avoid getting paired into him.
Of course. Yeah, we don't want no team kills, obviously. Yeah, that would suck to get paired into each other. But, you know, that also happens when you're playing with a good team, when everyone's doing well. And, you know, eventually we probably, some of us will get paired. It's part of it, right?
You must knock down the other top players in this game to get to that pedestal.
Exactly. If you're going for first place, it's everybody, right? You got to take down everybody.
Even your opponent this round with Majin Base, you know, shout out to him as well. But Coco, congratulations once again on your win. You've got 4 more rounds to go and then a potential top 8 to play out. So we're going to send it back for more Riftbound action.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, Barrett Margin Bay. My hero to turn 3, Barrett Nasher. It's only going to be downhill from here for me. The excitement. It can't get higher or better than a turn 3 Barrett. I hope that woke everyone up at home. It woke me. I was thinking, we saw the harrow. I was like, wait a minute, this is happening. So yeah, things we love to see. It's interesting hearing about him, talking about his matchups and how he's got his teammates. Doesn't really want to knock them out as well. But that's the thing. If you're gunning for the win and your team are all as good as you, you're going to start meeting each other eventually.
Yeah, it's a tough one, you know. It's a very, very tough one. More on that if it happens later down the line, which, considering the score lines, there's a high chance. We have a second matchup here in round 9.
Yeah, so we're hopping down to our game. We're going into a game 2 for our feature match 2, I believe. Let's have a gander. Yes, it is going to be game 2, and we have Ornn versus Araxai, and Ornn managed to snipe a cheeky little game 1, and we're joining right at the start of this game 2 here. Talk to us about Ornn, then Yamato. What's the game plan here?
So there's several archetypes of Ornn. The one that I've seen that is a little bit more successful is the kind of mid-rangey one with units to play. You play a lot of gear because, of course, you don't need to pay one of the power costs off of it due to your legend unit.
You can go.
You kind of want to play a lot of mid-range units. You have like Pitch Crew that has synergy. You have the Surfboarder that, of course, comes out ready if you have 2 gear in play. So there's a lot of gear synergies that Orn takes advantage of. Sprite Fountain as well. A lot of the seals to play some of these gear that are simply impossible to play in other decks. Believe me, I've tried. Like the Sterak's Gauge, for example, that is just way too expensive. It's a quick draw. 3 might swing that Orn doesn't have to burn too much to, of course, use. So a lot of interesting tricks. And then, of course, we have the gears that are specific to Orn. The big one is Shirelia that gives you units ganking. So let's see if that comes into play. We have a little Poro snack. Why not? Delicious. It looks delicious.
It does.
And
Yeah, I want to keep an eye on that Stoic's Gauge, as you said. There's basically like, almost like a spinning axe, isn't it? While giving ganking as well. So, but we are against Araxai. That's actually been performing rather well here in RQ Barcelona and performed well in Utrecht as well. So not one you can sort of, you know, write off, you know, letting you play your eligibility, letting you play cards on the top 2 cards of your deck, giving you extra reach. So yeah, not one that we could be too
recycling
surprised to see doing well.
Recycles 1. Probably a seal. Not like a seal as in a creature from the sea. That's been the theme for us. Just, a seal. No, it's just a seal.
Baron Nashor looks a bit nautical as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see an aqua version of a Baron Nashor as well.
That's at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. Just Baron Nashors.
Yeah, imagine going for a little friendly swim and you see a Baron. Think, oh, golly. Oh, this...
Yep.
Arian Dredger is going to conquer that up there, though, on that Candlelit Sanctum.
We have 2 triggers here on the Conquer. First, the Candlelit Sanctum gets to see the first 2 cards. And then we have, of course, the Rek'Sai trigger.
Goes bottom. This stays top.
It's 1 at the bottom.
Okay, this is... I had
a hit.
1, so we go
Very happy to see that one.
3.
Oh, wow.
It's on the bottom.
These are the crazy turns you are scared of
Factor.
when you play against Rek'Sai.
Going for a recruit.
Pretty much played that Faithful Manufactor for free.
Yeah.
Was a card that he saw, of course. And had that floating mana from the seal that he played before, and the 2 mana from, of course, the Big Shark. Already a big base being developed here for, because time does fly. Time does fly.
Especially when you're having fun.
100%.
That's what they say. Nox, yeah, wow. Nox Hopeful coming down as well. This is, yeah.
You can go.
Oh, it's a menacing turn. Very powerful turn for the Rek'Sai.
This is the turns that Rek'Sai can seem to do, right? Where it doesn't seem like it's doing a lot, but all of a sudden, you got units coming out the wazoo, and I'm thinking, whoa, hold on. We'll have to do something about this. And let's see what our Orn player here, Saiyans, can do. We obviously have the Lonely Poro. 5 runes up, I should say. As you do say, Legend ability can make those gears easier to come down.
All right.
Pit Crew.
Pit Crew indeed.
When you play a gear, you can ready it. Free for free.
Yeah.
Lonely Poro going to go in.
Okay.
That does have a Death Kneel, that carry on Dredger. Oh.
Whoa, what was that?
Hey, that was the bird coming in is what that was. It's like, it's my time.
Yeah, makes sense. All right, that's plausible.
Like, don't worry, time does fly. I'm here to help.
Does he play a gear now to ready the Pit Crew and just swing it in? The thing is like both units will be defenseless.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
It does give you a draw, does give you a point, but it will come at the cost of a lack of development.
So the bottom.
So that's the Sanctum trigger, of course. Bottom's 2 cards.
There's that Shirley's Requiem.
All right, that's a seal for free.
A
That's
seal.
nice.
Yeah, we'll take that. And then you get a little point. So you get the seal for free and a point as well. Not too bad.
Yeah. Question is now, how can he defend himself against the Rek'Sai onslaught that is coming now?
I'm not 100% sure on that one. I'll be honest.
Does have 2 open. Sterak's,
Sprite
of course.
Fountain. Can we get to Sprite Fountain? Oh, no, we've used Legend ability already. So Sprite Fountain isn't... oh, no, it is available, I should say.
Pass.
Nope. Okay, keeping 2 open.
Ooh, we did see the decree there. We got a little cheeky as a shuffle happened. Let's see a decree. I do think that, of course, Call the Weak could also come into play here. I think Saints is going to play around that by making the battle that is about to come happen on the first one.
Going for Void Rush.
That's a Void Rush.
Oh, there's the Void Rush, that signature spell.
Ooh, that is a nasty pull.
Discounting this.
Oh, dearie me.
That is perfect.
Yeah, that's what you want right there.
Floating one.
Recycles 2.
That Void Rush letting you reveal the top 2 cards of your main deck. You may play
Target,
one of them, reducing its cost by 2.
Oh,
Bang!
stings.
Falling Star, everybody. I mean, that's enough to KO both, right? Falling Star.
Yeah, Decree.
Oh,
You get this one. Okay.
Well, the Decree does work. It did get targeted by a Fury spell.
yeah, so you can give one of your units
Nice.
+4.
Oh, that's,
Okay.
that's solid.
That's not bad, actually.
Yeah.
That Decree of Focus, a very
I
targeted
read that?
card.
I
Obviously.
have to admit, for a moment there, I thought it needed to be in combat with a Fury unit, but it interacts with the
No,
spell
it-
too.
it
All
does.
right, all right.
Okay.
I'm learning.
It's this considered like it is considered like you are able to activate it.
It's chosen by an enemy for a spell.
It does say
Oh,
choose
okay,
a
okay,
friendly
sorry.
unit that's in
It's combat and
combat
spell.
Yeah, sorry.
with an enemy Fury spell.
I feel less bad now.
5 there.
Yeah.
Time does fly
3
didn't
damage.
wasn't so
4,
sure either.
7, 4.
And that is of course a new set.
It is a new card, new set.
one.
One of the more stranger interactions, let's say.
Right.
One that comes up all the time.
Going here.
The recruit's
Yes.
going to go in and conquer.
Two.
Candlelit Sanctum.
Both effects.
This is quite scary with the rack side, because you get to
First
almost
Candlelit.
filter your deck a little bit before you use your legend ability, of course. Obviously, rack side, Void Borrower, love the top 2 cards of the deck to be able to manipulate them in any way. You know, make sure game plan more
Okay.
deadly, for lack of a better word.
Talking earlier about that Call the Weak in hand. I wonder if that's going to be the plan to just kill the recruit after the conquer and just
Yeah.
Down.
targeting that pick
This is
crew.
back.
And I say, yeah, you can't
See that?
decree your focus your way out of a cold week.
2. Going for hopeful. Inferno down.
There's the hopeful.
Another Noxus
The
Hope.
one floating.
Oh dear. I love Noxus Hopeful. You know, one of my favorite cards. It's so basic, but so effective, right?
Yes, sir.
A 2 cost 4 might. That's what we like.
The last one in hand as well. No Call the Weak though, because of the Noxus Hopeful being played.
Yeah.
Could use the floating mana. Maybe has the ambition to just swing in and keep the Call the Weak for later. Which does make sense, especially if you can develop a base.
Yeah, that decree is.
Coming
Yeah, I'm gonna say we are gonna.
like
If you
this.
wanted to get rid of that
on the plate.
that battlefield, you'd actually need to commit Noxus plus something else, right? Yeah. There we go. That is enough to clear the battlefield. So that pit crew now has been removed.
Here.
And there's the bird.
Three.
Come on.
I'm a
Triggering
little bit
the-
surprised by the
yeah.
sequencing there, unless I missed something.
can
It was
go.
a 7 might unit
Yeah.
that had 3 damage. Could
Yep.
have sent in the hopeful and just keep the benefactor alive. So a little bit less units now on the board for, of course, Time Does Fly. Let's see what kind of development Saints could do here. Spry Fountain is a card that, of course,
Yep.
works very well
There
in
we go.
on.
Then
Right.
Doesn't have to pay that power cost. Cheeky little sprite to conquer and kill one of probably the bird, but maybe he'll do it in the order of conquering the recruit first,
yeah,
because obviously you want to get that seat of power.
true.
And the beautiful part about the combination of both of these battlefields is that you can prepare your draw with the
Yep.
Sanctum, you can bottom cards, and then the draw of seat of power. If you get that
Yeah.
conquer in, is even nicer, of course. You can also set up the Porous Snack as well, to just draw a card as well. So you have some
One on the
cool
bottom.
interactions here with the Sanctum. It's fun when Candlelit Sanctum is
On the
such a
top.
Rek'Sai battlefield, of
Yeah,
course.
it is.
When you find value in other decks, it's a big fun part for me about Riftbound, definitely.
I always don't like it. My opponent can use my battlefield as well.
Yeah.
No, that's my battlefield. You're not meant to use that one. Stop it.
Get off my lawn,
Yeah. That's,
being a geezer.
hey, come on. That's why I liked Aspirant's Climb so much when I used to play it all the time. I was like, well, yeah. Everyone, you have to go to 9 point. Oh, another Spite Fountain. Woohoo! Spites coming out the wazoo. And that's going to be, this bird is not long left for this world, I think. And yet now we're going to get the Seat of Power draw, which is going to be filtered from the Candlelit Sanctum. And all of a sudden, you know, this is a bit of a fun game, right? It's just, you know, combat, big swing turns. This is what I like.
And that's the Seat of Power.
Thank you.
You, of course, get the draw. Can he develop something in base? That would be like
That would be the dream now.
The dream, definitely.
Well, you've definitely got 2 more sprites coming in for next turn, but you'd like to have something a bit more.
Another nice detail here is that if there's a swing in with the Noxus Hopeful, that Sterak's Gauge might also come into play. If he chooses not to do so.
Robot.
You're a robot. Let's get to
Get
draw,
to draw one.
a card.
We have 3 gear in play.
One.
Right.
Keep this. Draw.
There's some noise there in the back.
Oh, and a noisy
And,
venue.
pass down.
Sounds like Perrin's alive or something coming.
Yeah, we got more than 3,000 people in here. It's normal. I like it when people have uneven runes. Is that Time Does Fly lucky rune? The one the one foil one.
Oh yeah.
Let's see if it grants him something.
Okay. Let's see what Time Does Fly can pull off.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
We are 4 versus 3, so points, you know, rather even.
Gets to conquer to 4, but this is the tricky thing about Rek'Sai. The moment you waste your units and you don't build up a swarm on the turns where you conquer, this is where you can run into trouble. We've already seen a 2+ rune swing, of course, with the
Lieutenant with Noxus here.
with one shark. He needs to hope that he finds some more here.
Both BF and
Develop a big,
lead.
of course, base. It needs to happen because that Noxus Hopeful is just bound to be killed, of course.
That salvage.
A little
I
salvage.
mean, you couldn't use that, obviously, of course. One deck it's always going to be live is on. Can't see that other one, though.
This is the second game, so salvage was definitely a sideboarded in. Is that something he's looking to play? Because at the same time, the gear has kind of done its job already. So
Yeah.
it's quite the investment, especially with the rune count that Time Does Fly
Goes
does
down,
represent.
Face up.
Put it at the bottom. Doesn't believe in it. Both sprite fountains will die.
The Faithful.
Of course, the seal. You're paying more than the seal. So the salvage
Creating
into
a
the bottom.
recruit.
Cheeky recruit.
We like that. You just say you want to try and get some units in base, so
Has that Noxus Hopeful. Maybe that's just going to be the simple turn. Went to 4 points. That's a good place to be.
yeah.
Two. Noxus. You can go.
Oh, another Noxus. Okay,
Looks
that's a
to
strong
defend.
hold up there.
Looks to defend.
That's a strong hold. 8 might
Trigger,
represented.
trigger.
2 sprites. The issue now with
quite
this
get
play
you
is
there.
very all in here from Time Does Fly because any additional might here to swing
Yeah.
over, losing the 2 Noxus Hopeful. If they lose hope, the
Yeah.
Rek'Sai loses hope, let me tell you.
So if the Noxus hopeful lose
There's
hope.
already 6 might. The Sterak's is 3. There's
Yeah.
disciplines. There's so many ways to add additional might here to swing in. A Brutalizer could
Gauge,
work.
Brutalizer, yep, all of those would get you there.
And Rek'Sai, of course, has no combat tricks available. There is no nothing at all. There's tapped out completely. I think this was a very, very risky play because the additional layer of keeping the Noxus Hopeful in, of course, your base means that the sprites will no longer be a concern of yours, but you're just
Ooh.
giving
Laser.
And there's the Brutalizer, as you mentioned, right on cue,
Sure.
so we could break that hold now.
so much value off of these sprites.
Yeah. But the thing is, I guess when you're 1 game down, though, sometimes you have to take a risk or two and hope it pans out.
I think this wasn't the time to make a stand
Sterak.
as the Sterax as well.
Oh!
Doesn't even need to bring in
3.
Oh!
2 sprites.
Here.
This is,
Another cycle.
this is getting a bit rude
So,
now.
Yep.
1
That's
sprite.
9 might.
9 might
Good.
sprite.
5.
That is.
That might be the biggest sprite I've ever seen.
Trigger battle.
Someone mixed in some protein powder into my sprite.
Yeah.
That's a beefy sprite right
That's
there.
a beefy sprite, right? That's a high protein sprite can right there.
And with this line, he gets to double conquer.
Now, yeah, but I say gets a double conquer as well. And then the gear, and then even just having the
Bottom.
Sterak's Gauge in play, Once it drops off, use it on another unit later on. It's in play now. It's not like the spinning axe from Java where it disappears. That's going to stay there.
Oh, yeah.
That's the seed of power with the Candlelit Sanctum
6.
draw again.
Up to 6. We
Gee.
know that's a good number to be at in Riftbound, don't we, folks?
And the key detail about Owen, what's so special about this deck is that it has so many units that just come out ready.
Yeah.
You have the pit crew if you play gear. You have the Silver Surfer as well, is what I call him. I don't know, you're the
Ventus.
surfing guy.
The drop border.
Drop Border, that's the name. I think he was in Arcane.
Tunneling draw.
I heckin' love Arcane. The thing is, you already have 2 gears, so you already know, like, the reattachment on these ready units of the Sterax and the Brutalizer, it turns it quite into a menace. I'm almost inspired to play one myself now.
watching
This is like,
this is looking good,
this is like
isn't it?
Azir adjacent, you know? Like, this is
It is, to be fair. Azir in different colors.
now Rek'Sai on the other side. It's like, you know, could play the Rek'Sai Breacher, Accelerate. You know, you need to get on the board
Yeah, that's
somehow.
what we need to do. I think we need to start trying to use that.
Well, this is not a Rek'Sai's strength to set up a massive hold. If, of course,
Is that
You-
double Falling Star in hand or just a 1?
I think it was just the 1 copy. It's just so awkward because even if you overcome this might, what's beautiful about gear is it sticks around.
comes back,
It sticks
yeah.
around, you know?
And you get a free attach with your legend ability as well, right? Or to get more in play, I should say.
So the legend ability, of course, just makes gear cheaper because
Yeah,
it's
that's why
like
it's so to
similar
get
to
more.
Kaiser with the spells. You don't have to pay the power cost. That's
Yeah,
why like a Sterax
starting
is
with
playable.
2
The
cycling.
attachment cost, but at that point, it's going to be the
Okay.
final one.
There's 1 Falling Star.
Yeah.
So are we going to see a response?
the base.
Here? Do we see a response?
Has 3 open.
I mean, you could...
Discipline
You
would
could
keep.
defy. Could we defy a fall? No, you
Could
can't.
not-
No, you
could not
can't.
be
No, you can't. No,
defiable.
can't defy that one.
Chain Sterac.
Another Sterax.
Oh, okay.
Oh
I mean,
my
that does get
days.
you there. So now, wow, Falling Star for a Sprite. That's not efficient.
As that quick draw. I wish I could play this card in Azir. It was just,
Oh, I bet you do. a quick draw.
It's just too expensive. Too expensive.
Quick draw plus 3. That would be rather naughty.
Okay, here.
Put it that way.
That's 1 conquer.
5.
Going for, let's say,
Fishing.
There's the recruits.
Has 1 shark in hand, looking for the other one. Doesn't reveal a shark for the additional room pool to play with. That's very tricky. I'm thinking back to a turn where we had some inefficiencies from Time Does Fly, and you can't sacrifice your units willy-nilly when you play Rek'Sai.
No.
With
you
the
need-
speed of this own deck,
Yep.
it's just so quick.
for
It's
the
so
Noxian.
quick.
And now having 2 of those Sterac Gauge in play as well. Any unit you put down, as you say, they come in ready, and they come in most likely with a +3 as well. That is brutal. So it is over to Time Does Fly.
Yeah, tap in 3
Tap in 3, and the seal,
on Vanguard.
and get a recruit. 2 recruits, I should say.
All right.
Okay.
A lot of hopium here from Time Does Fly.
Please.
1 accelerated unit should be enough. Because you'll just equip the Brutalizer, the Sterax, and whatever unit that comes in
Sure.
quick, whether it's a Sprite, whether it's a Pit Crew,
Draw.
whether it's a Drop Border, we'll get all of that.
All tap.
Yep.
Yep, drop
All
border
of that power.
through. All of that.
We'll have a
power.
finish.
Here we go. Double conquer.
5.
That's 1.
Okay, well, there we go. That's that then.
That's 7. Let's see.
Do we have a quick accelerated unit?
As the Pit
Pit
Crew,
crew gets you there, right?
cheeky little gear is enough to ready it.
Play gear for 1.
Yep.
Little poor snack.
1. Trigger.
GG, man.
There we go. And that's going to be the double conquer. And Sarins with that on will be taking our feature match B here from Swiss round 9 here at RQ Barcelona. Watching that on deck there, Yamato, I must say I was very impressed.
100%. I do think that the Rek'Sai player will be kicking himself a little bit. There was some moments of inefficiencies, but I'm not so sure if it would have mattered.
No, I
there
don't
was a
think
lot of might represented. The double Spire fountain play was just massive. The value that he got off of it, especially in that turn where the double Noxus Hopefuls were defending, I think that you have to safely assume that the own player is going to be able to represent 3 might from the hand, whether it was a Sterax Gauge, a Brutalizer. But that's a tricky thing, right? It's like you come into an event like this, you prepare against, of course, the bigger decks, and you run into an Ornn and you see it for the first time, and you think to yourself, oh, I've seen like an Ornn maybe when I played a local back in, long time ago, Spirit Forge action, something. And you think to yourself, oh, was that archetype? You start to kind of want to picture together what the deck list could be. And suddenly you get surprised by every card. But seems we have an interview ready. I'm excited to hear more about the Ornn. Take it away.
Barrett Bryan joined by one of our other feature match winners here, Science, piloting that Ornn deck. Now, I don't know if you're aware of this, Science, but Ornn hasn't really had the most success before Vendetta. But now, this aggro sort of Ornn deck has been very popular, and you are doing incredibly well. There are 5 of you here in day 2, but only 2 of you doing this well. You're now 8-1 going into round 10. How has this deck been working for you, and how successful has it been?
Well, for now, I cannot complain. It's been great. So, first, why did I choose Ornn? Maybe it's... so I played the Nation Clash. It's a tournament with Riftbound with draft. And we had to play with 8 teams from different nations. And you had the draft with pick and ban. And so I ended up picking Ornn. And so it became kind of a meme that I will bring Ornn to this RQ. So I didn't know if I had to try out with a good deck with Azir or something like that, or Ornn. And in the end, I decided to pick Ornn and change my deck list in the last second, and it's doing great for now.
And it's working out for you. So I kind of want to talk about your journey getting to day 2 now. Okay, so you have 4 more rounds to play today, obviously. You're now 1 win today, so now moving on to 8-1. How have the matchups been? You know, you only had 1 loss yesterday, which was to... Kennen, okay.
Yeah.
And which is the most represented deck in the room. But did you play against other Kennens as well?
I did play against other Kennen, and it went quite well. So I think the matchup is not that easy. You really need to counter the Rider Wind of the Kennen.
Yeah.
So once he gets on the point tempo and he can back to base, you cannot win. But if you have the point advantage, you cannot lose.
Wow, I mean, that makes a lot of sense then. And, you know, and the Kennen decks can for sure, they have a very big variation on, like, do they high roll or do they not?
Very high roll deck, so it's sometimes you cannot lose with Kennen.
Specifically in this matchup you had against Rek'Sai, I feel like that's almost like a pretty favorable matchup for you because they typically want to play a lot of these removals type spells to then play their own units and get onto the points and keep conquering over and over again. But when you're playing things like Sprite Fountain, and you're just
favorite cards.
You know, getting all the, and you don't have to pay the power cost on them. You know, when you're just getting on to all these battlefields with sprites, it almost feels like if they use their removal, it's a waste, right? So I gotta say that this matchup is probably pretty good for you. But other matchups that you ran into yesterday that you had either a hard time with, but you still won. You know, like what kind of decks do you think this deck really excels against in this format right now?
Actually, I think Rek'Sai is good, as you said, and for the rest, I'm not so sure about what are the good matchup or not because I didn't play a lot of Ornn actually. So every time I play against a deck, I'm like, okay, it's the first time. Let's see how it's going, and I figure it out.
Well, you definitely have figured it out because again, coming into today, X-1, I was definitely keeping an eye on you yesterday as well to see how many Ornns we could see potentially get on stream. But you are now 8-1, moving into round 10. Congratulations once again. You've got some more tournament to play though, so I'm gonna let you take a break before you have to get some more, and we're gonna go ahead and we'll send it back.
This is a story about a big meta upset. A story about technical precision. This is the story about how a Rengar changed the tides. Riftbound Regional Qualifier Atlanta. The last regional qualifier before Unleashed release. We're finding ourselves in the League of Draven. Chaos and Fury are the domains to beat. A whopping 211 of the 1832 players brought Draven Glorious Executioner to their tournament with the hopes and dreams to win it all. Equipped with Ferris Forerunner, the undisputed best unit in Spirit Forged, and Rebuke as the best answer to it, the mid-range deck proved as the most dominant force in the tournament. Winning combats with sticky units and utility cards to profit off the passive card draw engine of your legend. A snowball that once it starts running, cannot be stopped. The perfect strategy? Not for Prismaticism. He found a way to play Draven's game, but more aggressively. What the Draven legend brings in value, any doubles in tempo. The meta centers around powerful units and, most importantly, 2 energy cost chaos spells. Flash, Hard Bargain, Rebuke, and Ride the Wind. All of those cards provide utility on your turn and on your opponents. You can dodge combat, force points, or protect your units with all of these cards. While these cards provide similar amount of utility, they work in completely different ways, which makes it hard for the opponents to play around all of them. Annie the Darkchild readies 2 of your runes at the end of your turn, which allows you to always be able to completely exhaust your runes in order to play your biggest units and maximize energy usage, while still keeping your opponents on their toes with 2 runes up at least. But one card in particular sets Annie apart from the Draven decks. Rengar Pouncing. The OG Ambusher is an incredible offensive threat, coming in hot with 5 might on attack for only 3 energy straight from hand. While the offensive possibilities that Rengar as a champion historically has are quite obvious, Prismaticism finds more depth in the card, which brings us to the moment he won his first regional qualifier title. We are finding ourselves in Game 3 of the Atlanta Finals. The winner immortalizes themselves in Riftbound history. Prismaticism on Annie versus challenger TCG's Coco Lopez on Draven. A dramatic aspirants climb game in which both players reach 8 points.
Both players literally 1 point away from being the regional qualifier Atlanta champion.
The tension is palpable and the resources are few. Prismet finds himself with 5 runes readied, looking at a Ferris Forerunner previously established in Coco Lopez base. Both battlefields are empty and Prismaticism only has a long sword on his side of the board. The situation looked dire. The options in his hand looked mediocre. A traveling merchant for 2 and a pass, immediately readying his runes again. After thoroughly thinking through all the possibilities and checking both players' treasures, he decides to only play a 2-drop with no immediate impact on the board state? It feels almost like a concession. GGs were spammed in chat already. Coco Lopez starts his turn by trying to conquer the arena's greatest to set up for a winning hold next turn. That was the moment in which Prismet with haste slammed down the Ride the Wind, pushing the traveling merchant onto the other battlefield. No answer from Coco. First the move trigger of the merchant happens, discarding the Ferris Forerunner to draw another card. Then both players conquer in their respective battlefields and draw a card since they cannot get the victory point just yet. All of a sudden, the pressure is on Coco Lopez. He needs to deny the holding point or Prismaticism will be crowned the Atlanta champion. His out is just in his hand, a falling star that he kept in hand to get rid of the traveling merchant. But again, lightning fast, Prismaticism picks up his cards and throws down a defensive Rengar pouncing onto the battlefield.
Does Coco have the rebuke in this instance? No, shows it!
Immediately followed by a quick concession of his opponent who fought so hard to become a finalist. Instead of developing the merchant in another unit to then later on try and deal with the Ferris Forerunner. Prismaticism in this tournament displayed how a risky playstyle, playing the odds and bravery can catch your opponent off guard and win you a regional qualifier.
Alright, so last time I introduced you to RQ Utrecht, but now we're in RQ Barcelona and this venue is massive. Let's have a look. Come have a look. Alright then, Riftbounders, we're here at the RQ here in Barcelona and we're in the Riftbound Museum. Where else in the world can you see all the different signature card rarities along with all the big cards from sets 1 through 4 Origins all the way through Vendetta? Quite honestly, this is an absolute masterclass, a spectacle here of Riftbound. It's something I can't wait to have a better look at. So here we can see the Spirit Forward signatures and the over-numbered as well. Seeing them all here in one place, it's just really nice. Good bit of Riftbound history. And quite honestly, the collector in me is crying. So here are the Unleashed signatures. You'd be very happy if you saw these in packs. And we know just how impactful Unleashed was in our metagame. But how about Vendetta? Here is the newest entry into the Riftbound Museum. We have the Vendetta cards, and this is our first RQ where these will be legal. How much will they change the metagame? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching this event, baby.
All right, so this is the demo area. So if you're at home and you want to get to one of these events, but you don't quite know how to play or you want to learn a new mechanic, they've got you covered here. There's a multitude of decks that you can use to play for all different levels of skill as well. So one of the most funnest things you can do here at these RQs is actually get to open a pack and keep the content. You can see us behind us where people open the packs, it gets filmed, and the whole crowd can react to see what they got. And hopefully we can get involved there and have a look ourselves. All right, so we're actually going to get to go in now and see what these next packs are. Hopefully we pack some heat. We're about to crack open 2 Vendetta packs. Guys, what cards are we looking for?
Signature Akali, that's the best one in here. I would say number 1. Number 2 would be Ahri or Kaisa. That's about it for me.
Okay, so he wants the signature greedy boy. Okay, what are we after over here?
I'm looking for a Red Kaisa. Just really playable card, looks really nice. Really good card.
It is very playable. All right then, the floor is yours then, my friends. Here we go, we got signatures and we want Kaisers. Everyone cross our fingers, here we go. Okay, it's all happening quickly. Oh, here we go. It's actually my favorite deck from Vendetta, so I'm quite happy. Thank you so much for your time, boys. Oh, thank you so much. Whoa, look at this! This is scary, the Baron Nashor statue. This is very new. Now, we've all played Riftbound. You know, when that Baron Nashor comes down, things can get a little bit wild. But how about this giant Baron Nashor? Gotta be careful. All right, but this is the business end of the hall. This is the prize wall where you can get plushies, you can get play mats, and you can get deck boxes. Quite honestly, everything in here, booster boxes as well. So this is the business end of the event hall, and it's very easy to see why. The prize wall is good. Plushies are good, but this is the main event. Here is the Barcelona RQ trophy. Will someone stop Squirtle on his unbeaten streak? Will Vendetta shake up the metagame enough for these new legends? There's only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream.
I am Alan, I'm joined here by the Squirtle. We'll be doing a little game to see how well we know each other. We'll be asking us between each other a series of questions. How are you feeling about that one?
I think I will lose.
I think we're gonna both lose.
So what's my favorite legend?
That's definitely an Azir.
Yeah.
Okay, what's my favorite legend?
I think Diana.
Okay, that was way too easy. We have to go harder than that.
Do I have any pre-event rituals?
I'll say no. I think you are not a person that would believe in such things.
Correct.
One card that I will never cut from my deck.
Stupefy or stack deck?
Easy, and student as well, but that's a 2 out of 3.
Where did we meet?
Yeah, we've met in the Bologna during the first pre-RQ.
I told you, it's cheating. This is cheating.
All right, what do you think are my pre-event rituals?
Oh no, taking a good sleep.
Yeah, absolutely 0 sleep is the ritual. 2 hours maximum, or you can oversleep. Just play more.
Do I have a lucky charm? And what is it?
I don't see you carrying around any BF swords, so I'll say no.
It's not with me today, and that's why I'm losing. But it's my green jumper.
Okay. What's my favorite meal?
No, spaghetti.
That is very close. Spaghetti is my second favorite bolognese. The first one is tomato soup.
What's the worst card I have ever played?
What doesn't feel good in a Cool the Week?
Cool the Week. I rarely played it, but I think every card in a theory is bad on a vacuum. So Soul Sword probably.
What's my most hated legend?
May I say Athir?
I actually like playing Azir, it's a cool one, but no, my most hated one is probably Annie.
That was it. I think I won, but I'll leave it you to decide.
We're back live here in Barcelona for the Riftbound Regional Qualifier. My name's Amy, I'm here with Joe, and we're about to embark on our next round of day 2.
Yep, what a great start. I was watching backstage some of those games, Coco Lopez versus Margin Bay. That was a really quick, fast game, and it's always fun for me to see some on. You know, I've actually played against Coco Lopez at one of these regional qualifiers myself. Lovely guy to play against, very friendly, but his pace of play is so quick, it's honestly quite intimidating to play against. Like, he's making all of these moves really quickly, putting you under a lot of pressure, and he's gone 9-0 now, and I'm not surprised to see that at all.
No, and
he did beat me, unsurprisingly.
Oh no. I've got to say as well, just a really big shout out to all of our players this weekend. We have had some of the best shows of genuine sportsmanship that I have ever seen on our screen, and I'm so grateful to be able to show that off and show how well everyone is doing, regardless of it being really hot in here. It could be really easy to get overstimulated and be a bit aggy, but actually everyone has been just such a gem, and it's such a testament to how amazing this community is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a brilliant community. The players are having fun. They're passionate. Of course, they want to win, but you want to win in the right way.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's what it's all about. And we've got so many players still in it to win it at this stage. There is still all to play for. The pressure is very much on, though. There are legends aplenty in those top rankings, so we've got plenty more to see. I'm very certain.
Yeah, I've been like losing my mind a little bit backstage. I've got access to all the deck lists. I've been looking through all of them. That's the privilege of being on this side of the tournament, and there's so many interesting deck building choices. Of course, at this point in the tournament, it's still closed deck lists.
Yes.
So the players are not aware of what their opponents are playing, but it's great to see the variety. We had a Lucian at 7-1, for example, Ornn, which we saw doing really well. There's even like a Renekton that was 7-1 heading into the start of this day. I'm not sure how they've gotten on in the previous round, but lots of interesting decks still out there, Amy. And Kennan's looking really strong, you've got to say. That was a really dominant performance from Coco with that 9-0. But here we can see some of the most played decks. Kenan, the most popular deck in day 1, and also the second or third highest conversion rate. Actually, even the fourth, right? 51% conversion rate. Then you've got Master Yi, Rengar, and Diana slightly higher. So Rengar looking like, at least on this page, the highest conversion out of the most played decks. Prismaticism won that Ottawa showdown with Rengar, of course, just a couple of weeks ago.
Some impressive conversion figures, no matter what you think. Anything over, I'd say, about 40% is absolutely incredible when you consider how many players were at this event and how many skilled players. Some of our best of the best have been taken down at some point during this event. They've taken losses, and that just goes to show you the pure skill that has been developed here in Europe.
Yeah, I've got to say, no surprises for me there on that list. There's nothing that quite comes to mind that I would expect to sort of be in this top 8. I think that if I had to pick my top 8 decks before the tournament, there's a very good chance this might have been them. Now, let's not forget there's not that many players playing some of the Origins legends outside of Master Yi. So there's definitely decks like Kai'Sa, decks like Annie, which maybe are a little bit better than we might be realizing right now. So if you're playing at your local events, do not be afraid to take something like a Victor, an Annie, a Kai'Sa. I'm sure those decks are still really well positioned, but less popular at our regional qualifier in Barcelona because those best of metals for Origins are no longer available.
It's an interesting paradigm to know whether a player is going to turn up with a deck from Origins, just say, look, I'm going to win the whole thing, I'm going to get my top 64, or I'm just going to have a really good time. Or whether a player chooses to go for that best of, and then if you do get the top 64 and or you win the event, you're still getting the best of, you're getting all of that prowess. So actually there's an interesting kind of flip-flop of what players might have chosen for this event, whether they're going for that invitation or whether they're going for prizes.
Yeah, and it's also important to recognize, what does this data mean? Well, a lot of the decks that have got the best conversion rate there, decks like Rengar, there's a really established list that Prismaticism built himself a couple of weeks ago. So a lot of people are going to be pretty confident on sort of what that optimal shell looks like. And therefore, it makes sense that a very strong deck like that with a sort of established, successful build has a high conversion rate. But then you look at something like Akali, something like Nasus, some of these newer decks where they haven't got that sort of like North Star shining of this is how you build this deck effectively. It doesn't mean that those decks with lower conversion rates can't be super competitive. We saw, of course, Colin Kaiser 8-0 on Akali coming into day number 1.
And it's an incredible feat to be able to
2.
say about that. But
Yeah.
yes, no, coming into day 2 with an 8-0 record is absolutely phenomenal and really shows just how skillful these players here are. But for now, let's go and have a little fun of our own. We're going to play Guess the Flavor Text.
Terrifying. I'm terrified by that. I do like a bit of flavor text. I always enjoy. If it's cute, yes. Cuddly, no. The answer is Fae Folk. But he's louder than he looks, which is saying quite a bit. Okay, so I'm going to go I'm just going to go straight in with the needlessly large Yordle. Because he's a big guy.
He is a big guy. He's louder than he looks, which is saying quite a bit.
You would imagine it's something big. Probably not a Poro.
I don't know. No, because it doesn't need to be big because he's louder than he looks. So it could be like the lonely Poro on the hill who's like, I'm so lonely. Somebody be my friend.
I'm sure that the chat's got all kinds of ideas. He's louder than he looks. I mean, I feel like it could also be... It says it's saying quite a bit, so I feel like I'm picturing someone quite muscly. Could it be Gangplank? I'm not sure. I'm going to stick with my needlessly large Yordle.
Maybe something like Marza.
Okay, I could see it.
Yeah. That thunder kind of element coming in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I wouldn't mind a little clue or so, something extra to work with.
I think we lock it in.
Okay, well, let's lock it in. I'm locking in needlessly large Yordle.
I'm going for Thunder themselves.
Let's see.
Hey, Crashing Thunder! Look at that. Yeah, see, they're little but loud. See, not big, because then he's not louder than he looks. Then he's as loud as he looks.
I'm impressed. Were there a Yordle as well? So I think I was close with the Yordle. Just the
yeah,
wrong
but
one.
you went for the big. You need to go for the little.
Yeah, fair. Yeah, I had a feeling I wasn't going to be great at this one, but here we go. Okay, I know this
Oh,
one.
there's another.
I know it.
You know it?
Yeah, I know it.
Oh, I mean, is it the list?
The list.
The list.
Yeah, it's got to be, right?
Full stop.
I don't want to be on the list.
I don't.
Maybe
I also-
Santa's list.
Yeah, the list.
Okay.
We saw it so well utilized yesterday, multiple times in the same game, being bounced back and forth to be able to change that keyword.
Yeah, it's a really interesting card. It was also in the Margin Bay deck, I do believe, that we were just watching in Ezreal. See it in also Pike sometimes as well. Particularly good with the Pack of Wonders where you can bounce it back to hand and replay it, put a different tag, but good enough. Let's go. Okay, I think I have a good feeling I know this one. I actually, I sound bad at flavor text. I do like a bit of flavor text. So when I'm doing some Riftbound games, if I'm streaming some Riftbound, I'll often try and quote some flavor text. I think it's Rumble.
You think it's Rumble?
I think it's Rumble. I could be totally wrong.
I feel like this is a card I've used a lot, actually. I played a lot. I know this one.
But I mean, it almost sounds like it could be something that's coming in ready, and like just charging in.
I think it's Pit Rookie.
Oh, or could it be the Pit Crew?
Oh,
Could it be
Pit
the
Crew.
The rat. Because I definitely know this flavor text. I'm a big
Yeah,
fan of the Pit
let's
Crew.
go
Okay.
Pit Crew.
Okay.
We're locking Pit Crew.
Well, it's up. It's Pit
Oh,
Crew.
team effort! Pit Crew!
Yeah, one of my
it's the
favorite cards.
caps. That's why it got me. It's the caps.
Yeah, I played a lot of Pit Crew in my Teemo deck when I won the best Teemo. So I knew it was something I've seen a lot.
Oh, that's not even fair. You literally have played it loads.
I have played it a lot. It's one of my favorite cards.
I think I had it in one of my pre-riff decks one time, and that's how I remember the big capital letters, the big statement. It's weird when you see it all in kind of regular case. The freshest.
It's Joe Curley. No, I don't have my own card. If I did, perhaps. I think that would be my flavor text. I don't think it would be. The freshest. Who is the freshest? Oh, could it be the beans. What's the beans card called?
Just fresh beans.
Fresh beans.
Fresh beans.
Yeah, it's got to be right. And I do love some beans.
I like beans.
I love baked beans for breakfast. Look at that. Okay, we're pretty good at this.
So yeah,
we're going to be accused of some cheating.
The others didn't do as well yesterday.
No.
This is our game.
I do love baked beans. You know, one of my tests for different hotels around Europe is often, do they have baked beans for breakfast? And I'm pleased to say Barcelona has baked beans for breakfast. I mean, is it really breakfast without baked beans?
I don't know, we're British, so it's
Yeah.
a bit different there. But enough about beans. We've got a very good bean on stage ready for an interview.
I am joined with, of course, Prismat, Riftbound legend. We're going to be talking about all things Barcelona. First and foremost, how are you dealing with the heat?
It's hot. I'm not sweating as much as other people. I can see you sweating. I think I've gotten kind of used to the heat. I was in Panama last month visiting my mom, so I'm actually not feeling that bad compared to other people, how they seem to be.
All right, that's glad to hear. When I was playing in Speyer, people were melting, and I think they misplayed. I think it's going to be a factor. I want to ask you, of course, always intriguing. We saw some showdowns. We have some data. In terms of your matchup spread, of course, you're bringing Rengar. What do you think about your field? What are the decks that you're looking forward to playing against, and what are you afraid of?
I'll be fine playing against anything other than Jace Aurora, honestly. I think that's my only bad matchup. If I don't go against that, I'll be happy.
All right, Jace Aurora. That's going to be a little bit prevalent, I imagine. So with some luck, I hope. Maybe the other decks that can destroy the gear, they're going to figure that out for you. I wanted to ask in terms of your expectations for top 8, because that's always a very intriguing question. Top 8, in terms of the decks you expect to see, kind of to gauge your meta read. What do you expect to see in top 8?
Probably 2 or 3 cannons, maybe 1 Jace Aurora. There's decent amount of Aurelia. There could be 1 Aurelia. 1, maybe 2 Master Yis, depending on how popular he is. He's very popular today in the pre-RQ. After that, what's really left? A Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai is very strong. And, I mean, a Squirtle on his ear, probably.
All right, very understandable. I wanted to ask you in regards to, of course, you go into an event, you have collected all the best of Annies, and then you won in Atlanta, of course, but getting that second win, you know, Alan always told me, Prismat is the best player he knows. You were telling me as well in terms of some of the mistakes you did in past RQs that didn't push you over the line. What are some regrets you're looking to correct here in Barcelona?
Hopefully I can beat Squirtle. I think I haven't put up too much of a fight against him the past 2 times we've met, so that's a big one. I mean, showing that I can succeed on other decks. It's been a while since I switched decks. I've been on Annie for a while. But I do think Rengar is a stronger deck than Annie.
So would you say Rengar is then just S? It's up there with the big boys?
He's up there for sure, but I think it is also still a pretty skill-intensive deck. I see that there's a lot of people that picked up the deck after Ottawa, after I won Ottawa, and people can't perform on the same level with it.
All right. Any final words that you want to say to the audience out there?
I told you not to play Rengar. You all showed up and played Rengar.
You heard it here. Don't play Rengar just because the GOAT does it. You can't do it. It's not that simple. Riftbound is very difficult. Back to you guys.
You heard it here first. Prismaticism. Don't play Rengar, okay?
I won't. I promise.
Good, good.
No Rengar for me.
No Rengar for you, but there might be some Rengar stalking out in the crowd, in the event, still there, ready to pounce. We saw the statistics not long ago, had one of the best conversion rates of this event.
Yeah, Prismaticism saying, don't play Rengar. Well, I can actually see that Prismaticism might be up against, from what I'm being told, another Rengar right now. So Prismaticism might be getting what he didn't wish for, which is that mirror match.
Ooh.
And it's also interesting, you know, we saw the conversion rate previously, Rengar right up there at the top. Prismaticism saying that maybe other players not quite able to adapt to that Rengar deck as quickly as possible. It's hard to play. Well, despite that, it's still right up there in terms of conversion rate. So it's looking like a favorite for the tournament right now. Certainly one of the top dogs.
Ever so true. And I don't know about anyone else out there, but when someone tells me not to do something, it makes me want to do it more. So I think I might play Rengar to the next event, you know.
Yeah, I wouldn't blame you one bit. There we do have Prismaticism sat down at the table, getting shuffled up and ready to go. That is a lovely shirt. That is a hot, what do you call it? A sausage dog on a skateboard. And it is, of course, a Rengar mirror matchup. Here we've got Kuzume with the Rengar deck. There's a few things in here that are a little bit different from that sort of stock list that Prismaticism popularized. That Mischievous Mirai catches the eye. It's a 2-cost hidden card. When you play me at a battlefield, deal 2 damage to an enemy unit here. That's the main thing really that stands out that I've not seen in a lot of these other lists. A lot of the rest of it extremely similar to what Prismat's playing. You've got that 2 First Mate, 2 Grim Apocryphes. It's almost identical to what I expect to see Prismaticism on. Starspring, Emperor's Dias, and Seat of Power, the battlefields. Very curious to see if there's any differences in these deck lists at all. I would imagine Mischievous Mirai might be the difference, but we'll see soon enough. Big shout out to our table judges, of course. Look at that. That is the Rengar around the neck. And yeah, no Mischievous Mirai that I can see in this one. That is indeed the difference, but there is a 3rd Grim Apocryphy, and there is in fact a 1 of Packer Cub as well, so a different hidden card preferred there for Prismaticism. This is a card that was in his list in Ottawa as a 1 of as well. Also down to 2 copies of Nidalee, so slight difference there. Same battlefields, almost identical decks, just 1 or 2 cards difference total. That Packer Cub, bear in mind with these Rengar decks, the Legend ability. When you play a unit, give a unit +1 might this turn. Lots of synergy there with ambush cards, with hidden cards, and there's a lot of those. Inferno, Grim Apocryphy, Nidalee, all with those ambush effects. And that signature spell, Thrill of the Hunt, is going to be all important. It's 2 energy, 1 power at reaction speed. You banish a friendly unit, and you can replay it anywhere you want at all. Almost like a Ride the Wind, right? It's very different, but it has that sort of same capability. You can score in your opponent's turn. Of course, the sideboards might have some spice in there. We'll have to wait and see, but it is closed deck lists. These players cannot be totally confident on exactly what their opponent's playing.
Absolutely true. We've got so much to play for at this stage that even considering something like the mirror match is going to be important in their sideboarding to know exactly how they're going to get over this hurdle. Now, both decks are known for being quite aggressive, obviously the same deck, but it's known for being quite aggressive, quite power hungry at the same time. So I think whoever manages their resources better might have the advantage here, not necessarily which cards they have at which times.
Yeah, and Prismaticism recently, very recently, in fact, for this event, joining a new team, entering the Riftbound competitive scene. It's DSG Disguised, one of 3 players joining that team with their brand new entry into Riftbound, looking to start off that team's entry disguised into Riftbound competitive scene with a regional qualifier win. Wouldn't that be just brilliant? But Kizuma has obviously got a brilliant record up to this point and looking to beat down the most known Rengar player as it stands and make a name for themselves. So they're not just fighting obviously for the tournament here, but this is really head-to-head on that best of Rengar. So both players, it's going to be Star Spring for Kizuma, Seat of Power for Prismaticism. I actually had a little chat with Prismaticism yesterday, and he said that his battlefield selection is really flexible and depends on the matchup. So very curious. I think they've got the same battlefield.
They do, yeah. I have had a little check, and both have the same battlefield. So is there any advantage to kind of picking your battlefield in the mirror here? They're all going to be rather advantageous for yourself. I suppose you still stick with what you were going to go with first or second and just ride the wave of that.
Yeah, exactly. You basically try to predict what your opponent's playing, what battlefield they're going to select, and then if you're going first or second, which one's going to give you the biggest edge. But here we go, Prismaticism. Is there a 2-drop? Smile on his face. Oh my goodness, I can see why. That is a terrifying opening. One of the scariest cards in Riftbound. It is that Irresistible Faefolk.
And Irresistible, they are dragging other units towards battlefields with them.
Yeah, and look, that first mate was able to be played as just a 3-might unit, but that's the power of the Irresistible Faefolk into Star Spring. It was actually Kizuma bringing the Star Spring, but Prismaticism really sort of threatening that value there. You could move the Faefolk in, ambush in with something, pull the Fey Folk back, and then take out the first mate, use the Rengar Legend ability. So Kizuma sees that coming and just decides to skip turn 1 entirely. And similarly now, Prismaticism could have scored with that Fey Folk, but they won it at base, continuing to exert pressure on the board.
And that's what it's all going to be about, is who can manage these resources. There we go with our first unit hitting the trash. Irresistible Fey Folk goes down for a rampage. But you compare the might of 2 units, but your friendly unit gets +2, and whoever was lower goes to the trash.
Yeah, but that did cost a power on that rampage, and the Fey Folk slowed Kizuma down very heavily, stopped them playing that early play, and also trading for a rampage and a power. You don't mind that at all from a 2-drop. Like, it didn't do quite what you might expect it to do, but it still had a lot of value in the game regardless because of the threat of it.
+1 to Kai'Sa, then draw.
So King Cow Initiate comes through. The Legend ability of Rengar gives 1 might to Kai'Sa, meaning the King Cow Initiate will draw a card. 5 might needed on your other units.
Pass back over to Kizuma now to rebuild the recycled runes and start to put a little bit of pressure back on, I imagine. It's going to be quite the tussle, as obviously both players have interesting combat tricks that allow them to possibly score on one another's turns.
Yep.
And that's really going to be where they try and steal away points.
Yeah, and 3 runes open for Prismaticism. He's not playing Annie anymore, but I watched an interview of his. He says keeping those runes open is something he's learned from Annie to be really important in Riftbound.
Okay.
Verna attacking for 3. There's going to be that Nidalee ambush, triggering the Rengar Legend ability. You can give +1 to either the Nidalee or the Infernus. That's now a 5 might Nidalee. Could trigger the Star Spring there, but
Yeah, okay.
I think decides not to.
And you don't use Star Spring?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Yep, no Star Spring trigger.
8-4 currently. Kai'Sa not quite hanging in there on her own yet, but Prismaticism does have energy open. There's definitely consideration going on of some sort of retaliation. There's plenty of cards that could be considered that are in deck. I can't quite see what's in hand for Prismat. So not sure.
Thinking about triggers.
Yep. The mirror match is always a bit of a brain teaser, but fun fact, Prismat is the only one of these 2 who has played another Rengar in this event thus far.
Yep.
And I can tell you they did win that best of 3.
But their Prismaticism has used all of those runes. It's going to be Nidalee, but they're thinking on the trigger.
+1 and put Kai'Sa back to base.
It's going to be Star Spring triggered, moving Kai'Sa back. It's going to be the Rengar Legend effect, giving Nidalee 5 might. So Kizuma is going to be winning this combat.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, Nidalee will be able to trade, of course, with Nidalee, leaving just, is it Inferno there at Star Spring.
And that denies the card draw from the Nidalee.
Yep.
First mate ready is Inferno. Inferno can then jump back to the base where she's a little bit safer. And over to Prismaticism's turn once again. A slow start for both players, but really that's what they need to ramp runes and just slowly take away their opponent's units with favorable trades.
Here comes the Kai'Sa, though. She marched back to base from the Star Spring, but now she trots on over towards the Star Springs, conquers.
3.
And that seat of power now as well. Really efficient card draw this turn from Prismaticism. 2 cards drawn. And still all the runes to play with.
Certainly a plentiful hand.
Darius, Star Spring back to Kai'Sa.
Ooh, lovely. Kai'Sa being saved. Darius still taking... Nope. Jumping out of Star Spring, in fact. And now Prismat has this wonderful flurry of really powerful units in base ready for a latter turn. Not wanting to attempt for the whole point because Kizuma likely has some strength of their own to push out.
Yeah, so Prismaticism, no runes available. So there's no concern here for Kizuma. They can just sort of solve exactly how they want to play this one. But what Prismaticism's done there, they've scored both battlefields. They've drawn 2 additional cards, one from Kai'Sa, one from Seat of Power, while leaving as little commitment at a battlefield as possible. This King Cow Initiate is sort of being sacrificed here. That 3 might unit Priz is accepting is probably going to be taken out, but they get the Darius, the Kai'Sa, and now the Fey Folk developed at the base. And that's something you see at a high level of Riftbound very often, just keeping your most valuable units at the base.
Kinko?
Kinko initiative.
+1.
Kizime.
Yeah, Andro. Yeah.
And it is going to be +1 might on the Inferno. That's now going to be 4 might when attacking.
Yep.
2.
Happy to take the loss. Don't want to overinvest. Don't have any energy left if you're Prismaticism. So there's no response. Another Fey Folk. Another Fey Folk. What's worse than 1 Fey Folk? 2.
Yeah, both players have now drawn 2 Fey Folks. Of course,
It'd get messy.
Prismaticism now has one in the trash. I think a Forerunner might have just been found off the top there for Prismaticism. Both players have a few cards in hand, but I think Prismaticism...
How many cards in hand? 2.
Yeah, a very healthy lead in terms of cards in hand there for Prismaticism, making use of that Kai'Sa and the Seat of Power. I mean, interestingly, Kizime did not conquer the Seat of Power that turn, therefore didn't conquer Starspring, didn't draw off Seat of Power.
Rookie. Yeah.
Really, that could be the difference between a win and a loss here is who's able to keep a hand flourish, who's able to consistently get into the cards they need by drawing more cards, utilizing the effects of these battlefields that have been cherry-picked by these players. Not being able to draw cards, only having 2 in hand is a sign to Prismat that he is way ahead, if not in points necessarily, but certainly might on the board. Higher right now. Amount of cards in hand, which is a very important element. Higher right now. Really, can't argue with that as a buff there on the Kai'Sa.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Fey Folk on Fey Folk.
And it's in Starspring as well. That's going to be the 4th point for Prismaticism. But if a unit is played at that Starspring, that Fey Folk could be moved back to base.
The temptation's always there to bounce the Fey Folk back to base, and you get its effect again.
5, draw a card.
You can just keep moving around with that.
Yeah, and Prismaticism, that's the 2nd time they've drawn off the Seat of Power. They're really winning the fight and making use of those battlefields right now. The Starspring and the Seat benefiting them greatly, and so far Kizime not really had any value from those at all.
Forerunner down, one of the beefiest units that Prismaticism has access to.
That's game.
That's
Kizime
game.
just says, that's it, I can't make the comeback.
No, it is a long way, and that is it. Prismaticism takes game 1. Kizime seeing the writing on the wall and deciding that is enough. I want plenty of time for games 2 and hopefully 3.
Yeah, I mean, just scooping that early, I mean, these players know the matchup, but look, we've got to give full credit to Prismaticism, but really this is a story, I think, this match, about the power of that irresistible Fey Folk on the very first turn. It didn't actually do anything, right? It just sat at base. So if you watch it, you say, what are you on about? It was a 1 might unit. It got removed. But it was the pressure from this card that forced Kizime to play in a really awkward manner. They had a first mate, which could have opened up the game as a 3 might unit at base. But instead, they just passed the turn. Then the next turn developing Inferno into that Rampage with a power cost just to deal with that irresistible Fey Folk. And all of that just to get rid of a Fey Folk. And then Prismaticism was able to use all of their other energy to develop more bodies and eventually just take over that game and really dominate at both battlefields.
And that's what it's all about at the end of the day. You need to put the pressure on, make sure that your opponent stays behind, and that's exactly what Prismat was able to achieve with excess. And unfortunately, the card draw for their opponent just wasn't there. And once those battlefields that allow for card draw yield, you're never going to get back in there.
Yeah, and we've spent quite a lot of time this weekend talking about the battlefield selection and how with Arena's greatest going, I think that gap between the advantage of going first and second in Riftbound is closing. But when you're going first and you can open with that irresistible Feyfolk, it's probably the strongest opening play you can make to really press home your advantage going first, particularly when Star Spring is a battlefield. You can move into that Star Spring with the Feyfolk, pull in whatever your opponent plays on their first turn, play an ambush unit like Nidalee, move the Feyfolk back, protecting it again. And that's exactly why we saw the turn 1 pass despite the opportunity to play a first mate. So that's going to be something to look out for in game 2 and game number 3 potentially. Will we see that irresistible Feyfolk on the opening turn?
And we saw that Prismaticism was being quite precious about the seat of power for good reason. They knew their opponent was low on card draw, and denying them of that was an important factor, but only really allowing units that weren't useful to yield that battlefield, and then immediately jumping back in and being like, no, my card draw now, please.
Yep. Yeah, and this is, of course, where those sideboards can come into play. Of course, whenever you're bringing a card in, you've got to take something out, and that's often easier said than done.
There are a few tiny differences between these sideboards, but really they are looking rather similar in a lot of ways. More Ferris Forerunners, Sabotage, Brynhith Thundersong, Pike, Brittle Steel, lots of very similar cards and very typical of Rengar, but there are a couple of key differences. And I wonder if we'll see, or maybe they're just not relevant in this matchup at all.
Yeah, and those of you might have been wondering earlier on, you saw Prismaticism with, there it is, that Rengar around his neck. What is that Rengar? Well, that is a Metal Rengar. It's not a best of per se, not a best of from a regional qualifier. It's actually a prize wall, what you can get on the prize wall here, Rengar. However, it was the best of Rengar at the Showdown in Ottawa. So these Showdown events for Riftbound, you can get your hands on the metal cards also available at the regional qualifiers on the prize wall. So Prismaticism first out of around 600 players in Ottawa. Therefore, of course, the best Rengar, and that is the prize around his neck. But they've very much got their eyes on that regional qualifier best of, I'm sure. Both these players do. It's going to be Seat of Power and Emperor's Diaz for Prismaticism. So we're not seeing a double battlefield this game. It's going to leave us with game 3 if we get there, with Star Spring for Prismaticism and Emperor's Diaz for Kizume. So interesting battlefield selection from both players. I'm sure there's a lot that goes into that, a lot of thinking and planning. Again, a lot of the time in the history of Riftbound, your battlefields have sort of just been locked in. You have one game one, and then you have one, you go first and go second. With that Arena's Greatest in particular, a bit more flexible. Well, there it is. That Feyfolk on turn 1.
It can make the difference.
Yeah, but will Priz opt to take that same line and just pass? I think trying to look at the hand here of Prismaticism to see
there is
if
a
there's
Feyfolk.
anything of their own available. There is no Star Spring in play, so a slightly different picture compared to the previous.
Can still bounce cards with Emperor's Diaz, but
Yep.
not in the most effective way unless you'd like some cheeky Sand Soldiers.
There is actually a Packer Cub in the hand for Prismaticism. Just a good old-fashioned 3 for 3. 3 energy, 3 might. It's a hidden card, of course. We saw Kizume not play the first mate. Well, we see the Packer Cub. A difference of opinion on how to play this one. Of course, different battlefields, particularly that Star Spring not being around, might change the context. Packer Cub, you're a little bit more happy to just get down than a first mate anyway. But same stat line in this position. So Prismaticism taking a different line than what we saw Kizume in game number 1. So a fascinating start here already.
Very cute cards. But
Yes.
like you said, not very cuddly, very intense, impactful, easy to play beginning cards going first and second respectively, as we saw. Back over to Prismaticism now, able to respond, start to maybe push into one of those battlefields, get those early points. Do they want to put the Packer Cub at risk this early? I can't quite check what's in hand for Prismat to see. There's definitely a Fae
much
Folk
time do
and
we
a
have?
Ferris Forerunner. Ferris Forerunner, we're out of bounds right now. Don't have the energy for that. Fae Folk could come down. Looks like there's a punch first as well. So there's a lot of kind of retaliation there and late game utilization. But right now could be a bit of a sticky wicket. There's a Nidalee as well. That's another card in hand.
I think the ordering of the battlefields in this game is really fascinating. It's certainly something I want to hear about from our players in the interview later on, how they decided to sequence these battlefields. No Star Spring for Kizame here. Feels like this FAFO isn't being maximized in value right now compared to how we saw Prismaticism utilize it in game number 1. Could have been a bit of a gamble from Kizame to try and win the die roll in game 1 with the Star Spring, but Prismaticism made use of it instead.
I think the last card in Prismat's hand is actually Pike. So we've got 2 potential hidden cards there, which you might want to hold for later. So is just going to go with that Fae Folk.
Yeah, nice.
And passes the turn.
Yeah, nice slow start, but those 3 runes open. Definitely threatening the Grim Apocryphy, the Nidalee in particular. And that Fae Folk and Kaiser on the other side. It's a slower start, and you have to say, if you're the player going first, in the last game, we saw Prismaticism really press home that early advantage of being the player going first. So a slower start, you would imagine, slightly favors Prismaticism a little bit more. It's definitely still a very tight game. Player going first usually has an advantage, but that's why that slower start maybe just evens the game out that little bit more.
Yep. Looking very different for each player, but very similar in the same respect, because it's looking very much like Prismaticism's first few turns for Kizame this time. Yeah, there we go. Rampage again, taking down the Fae Folk. It very much feels like the scales have tipped in Kizame's favor this time, playing very similarly to how we saw Prismaticism play in game 1.
Yeah, the big difference, so it's that point pressure, right? Kizame has only scored 1 point.
Go here. Yeah.
And it is going to be Prismaticism
Big Sand Soldier.
utilizing that Emperor's Dias. Packer Cub back in hand.
Forerunner. Yeah.
Re-establish a Ferris Forerunner to really stick them both in the Emperor's Dias, making a stand. Ferris Forerunner is a great unit to play straight into a battlefield because it replaces itself with 2 mech tokens in your base if it's defeated. And of course, we've got that hidden card, and there are quite a few that it could be.
Yeah, I'm sure Prismaticism made sure to give his hand a nice shuffle before hiding that card. Of course, had just bounced back that Packer Cub, so you can pretty confidently predict that it's going to be the Packer Cub, but there are some other possibilities in there as well. So you can't bank on it.
There was the Pike in hand.
Yep.
Could be a bit of a fake out there. Yo, look, you know I returned the Packer Cub. What could this be? And it's not a Packer Cub at all.
Yes. Yes, it's a strategy that Teemo actually utilizes very often. You bounce back the Teemo, hide something else. Think in this case, it might be the Packer Cub again, but we'll have to try and get confirmation on that from Prismaticism's hand. It's another Kaiser Conquer. It's another card drawn.
Strutting into Seat of Power.
How many cards in hand?
Helping with that card draw this time. Kizame absolutely flush with cards in hand. So many more options than we saw in game 1. First mate is going to ready Kaiser.
But really, like this game, it's slower, right? Players aren't fighting over the points too heavily, and therefore it's going to be a bit of a battle of who can just get more raw stats on the board at this stage in the game. Both players trying to now develop, and that Forerunner for Priz is exactly where they want to be, at the battlefield with a hidden card.
I will +1 it.
Keeping the mystery, but also with a ferocious amount of might regardless, hanging out on that Emperor's Dias.
Yeah, we're going to see the King Cow Initiate drawing a card, replacing itself for just 3 energy, providing 3 might.
Mix it up full.
And how about 4 energy for 2 might? Also boosting up that Irresistible Fae Folk again with the Rengar effect.
Yeah, and grab
up
this one.
The
Sand Soldier?
Might
Yeah.
on that Fae Folk, targeting the Sand Soldier.
Freeze with this.
Of course, Priz, no runes available, but could react with a surprise hidden card here. And even if you have a Packer Cup hidden, which you could actually use the Rengar effect to boost the Sand Soldier up to 3 might with the Rengar effect. So I think that's what Prismaticism is considering here. Do they want to do it?
And then it could go toe-to-toe with that irresistible Fae Folk.
So it's an interesting consideration. There's still 3 runes open for Kismet.
This has been 15 seconds. Yeah, I have an action available. I'm thinking through the lines. I'm thinking towards my next turn as well. It's more than one action. It is this action and then immediately my next turn, as well as 3 energy that is available. Okay.
Of course, it's tight timing on some of these rounds. It's always a hard balance with that pace of play, but Prismaticism decides to leave that hidden card hidden. It's now going to be Prismaticism's turn. Going to be holding with that Forerunner.
Haven't seen holding much in this matchup yet, but it looks like we might get a double order.
Yeah, 2 points apiece. Again, a big difference really in this one. It is just about that point pressure. Prismaticism was just able to apply so much pressure in the early game, scoring points, drawing cards. Kismet is still in a good spot with lots of might, but they're only at 2 points. So it's anybody's game right now. Still a long way to go in this one. 3 runes still left open for Kismet. Prismaticism with 7 runes available.
7's one of those magic numbers you want to get to where units become particularly open to you.
+1.
But when you choose to accelerate, obviously that deramps a little bit. Bud does give you that extra boost. Oh,
Packer Cup being played from hidden.
Now boosted by 2.
And then it's a Nidalee in response. Of course, every time a card's played, those Rengar Legend abilities can be giving 1 additional might.
Yep.
There's the first punch first of this game, though.
Go to 3, draw 2.
Kismet doesn't want to invest anymore, can't invest anymore, and so Prismaticism wins that showdown by a landslide thanks to punch first, but is deramped in the process, so we'll be relying on the units on board for a little while.
Yeah, and that Kai'Sa again drawing for the Conquer, drawing for the Seat of Power, and Priz has really made use of that Seat of Power and that Packer Cup decision, right? Could have taken out the Fae Folk last turn, perhaps, if they revealed the Packer Cup from hidden. Instead, delay it. Reveal it in your own turn. Play it from hidden in your own turn. Boost up your Kai'Sa, that 1 additional might, helping to keep that Kai'Sa on the board. Huge plays here and a big swing in the favor of Prismaticism. However, punch first, that double power cost, Amy.
It's a lot to invest, and Kismet really does have the advantage in runes now, being able to possibly fire off their own punch first in response to Prismaticism. So we're still very much in the early game, still very much all on the table, and really having that rune advantage for longer can sometimes just push you into the seat of advantage or seat of power as we have the battlefield down. Now, having a little quick look at Kismet's hand there, it was absolutely gloriously flush with so many powerful units and reactions that actually these little trades can be what make the difference. We're trying to do favorable trades here, and that's exactly what we're doing, just whittling down.
Get 1 to it.
Kai'Sa, then the +1 to Nox is hopeful, pushing that in to Seat of Power. No response from Prismaticism. Really doesn't have the energy to be able to respond without losing too many resources.
Rengar +1 hits.
Oh, Rengar taking down that Forerunner. Of course, 2 mechs will be found. And it looked like such a great turn from Priz in the last one, but now look at the difference in runes. Kismet striking back in this turn.
And that's really good. What could make all the difference now on only 6 energy. 2 mech tokens in play and nothing else. Prismaticism now on the back foot, not only in point total, but also board state. Might is lacking, runes are lacking. Can they build back up again? I'm certain they can, but let's see it happen.
It's going to be
+1. Yeah.
Grim Apothecary in with the
7 to 6.
mech token.
Yep.
Kaiser down. Mech token remains.
4.
And that +1 from Rengar goes from 6 to 7, which is all you need, 1 additional might.
+1 and buff. Yep.
We're really seeing the power of this Rengar Legend ability utilized by both players.
5. Okay.
And how useful just mech tokens can be with that.
Again, it's just that 1 might difference that's winning these combats. Will it happen again? 5 might on the mech. Pit Rookie coming in huge there.
Pit Rookie down,
And
not
again,
worth it.
It's a conquer at the Seat of Power, which is another card available in hand. Another card drawn.
More cards, more knowledge, more power.
It's 5 points to 4. So neither player able to win on their next turn. Still a couple of turns away from victory at minimum. 1 rune open for Prismaticism, but it looks like it's going to be a card hidden. I think it might have been Pike, the Dockside Butcher, which is that Fury Pike. Only 2 might, however, pay a Fury power, and it can become 4 might. Also worth looking out for, that card being played from hidden on your own turn could gank over. Is quite unique.
Having a unit ready already can allow for those cheeky extra point scores we were talking about earlier.
That +1 and draw.
Okay. Catapult you into the lead.
It's an Inferno that was just found from that draw.
Moving in on the mech token.
Definitely could make a difference.
Trying to poke at that hidden card, just find out what it is with low resources being presented. Just using a unit we already have. Pike is revealed.
And of course, Priz has the option here of a couple of triggers. The Rengar Legend ability, as that is a unit played, that's going to be 1 additional might. That's free. And it will be also that Fury rune. So that's going to be 4 might on Pike. Where's the boost from Rengar going to go? Over to the mech.
Nidalee bringing some fury into the fray. The showdown continues, now up 9 versus 8. Prismaticism taking the loss on that one. First mate still sticking on in there, and Emperor's Dias for now. No, that does go down too, so it is a trade.
I think
for a Sand Soldier for the effect of Emperor's Dias. That's lovely.
Yes. First mate back in hand feels great. And look, now it's the Kaiser for Kizume scoring in the Seat of Power. That's 1 draw for the Conquer, 1 draw as well for the Seat. And now that first mate is being made full use of, bringing Kaiser back. And now Kizume is at that magical 6 points. So Priz at 5 is in a pretty difficult spot here, because you have to make sure Kizume cannot win on their next turn. And they decide they can't do it.
And it evens up the playing field as Kizume has the advantage in many ways. Prismaticism taken down in this mirror match of Kitty Cats.
Yeah, and both games so far, it's been irresistible Feyfolk on turn 1 for the player going first. You've got slightly under 50% chance to hit one of those Feyfolks in your opening hand if you mulligan. 45.7%. Assuming you play 3 Feyfolks and you mulligan 2, 45.7% chance on average to hit one of those Feyfolks in your opening hand. So, you know, we've seen it twice so far.
I see a trend there as well. Whoever went first and got the irresistible Feyfolk, what happened?
Yep, they managed to secure the victory.
They did win the game. So will we see it again, or will we see something against the curve? There's only one way to find out, and unfortunately that means you're going to have to be glued to that seat once more, Joe.
Yep. We certainly are here in anticipation. There was 5% of the room playing Rengar this week, and about 97 players.
Of course, we're here in Barcelona, day 2 of the regional qualifier here. We're in our second Swiss round of day 2 with some phenomenal players already cascading to the top tables, including Prismaticism themselves.
Yeah, and it's been a long old weekend of Riftbound already. Still a long way to go here on day 2. Many of our players, certainly Prismaticism, are going to be used to that. I might have to start calling him Priz, because it's quite hard saying Prismaticism over and over again.
I say Prismat a lot.
Yeah, I think that's a good one.
It's the last bit. There's too many C and S sounds.
Yes.
You get muddled.
There we go, Star Spring and Emperor's Dias. Interestingly, I think every single game we've had like a different pairing of battlefields, which I wouldn't have expected coming into this. Really curious to hear from our players later on about this sort of battlefield selection conundrum here.
No double dipping with those battlefields, so we've still got really the world is the oyster. You can actually kind of pick what is more advantageous at any moment. It's not just which one's got the most might or what can I conquer. No, there's genuine micro decisions going on with every single advancement of a unit.
Yep, and I'm certainly going to be keeping my eye on the hand of Prismaticism. And you know what I see? I think that was no cards mulliganed.
Oh, that's some confidence.
But I didn't actually catch it. But what I did catch is the turn 1 play from Prismaticism. It's that all-important irresistible Feyfolk. We've seen it every single turn 1 in this Rengar mirror matchup. Kizome previously took the pass. Do they have anything available? King Kawanisha could come down here. There's also a 2-drop of some sort there. Can't quite catch what that is. It's a pit rookie. We saw them previously just pass. That Star Spring battlefield is there, and it's the same thing.
Oh, could it be a repeat of game 1? Is that really where the chink in the armor lies? Is it turn 1? Is it that important? Well, a lot would say yes, but if anyone's going to triumph, it's going to be Kizome. Of course, on that 8-1 record, undeniably a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, so much on the line all weekend long here for our players, but in the Rengar mirror matchup at 8-1, just that little bit of extra spice. You know, in football, you would call this a 6-pointer.
I don't know what that means.
Well, it's because if you're playing against someone that's close to you in the rankings,
Inferno. Hopeful pushback.
See the hopeful move, that Feyfolk back. If you're close to someone in the rankings, rather than like the 3 points you would get for a win in a football match usually, it's almost like 6 points because you stop your closest competitor from winning as well. So it's just a really big, important match in the fight for this best of Rengar.
That makes a lot more sense now. Kizome's now got the slightly more arduous job of building up a board state that's going to be able to challenge Prismat next turn. Obviously, just going to have to build up and pass over, which then gives Prismaticism that 2-point advantage from the whole point with the Noxus.
How many cards did you mulligan?
None.
Okay.
Both players didn't mulligan any cards. That is some confidence that they've got some good cards in their hand.
Yeah, 2 points to 0 as it stands. Feyfolk back at the base. 6 runes available for Prismaticism. There is that one open for Kizome, which, punch first, comes to mind. Would be pretty early in the day to be burning 2 runes on that power cost of punch first. But certainly a well-timed punch first can make all the difference. Prismaticism got to be considering, is there a punch first threat here? Am I worried about it? Do I want to be trying to take something into a battlefield with my Feyfolk, or am I happy where it is? Starting off with a draw. If you always know you're going to draw a card at some point in a card game, you probably should do it right at the start. Get extra information, extra context about your options.
Just build up the board. I like it. Not over-investing, making sure that Runes are staying plentiful this time and building up the base with so many units that it might become just too overwhelming for Kizome to deal with. Maybe that is enough. Maybe going first really is the key to this matchup.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Priz decides not there to score that point. I would have been tempted to get that additional third point, but Priz quite happy where they're at on 2 points. Often in Riftbound, that even number is a clean one to be at. You score 2 points every turn, and you get to 8 quite quickly. That third point, therefore, might not be too relevant at this moment.
Nox is hopeful going in. Kizome scoring that first point. Can just walk on into Starspring, but will be contested unless they manage to bounce that back. Or beef up the
No Starspring?
Starspring.
No Starspring. Okay. Yeah.
No
So that Prismat has a little bit more to have to battle through to take it over.
I think you said hopeful, right?
Yeah, well, no problem. I already had the condition for draw.
Yeah. But you drew the card, so you get information.
So, no
4 runes.
Starspring trigger, but instead, going to be trying to get a bit of holding action. And there is 4 runes available for Kizome. That Rengar in the champion zone not available then. That's costing 5.
Really threatening combat tricks there.
Yep.
When you leave that much open, it's definitely signaling to your opponent that you are going to fight for the hold.
Yeah, there's a Thrill of the Hunt. There's a Punch First in the hand of Kizome. Those are definitely going to be interesting options. We haven't seen Thrill of the Hunt yet in this mirror matchup. There is also a Nidalee. So there's 3 different options there in Kizome's hand. Nidalee, Punch First, and Thrill of the Hunt. For Prismaticism, it's going to be 8 runes available, 2 Forerunners in hand. There's a Pit Rookie and a Nidalee of their own.
But plenty of units on the board already to play with. We've seen already that going in with smaller units and then building up to the bigger combats has been very effective, just poking away at some of the resources of our opponents. And also it forces your opponent to spend resources much more frivolously.
22 minutes left on the clock here.
Pack Cub moves here. Yeah. 3.
Will we see the Packer Cub return to hand?
K1. Make Sand Soldier.
The answer is yes.
Trigger.
And that's another Rengar trigger. Packer Cub back in hand. Of course, can come down for just 1 power later on as a hidden card. Provide that 3 might, but also that 1 additional from Rengar that can go anywhere. Here we go, though. It's combat time.
4. Pass.
Showdown begins. Just going in with 4 thanks to the Assault 2. Inferno showing their stuff 4 to 7, but again, it's just about making those favorable trades and chipping away at your opponent, forcing them to possibly use resources unfavorably. In this instance, having to spend resources to take down just an Inferno, not that fun, but clearly necessary. Going for the punch first. Prismaticism allowing that to go through. Kinko initiative down. Nox, that's a beefy Noxus hopeful.
Yeah, I love the way Priz has played it, though. Will they even just try to deal with this Noxus hopeful, or are they happy to leave it where it is? Let's wait and see.
Forerunner to reinforce Empress Dias. We saw that similarly last game. Worked out well with those mech tokens afterwards, even when Ferris Forerunner did yield.
1 rune open, but we do know Priz has that.
Oh, wow. Building really up for some hold points now.
Yeah, and doesn't go for a hidden card either. Like, the way Priz play this is really interesting. It's something you see a lot at a high level of Riftbound. Don't send everything in. Don't overcommit. Just sort of try and trade tit for tat, 4 might for 4 might. And then Kizome burning that punch first, that double D ramp, losing access to the punch first. And because Prismaticism ordered it in this way, they could just change their entire game plan based on how Kizome played it. And suddenly, the Forerunner coming down to the base, to the battlefield rather, which I'm sure is what Priz would have liked to have done in an ideal world. But Kizome, importantly, with this punch first, keeps Priz on that odd number of points. Keeps him at 3, meaning that Kizome just has that little bit of extra wiggle room to get a hold back into this game while going second.
The problem with a Rengar deck is you're never quite sure if your opponent's going to be able to do some little tricks and then able to score that extra point in your turn, evening up that point balance.
Yeah.
Starspring, the pit rookies played there. 2 triggers, 1 buff, 3 triggers in fact. This is a buff, there's the Rengar Legend, and the Starspring.
So, Starsprings. Gozer.
Buff's going to go on the pit rookie. Oh, sorry, the buff goes on the Noxus Hopeful. The boost from Rengar onto the pit rookie. So the Noxus Hopeful at the base, ready and waiting now. Seems like we might be seeing a showdown at the Dias quite soon. 1 rune open for Priz.
The temptation is there, edging towards that showdown. Kizome has committed to it. 8 to 11 currently in play.
And both players just pass focus.
Damage assigned, and that allows 2 mech tokens. Again, it doesn't matter too much if you don't actually manage to conquer the battlefield, just weakening Prismaticism's units on the field and their abilities can be just as effective.
4.
Holding to 4 is Priz, but there's 5 runes available for Kizome. No surprises from that Rengar. It's in the champ zone. Of course, can come down. But there might be a few surprises in the hand still of Kizome. There is, of course, the champion Rengar available for Prismaticism as well. 4 points to 2 as it stands. Priz can go to 5 this turn.
But they have to get through that pit rookie. And pit rookie alone, not too scary. But when you see a Rengar growling behind them, sometimes it can be a little more intimidating.
And again, it's just that hopeful going
there
in.
It is.
Get back. Yes.
Priz
Jumping into the fray and giving itself the buff.
Priz has their own Rengar available as well, of course. Starspring, I think it was triggered moving that pit rookie back.
Play Nidalee, +1 Feyfolk.
Okay.
Combat.
Nidalee comes through though. Rengar taken down. Hopeful conquers. And that's another point for Priz.
Prismaticism now ahead by quite a margin.
Wow.
Wow,
And look at
that's it! And there we go! Prismaticism taking game 3 with a fury of Rengar knowledge. Once again, triumphing as we know them well to do.
Yep, dominant performance. I think it's fair to say that that Feyfolk on turn 1 was a big factor in this one. Prismaticism did get to go first in that one twice. Definitely helped finding that Feyfolk. I think a key turn in this 3rd and final game, though, was this punch first play. It's just poking the bear, as you like to call it, Amy. And yeah, we're going to see the highlights now. Of course, Priz taking that game 1 in dominant fashion with all kinds of might, all kinds of card draw.
And just kind of left Kizome really on the back foot, weren't really able to respond with enough, and then kind of just ran out of steam. And Prismaticism's train went all the way to the station.
Yeah, game 2, Kizome had the opportunity to go first, made use of their own irresistible Feyfolk. It was a longer match, I think it's fair to say. Priz kind of got a bit of a foothold, got the forerunner down at one point, but Kizome was just able to overcome it. We saw some pretty early scoops, didn't we, from both players in this one.
Yeah, wise decision making to be able to get through a full best of 3. Kizome then came back, of course, and then it was time for game 3. We saw that irresistible Feyfolk again on turn 1 from Prismaticism, and I think that just gives them the edge, and it just kept going through showdown. Prismaticism kept coming up on top, and Kizome just really couldn't quite find the resources to flourish.
Yeah, and I think that one we just saw, that punch first, the forerunner comes down, that's GG. That's all you need to see, the second forerunner. Priz with that metal Rengar, that prize wall Rengar from the Ottawa Showdown round his neck. Well, I think they're going to be hoping that that match, that Rengar mirror match, is going to be the one that seals the deal in securing that regional qualifier best of Rengar. But of course, I'm sure they've got their eye on much more than just the best of Rengar this weekend, Amy.
Prismaticism has now taken down 2 mirror match Rengar
Wow.
in this event. That was the second one they have faced, and the second one they have been victorious. So they really have got everything going for them to secure that best of Rengar at this stage. Taking down opponents who are also in that race is very advantageous.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a long old day at these as well, but Priz has been there. He's done it before, right? That experience as well, played on stream before many a time. All of that experience adds up and sort of puts him in a position where he's probably feeling pretty comfortable, pretty at home. And I think that for a lot of other players, it's going to be some of their first times getting this far in the tournament, right? And that experience for Priz definitely can make a difference at this stage in the tournament.
Yeah, it absolutely can. And I think especially when the fatigue starts to hit, the tiredness, and also the complexities of a mirror match as well just really shine through and really show why Prismaticism is one of our top players right now. But enough from us, hear from the man themselves.
And with the man himself, I am joined with Barrett Bryant with DSG Prismaticism. For the first time this weekend, I've had the pleasure of talking with you. I feel like it's been a while. You know, we had a break for a month as I've seen you at all of these regional qualifiers. How you been?
Not bad. I won Ottawa.
Yeah, you did.
I made a lot of people play Rengar all of a sudden. Though there were some people that were catching on that the deck is very strong. I'm surprised. Like, where was it in set 3? Honestly, it was just Sam Sherman playing it, and now all of a sudden they're all here. But had a pretty good vacation, came back, practiced for this. Still took a while to settle on my deck, but I did settle on it faster than previous decks that I chose. Ottawa was the test run for Rengar, and it went as well as it basically could have, so nice.
It did go as best as you could have, and I want to follow that up with, because I was paying attention to that event at home, and the first tweet I saw after that event, you said, "Oh, this is what it feels like to take the weights off." Can you elaborate on that? Because the entire time I heard while you were playing the Annie deck, people even like Alan ZQ had been saying, "Oh, he's playing the best deck. He's playing the best deck." But now you are saying that this is an even better deck?
Well, I think in set 2, Annie was the best deck. But then going into set 3, she got a ton of new cards, but then her weaknesses really started to get exposed, where she doesn't have backline removal. She's pretty bad at holding, so if you fall behind on the race to 6, you just fall out of the game. And you don't have card draw outside of Kai'Sa. And the Rengar as a deck, I've got much better card draw. I have Kai'Sa, I've got Battlefield draw, and I also have the Kinku Initiate, and a lot of other effects that effectively are card draw or save units. I have backline access with the Fey Folk and Rampage, which is amazing. And then I'm also able to hold very well. So even in the late game, if I fall behind, I can set up massive holds for 30 plus might.
Yeah, the threat of Yamato Kana has also told me a running joke that it's like, oh, well, we just know that Prismaticism loves long swords, and Rengar is just almost every card in your hand is a long sword, it feels like. So with the jokes aside, I want to get a little more serious. Every time I've heard someone tell me about a bad matchup for Rengar, I go look at you having played against somebody who played it, or even your opponent from this round, another Rengar, played against them, and then it didn't actually look like a bad matchup. What are you afraid of in this current format, and why is it not legends like Kennen?
Dazzling Aurora is my one big fear. Like, especially Jace, they have way too many removal spells. If they get the Aurora out early, and there's not a ton you can do to stop them, and just draw your sideboard cards, then they get the Elder Dragon out, and one Elder Dragon backed up by all the spells is often enough to win on its own. So fortunately, there's not too many of them here, and haven't faced any. So yeah, that's what I'd say is the one bad matchup. I went against the LeBlanc just before this round. I was a little bit worried about that matchup, but I found all the backline removal that I needed, so I shut them down completely. And otherwise, I mean, Yi is pretty even, Kennen's pretty even. Otherwise, yeah, no bad matchups.
And on a scale of 1 to 10 on difficulty of this deck, because I would say that Annie, to me, was a pretty skill-intensive deck on knowing when to use those resources, because like you said, your only source of card draw are these Kai'Sas, and if you don't find them or you lose them, you don't keep them alive, then you just lose access to that. On a scale of 1 to 10, skill level, difficulty of this deck, what would you say for executing this for the people at home?
I think the number of decisions you have to make might be higher than Annie, but
because Annie was a weaker deck, it made it more difficult to succeed with it.
That makes a lot of sense. But you've got a long day ahead of you, potentially a top 8 inbound, and you've knocked, at least one of your best of contentions here. You've won that match, but you've got to, of course, play the rest of the day. So congratulations on your match win. Once again, Prismaticism, representing DSG now and making the team proud for this event, but we're going to send it back to the desk.
Wise words from a wise player, of course. We're back, and we're going to bring you some more action right away.
Yeah, we've got another feature match here in the round, and really looking forward to seeing what we have in store. I believe we're going to be jumping in with game number 2, and we'll try and catch you up on exactly what is happening as we go. But here we go.
It's a fun matchup.
Crack on. Both players getting shuffled up, and that is a familiar face for many of our Riftbounders. It's Diwali, of course, regional champion of Houston, and that is a Diana deck with Hui. Unsurprisingly, maybe a little bit of a surprise that there's actually 2 of them there and not the third. Sprite Fountain as a 3 of in the main, can you believe? Now, I spoke with him yesterday about that card in particular, and he said it's just so good for that point pressure. Such an important addition. Yes, it costs a power, but he said against Kennen in particular, that Sprite Fountain is an MVP. So a real meta call there from them.
But you know who isn't playing Starspring? It's not Starspring, sorry. I mean Sprites. Wow. It's Mask of Momentum, because they are playing none other than the big bad themselves, Renekton.
Crazy. Yeah, this is one of the coolest, most biggest surprises of the weekend with Renekton. Previously, I saw at the start of the day, it was 7-1.
It's still 7-1 right now, so still just waiting to see if that is, of course, updated at all, but still seeing 7-1 right now, which is utterly, unimaginably impressive for the status that people were giving this deck at the beginning of the day, saying that it wasn't quite there, it wasn't as powerful as some of the newer additions, some of the newer legends that we've seen like Narcissus. But actually, I'm really pleased to see that we're being proved wrong.
Yeah, we saw a Seat of Power mirror in game 1. And then it's now going to be Abandoned Hall for Diwali and Star Spring on the other side for Mask of Momentum. It is Diwali who is winning game 1, but oh, look, turn 1 Irresistible Faith Folk. Well, we know all about that, don't we now?
We've already seen plenty of that just now. We're going to see a little bit more. And that's the interesting thing about these 2 decks, right? They both have ways of dragging each other's units into unfavorable showdowns. We have Moonfall on the side of Diwali and Mask of Momentum utilizing Irresistible Faith Folk, kind of doing a very similar thing. And putting pressure on your opponent in disadvantageous moments. We love that. For now, a Tide Turner joins the board, and Kaiser moving straight on into that first point, and of course, get that card draw online.
Kaiser's so good.
Kaiser is so good indeed. Renekton, the legend ability, if you're not familiar, it's reaction speed. You can pay 2 power to add 2 energy, but you can only use that energy to play units or activated abilities of units.
Faith Folk doing its thing.
Into Star Spring.
Showdown. I have priority, right? You can respond, yeah. Okay.
Whoa! And guess what? Bit of a blast from last game we were
trigger,
looking
right?
at. Rengar jumping on in there, replacing Faith Folk.
Yep.
So it's going to be the Diana champion triggering.
Sure.
Sees the Stupefy on top with the Predict, leaves it there, and then adding it into hand. Here comes Smokescreen.
That's -4 to Rengar.
That's a big swing in might, but it's going to be the legend ability at reaction speed. Suddenly, 2 power being paid to add 2 energy.
3 energy unlocked. Now Mask of Momentum's going to be able to retaliate with a Nidalee.
You paid for the... You were at 6 runes this turn?
Yeah.
So you paid 1, 2, 3, 4? Yeah, it makes sense. Not really sure, so I'll kill this.
Sure. I'll draw a card.
Yep.
Go to 2.
Yep.
Nidalee sticks on in there and manages to keep
Go.
Starspring under.
This tide turn is going to put in a lot of work. I'll tell you that much.
Look
This
forward
turn
to
for
seeing it. Always fun to have Diwali on the stream. Mask of Momentum there.
Move to a battlefield. You may move an enemy unit to that battlefield. Okay. Good to know.
Ripple power spent for that Nidalee. Yes, the Renekton came in clutch, but that was a huge power cost there. Look at the rune difference right now.
Renekton doesn't always shy away from spending them, though. Some cards in deck really flourish on low rune counts, so it's a little bit of the game plan for Renekton to be on the rune back foot, which is an unusual strategy, but I like it.
Here we go, Diwali with that Tide Turner moving into Abandoned Hall. 2-4 as it stands. Mask of Momentum tapped out. That Legend ability is exhausted. Won't be able to be used. Diana Legend, though, can add that 1 energy to the pool.
Stack deck. We've seen plenty of them across the weekend, and there will be plenty more. One of the strongest card draw mechanics in the game right now for only one energy.
Now 1 energy. But that Abandoned Hall also with huge synergy. Diwali said Tide Turner's going to put in a lot of work. Well, it's 3 might to 4 as it stands. Stupefy we did see before. It's going to be another stack deck for now, though.
Boosts it once again. Again, lovely synergy with Abandoned Hall. Not only getting more card draw, but also beefing up units.
Yeah, and these stack deck triggers and decisions are some of the most difficult ones. Seen a lot of people in the chat this weekend asking, why do players have some upside down cards in hand? A lot of the time, players are doing that to remind themselves of what cards their opponent know about. That Stupefy was revealed, and Diwali keeping it upside down is probably a way of reminding themselves that Mask of Momentum knows it's there. Moonfall.
Moonfall, and now things are going to get shaky. Irresistible Faith Focus isn't the only one who can drag units into a showdown, but Moonfall has the added effect of giving all enemy units -2 might at the same time.
Yeah.
Just blue.
Of course.
So I'm at 5.
It's going to be the Faith Folk.
Is get minus, right?
Yeah. So that's going to kill him.
Yeah. I have nothing.
Sounds good. 1.
Good one.
Faith Folk and Kaiser down. The Tide Turner did indeed put in a lot of work thanks to Moonfall. Oh my goodness, and the barrage of attacks from Tide Turner continues. Nidalee is down too. Rode the wind right into Starspring, and to boot can jump back to base for safety. What an incredibly sleek turn from Diwali.
Yeah, it's called Tide Turner, and the tide was certainly turned in that turn.
Pass.
3.
I have 4.
4.
Inferna and Pit Rookie coming down. Inferna taking a buff, and it's back on over already to Diwali. But both players spending a lot of power cost. That Moonfall and Ride the Wind were not free. Not just an energy cost, but that power cost. Meaning Diwali now starts the turn with only 6 runes of their own. And Mask of Momentum is exhausted with their runes, but don't forget about that Renekton Legend ability.
It's still there and still can make some big, impactful swings. So Renekton does sometimes thrive on the lower counts. Diwali now making decisions about how they're going to stem the flow of Mask of Momentum's units.
You go to 6 runes?
While also,
I'll go to 6, yeah.
Whilst also gaining points of their own. It's not just about stopping your opponent, but you've got to be progressing your own gameplay at the same time. Real micromanagement of
For me?
tasks
Okay, sorry.
of our players.
Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a really
Let me just
tough,
focus. Okay.
tough spot to be in
You're chilling, bro.
Yeah.
when you're playing on stream. The time pressure is there.
Ravenbloom student.
Yep.
Okay, just building up, doing much the same.
What's the timing round?
Mask of Momentum's turn now.
Okay, thank you.
See if they can build that momentum back up again. Hit Rookie
You have 4 cards?
3, I think.
3.
Advancing.
Okay.
Starspring.
Go 3.
Sure.
Here, rookie, getting that 3rd point. It's now going to be a first mate,
Big
and
Tide
that's a
Turner.
nice little
Move
combo.
this back on top of
Tide
it.
Turner, yeah.
Oh, it's the first. Go here. Got a 4.
So the
Using
first
those
mate
units.
played at Starspring, moves the pit rookie back, then readies it as well. And it can move in over to the abandoned hall. Mask of Momentum is looking to use their momentum.
Oh, wow. Another first mate to bring first mate back to protect it. Keep building up in base, as we've seen the more aggressive decks do more consistently across this event. Diwali has a lot of might on board, but now needs to sequence it to be able to use that flow like we saw with the Tide Turner to gain multiple points on a single turn.
Renekton the same domain combination as Rengar, and it looks pretty similar overall, the deck. Definitely some differences. No seals in this one, which we might have expected in a Renekton deck. Kha'Zix eyeing up the abandoned hall. It is 4 points to 2 in favor of Mask of Momentum. And they've done a really good job of just continuing to apply pressure in the points. You don't want to give Diwali a chance to develop that way.
Sure, you're good.
2 XP.
XP, double
Go to
thing.
3.
All. Go to 3. Yep. Go to 4.
Double score, relatively easy for Diwali, just kind of walked both in, not really contested. Mask of Momentum not having any energy to play with this turn, allowed that safe choice. And here comes Hui, one of the strongest cards in Diana for being able to have flexibility of your own actions, and having that agency over your deck is ever so important.
Yeah, getting this way down for Diwali is a big deal. It is a little bit slow to get going, but of course, once it gets going, it is anything but slow. But can Mask of Momentum apply enough pressure? 4 cards in hand, lots of runes, and Diwali again, Hui de-ramping there. Kha'Zix, a power cost as well. So despite that Renekton Nidalee triple power play, Mask of Momentum actually with more runes as it stands.
Unusual for Renekton to have the rune advantage, going in with 2 first mate to a Ravenbloom student.
There is that hidden card as well. Easy to forget about. Tide Turner we've seen, of course, as a hidden card already. Could be maybe bringing in Hui. Something to certainly be aware of if you're Mask of Momentum. That Diana Legend ability going to be triggered.
Stupefy.
Stupefy first. -1 power and a card draw for Diwali. Also get the boost to their units.
Abandoned Hall and the Ravenbloom student both triggering. Pretty efficient play there. Using your legend ability and netting 3 might overall. Only a 2 might net increase or 2 might advantage at the battlefield. That Kha'Zix not currently involved in this combat. But of course, if it is a Tide Turner hidden,
5 right now.
Yeah, 5 to 3.
Would be the opportunity to bring it in. You would imagine if it is Tide Turner, Hui would be the preferred option though. It is a Tide Turner by the looks of it, which I think will come as no surprise to Mask of Momentum. Of course, Hui, whenever it moves, triggers the effect, draw a card and then discard a card. If you discard a unit, it's 3 additional might.
I'm going to stack the triggers so that this swaps with this.
Sure.
And then this moves back.
Sure.
From the thing.
Yeah.
So they swap.
Oh, so you can't put this back. You can only target the Starspring on here. Is what he's saying.
Oh, it targets on.
Yeah, it targets on.
Oh, I can't move it here and move it back? Oh. Do you mind if I undo and think?
Yeah.
Thanks.
So Starspring has resolved first, it seems.
Okay. That changes things by quite a bit, unfortunately.
Wally maybe not quite liking the result of that.
Okay, I didn't know that.
Tide Turner, again, has been revealed from hidden.
Oh, stupefied. The other one?
Probably was already known, but now Mask of Momentum is sure, can be very certain that that is, in fact, a Tide Turner. Another Stupefy comes through.
Tide Turner. Do what he said, I think. Let me just think. So I'm...
Very tough decision here. And these are the moments that can make or break a game.
Yeah, and only 14 minutes on the clock in game 2. The time pressure is just adding to the tension and adding
this
to the stress.
Back. And...
Way or Tide Turner?
What are you targeting with this?
Nothing.
Nothing.
Oh, can it target itself?
No, it has to be another thing.
Okay, sure. I'll just stay like this.
Should just 4 on 2 then?
Yep.
Sure.
Trade.
I'll go to 5.
Yeah. Yeah, change my line.
Managing a very sleek combat there, being able to kind of counter the effect of the Tide Turner in a way that the Tide Turner survives by going back to base, but Mask of Momentum still gets that conquer point, catapulting them up to 5.
Yeah, and Mask of Momentum really making use of their own battlefield, of course, with that Star Spring. Perhaps knew the intricacies of how that would resolve with the Tide Turner and therefore could play around that accordingly. That knowledge can definitely make such a big difference at this level.
Yeah, you're good, you're good. Yeah, 6.
6 here. This gets +2. So it's a 4 now. Leave here. So it gets plus.
Ooh, Cleave to really put the pressure on Kazik
7.
there. That's an 8 to 6. Diwali doesn't have a lot left going for them resource-wise to be able to combat this. That just one
how many cards
rune left.
It's
Gonna be
a
spent.
banner hold trigger, sorry. So it's 8.
Okay.
So it's 10 total. Yeah.
It's gonna be
I go to 6.
Taking out the first mate and Inferna dealing with Kha'Zix. And that 6 points is all important.
Maybe not.
Just a stone's throw away from victory. Mask of Momentum now has the hardest part, just to go over to that 8th point.
Not that many cards in the hand, though, of Mask of Momentum. You would expect Renekton to need to win quite quickly by nature. There is only 2 cards left in hand, but don't forget that 6-cost Chosen Champ with Accelerate, that Legend ability. You're very happy to burn power to get energy if it's going to be the turn that wins you the game. 6 points to 4. So Diwali in a position here where they would love to get to 6 themselves, but it's a tricky spot to be in because you have to make sure Mask does not
I have a judge question
in the next
because I don't know how Star Spring works. So is it okay if I ask away from the table?
It's like we're going to get
We're pausing on time, by the way.
a judge question there
Yep.
I can't hear. I can hear.
from Diwali. But here's the list. 2 ways in main, which usually we'd see 3, Amy. I do believe there might be the 3rd one on the sideboard, but that triple Sprite fountain. I actually spoke to him, Amy, and he said after the pre-regional, just before locking in his deck on Friday night, he changed like 5 cards in his main deck, 5 cards in his sideboard, like really sweeping changes at the last minute. Well, clearly it's working out for them so far.
That is a lot of changes in a short span of time, but a decorated player like Diwali is really going to have the advantage when they're knowing which of those cards to change in and out, and I imagine that's very, very potent in this game.
Yeah, the Star Spring of Mask of Momentum.
Sorry, I picked up my Hue.
Yeah, you should have a Hue. Yeah, you should have a Hue.
I was like, where did my Hue go? Okay.
You have 3 cards.
3
cards.
3 might at the Star Spring, 2 might at Abandoned Hall for Mask of Momentum. But that Renekton Legend ability is lurking. 2 additional energy could be added.
Trigger.
Player gets the movement effect, draw one card, discard a card, and then depending on what type of card Diwali chooses to discard, they'll get a different effect. You can have another draw one, ready 2 runes, or give a unit +2 might this turn.
A float 2, discard, untap 2.
Sure.
Oh, Sprite Fountain discarded, so Diwali floating 2 energy there.
Do you have any?
No.
Okay. You get a 5.
Yep.
When that gear's discarded, readies 2 runes. So Diwali now with 2 energy floating. Way discarding that Sprite Fountain, not needed right now. And those 2 extra energy is going to be very welcome here. Do they go for the whole Diwali here? A second
Double way?
No way.
Trigger.
Actually, 2 way.
And gets the movement trigger. Impressive.
It's supposed to trigger the other one, but I don't think it matters.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's the same card.
Discard.
Okay, so you just drop.
It's got a gust.
Suck.
Stupefy. Not only weakens the opponent, draws a card, and buffs up our Ravenbloom student by 1 might.
Yeah, Stupefy at Abandoned Hall is just brilliant.
Sorry, yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
There's 2.
I don't think that's mandatory, so you probably shouldn't tell me that one.
Effect of Abandoned Hall and the effect on
1 before.
Ravenbloom student himself. So actually,
Yeah,
+2.
I
Very
didn't draw a card yet.
Yeah, draw a card.
for 1 power. So cheap, but getting so many effects.
Yeah, that's fine. You go to 6.
6 points apiece.
Diwali coming up on that crucial point where win is in the sight.
Yeah, and of course, Diwali 1 game up to 0. So Diwali looking to take this 2-0 and march on to 9 wins, 1 loss. Mask of momentum back against the wall a little bit with the time.
To your hand. Okay.
And the board is swinging in favor of Diwali with these ways. Gust brings Tide Turner back. There's a switcheroo and a Tide Turner in the hand. So we're going to see the Tide Turner hidden at Starspring. Or perhaps not. A lot of bluff potential with these hidden cards.
I love it. Bit of mind games.
I think it's still the Tide Turner.
Are going to hide a card regardless of what it is. Leave the mystery to Mask.
Yeah, and that Renekton champion can still be seen, but it is that second hidden card.
Which one's the Tide Turner?
And this is honestly one of the deadliest hidden card
I'm gonna think about what to, and then pass.
Yeah.
in Riftbound.
You can just start. I'm just thinking about what we're in.
Right, you've got a Tide Turner at 1, a switcheroo at the other, and you can do all kinds of shenanigans with that combination. You Tide Turner over, and then switcheroo, swapping the might of the Tide Turner with something else. All kinds of combinations you can pull
I
off
messed
with
up
that.
because I could have walked both in and then just gusted my Tide Turner and given the +2 with that. Had 1 more mana up and Stupefy up.
So he's thinking maybe could have saved that Stupefy.
Mask
7.
has an interesting set of cards in hand.
Yeah.
Got a couple of ambushes there. We've got
You have 12 mana this turn.
Rengar and Nidalee, and then Fae Folk, and the Renekton champion. So only got unit cards available, which could be
How much time do we have?
could be sketchy.
It might all come down to this. 6 points apiece. Here we go.
First showdown, 2-3.
Yeah, the Initiate ahead. 2 hidden cards. Abandoned Hall as well in play. That Diana Legend ability is exhausted. So only 1 energy to work with for Diwali. Having just played those Stupefiers, and they did say they wish they'd maybe played that last turn a little bit differently to have Stupefy still available.
With 2 very, very powerful hidden cards. It just depends which way round those are.
Yeah,
between
Mask,
Tide Turner and Switcheroo.
Mask knows surely
to do this.
one of them's Tide Turner. It's going to be Switcheroo. I think Mask's done a really good job of nullifying the potential value of that Switcheroo. Only 2 to 3 swap.
Then the triggers.
The triggers can be put on after,
after.
the Switcheroo.
It's on resolution.
Which means the Raven Bloom will be at 3, the Initiate at 2, and then...
Yeah. So this is...
+3.
And then the Abandoned Hall will be triggering on the Raven Bloom. So that is a 2 Might King Cow Initiate, and that is a 5 Might Raven Bloom student, as it stands.
Rengar jumps into the fray.
Okay.
First of a flurry of strong units to try and make the push.
7.
One more battlefield to go, and that's Mask of Momentum's game.
Yeah, but and Dwally, though, still holding strong at Starspring. So Mask of Momentum, while they've managed to ensure Dwally doesn't win off holding, it's still a tricky spot to be in.
Very tricky indeed.
Game's in the balance.
Either player could win.
Yeah, Dwally here, if they manage to survive this turn, they can conquer the Abandoned Hall on their own turn, they will have win, of course. So Mask of Momentum might just have to try and hold. That might be the best chance. But already that Hui...
Take your time. I'm going to play to win in game 3 as well, and then figure it out going on. Like, I won't play as if points matter in game 3.
That Starspring with Hui, so menacing.
Yeah.
Bayfoot going in, trying for the whole point. Dwally now has the opportunity to take the win through taking that single battlefield. Just needs to overcome the Abandoned Hall.
Yeah, goes for the Fae Folk. Doesn't develop that chosen champion. Nidalee in hand, but Dwally, all they need to do here is conquer the Abandoned Hall, and it will be their game. Here we go, it's Tide Turner.
Bounce this back.
Bazzing away, we get the
Get one
Hui
card.
trigger.
Yeah.
Trigger.
Draw a card. Already got some fantastic cards in hand. Starcrossed, I imagine, going to come to great effect here to push back Rengar.
It's a lot of might already. 8 might on one Hui, 5 on the other. 2 move triggers still at least to come through.
6, 7, 13.
A nice little giggle about the 6, 7.
I know, right?
We always like to see that.
Do we?
I do. I'm sure chat does.
Both way, showing us just why they are so strong. But first, a stack deck to get more information, more knowledge. Another Starcrossed, wow.
Yeah.
Let's go into the bottom, though.
And the stack deck here consciously played before committing. Do lose out on 1 point of the Abandoned Hall. Here we go, though. Wait, move trigger, draw a card. Whatever you discard, you get something. Right now, might seems like the best. That's why Vex was chosen off stack deck. That's the game.
Dwally wins it all. There we go. Seeing that 2-0 with Diana. An impressive deck that we've seen so much of, yet so little in this event specifically.
Yeah, really impressive run from Renekton, still going strong with only 2 losses, but Dwally, one of the titans of our competitive scene, a regional qualifier champion, holding strong with that Sprite Fountain Diana deck.
I like it.
Very impressive stuff.
I do, and we didn't even get to see the Sprite Fountain in those games. Maybe game 1 was different, but we didn't get to see it there in game 2, so clearly does some early game pressure for sure. We just didn't get the glory of seeing that, sadly.
Yeah, and Dwally, again, mentioned to me he's changed his deck list so much from that Friday night, and that really shows you that Friday event here at the regional qualifiers, lots of opportunity to fine-tune your deck, make your final decisions. Is your deck good enough? Is something not quite going right? It's a bold decision to make so many changes at the last minute, but clearly it's working out. So let's hear now from Dwally, who's in the lounge with Barrett.
Barrett Bryant here, joined with one of our round 10 players that we got to feature in the Honorable Diwali, our regional qualifier champion from all the way back in Houston, but still top cutting your way, looking for those, you know, that climb back to another win with some other people in the room, still representing the Diana.
Yeah.
Quite a choice to make, honestly, if I gotta ask, because I think a lot of people have been downplaying it because I've heard, we were even talking about it yesterday. The Kennen matchup can be rough sometimes on the kind of like the highest of highs for Kennen.
Yeah, their draws are better than, like their best draws are better than our best draws.
So why the ultimate decision to stick with it?
Stick with Diana. So a few things. I just like the deck. I mean, I like Kennen too. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm a stack deck enjoyer. You give me Lightning Rush. You know, it's the kind of deck I like. There's two reasons. So I think Kennen is like a more overrepresented deck, and because of that, there's more people playing. And I would rather get the Diana Best of Legend than Kennen. But also, I think people are like putting hate cards for Kennen. So for example, a hate card would be something like Forge of the Future, I believe. It shuffles 4 cards back in. People are playing things like Disposal Order. I have some like sideboard cards just for Kennen, right? Like I don't want to tell right now, but you know,
you're good.
I got some stuff. So I think that's another reason people are putting hate cards for the deck. So I don't want to be on the most targeted deck. The last thing is, I'm not gonna lie, I was dooming super hard. Like,
oh no,
I don't know if you know, I have a Diana guide. Most have updated, and I had some personal life stuff happen, but like outside of that, I was dooming. Like the people I'm coaching, I'm staying with in the Airbnb, they saw me at 11:45 p.m. like before deck list submission on Friday, and I'm sitting there like head in hands, like almost switching to Kennen. And then I did something what I think is, I drew inspiration from the second place Hartford list, because in the pre-regional, I got destroyed, and I realized I was boarding in my Sprite Fountains every single game. And I just completely changed my main deck, completely changed my sideboard, and honestly, that change, I submitted my deck at like 11:59 with like 50 seconds. Like, so 10 seconds after it hit midnight, I don't even know if it was due at midnight, but I thought it was. So like, I submitted it with 10 seconds left before it was late, and the changes I made have all came up huge.
Yeah.
Actually huge. They every single card that I switched, including like for Switcheroo, every single one has actually, it's came up and been good, and nobody expects Switcheroo out of Diana because nobody has ever played Switcheroo in Diana. And Switcheroo is in an incredible spot right now. It deals with Green Akali, Kennen Mirror, Kennen matchup, I mean, there's against Renekton, Green Orange, against Rengar, they have no interaction for it. They punch first, you're like, all right, that's mine now.
Yeah, thanks for the buff.
yeah, exactly.
Well, so it's I believe in relation to that, the words you said to me yesterday was, the cards I'm playing in my Diana list are crazy. Like, you said that to me, and I was like, I can't wait to see what the spice is. I'm glad we got to feature it. You got to share the stage with Prismaticism on the other side, by the way, this round. So stay tuned. We have some content, I think, that you filmed for us
sweet.
later.
We
so
do.
stay tuned.
Actually, it's pretty good.
It is very
good. Yeah.
So my last little bit, I guess, on this is Renekton, because you brought it up.
Oh yeah, Renekton.
Could you even expect yourself to be seeing this deck this round?
I've literally never played against Renekton. I think I played against it once in pre-rift or something. Yeah. Maybe. And then it was horrible there. And like, Renekton might be the worst hero in the game. Like, well, no, maybe not in the game, but like definitely from the last set. And that's my buddy, by the way, Masco Momentum, Peter B. I've stayed at his place in Vegas before. He's a super nice guy. He's just an insanely good player. It's honestly, I don't believe Renekton is very good still, but in the hands of like this shows up all the time in Riftbound. If you put a skilled pilot on even like what I consider one of the worst decks, I have a friend that played Garen as well before and did well with it, right? So you put a skilled pilot like in that spot with like a bad champ, you can still do well, and it's like you can one trick like League of Legends, and it's so sick that you can do that. The fact that he did so well is unbelievable. I think it's like an inspiration almost. If he could do that Renekton, I should be able to do this with Diana, right? So
we talk about people like Set, or with Colin Kaiser, with Set. You know,
exactly. He's the perfect example, actually. Yeah. I think he's underrated in how good he is, because he's always like, he puts ankle weights on himself. You know what I mean? Like he is legitimately completely. I played against him in other card games. So he's just so broken as a player, and he's never actually stuck with a game before like this. Like he gets bored of them. He's like a TCG, like legitimate. He's a TCG savant, he gets bored of them and just moves on to the next one. And thankfully for us, because if he stayed, it'd be bad. But Riftbound's so good, he's like, I'm not leaving.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he's a nice guy. I like him. But
absolutely,
he beat me, and that's my one loss.
Yeah, the one loss that Diwali has this entire tournament so far.
And he's
is
just
him.
cracked. He's like, he plays set and top 8s. He's playing a Kali, started 8-0. He beat me, like, and we had a crazy match. He's just unbelievable, and I think he's easily one of the best players in the world, like not close. Yeah.
Absolutely. But you are also in that repertoire of players, Diwali. Don't sell yourself too short. You've got a couple more rounds to play, though, so I'm going to let you get to it and take a break, and we're going to go ahead and send it back.
It's almost like the stars of a line and listening to that interview. They started talking about Colin K there, because funny enough, he's going to be our next feature match. That's going to be a star-studded lineup. I'm not going to ruin who the opponent is, but trust me, you're going to want to stick around for this one. I'm Burst. I'm joined by Yamata. How we feel? This is our second round here on day 2.
Yes, sir. I'm feeling fantastic. I feel like we should ruin it because we need to talk about the history of both.
Oh, you want to get started straight away?
We need to
tell the people this matchup.
We have Colin versus Squirtle.
Oh, goodness gracious.
Already in terms of the accolades, Squirtle, we know the undefeated run on Azir, 1-2 RQs, and of course Colin, who's, Diwali said it himself, kind of, held back, similar to Rockley, with the training weights, but is fighting with the training weights on. So he's just swinging. Playing Akali here today, everyone thought it was weak. Of course, 5 best-of sets, and they did play against each other in, of course, the semi-finals of Utrecht. So this is a rematch.
This is a
rematch. A lot on the line. We have the Azir deck that we already saw. We have discussed it plenty. The 10 hidden cards is what, of course, makes this stand out. 3 backoffs, 3 guards, 3 hidden blades, and of course, the cannon that is the new addition. All the gear remains the same. A cheeky little hand hammer, a Vendetta card, 2 Vendetta cards added to the mix. In terms of what Azir wants to accomplish in this matchup, similar to how you play against Irelia, you just need to be very careful about your ranges. Of course, the Hidden Blade is going to be a very big card, and you want to make sure that when the Hidden Blade comes into play, when the Akali swings in, that you have the Defy for the Defy. And that's always the dynamic. You've got green versus green. You know, money green versus money green, baby. It's all defies.
Some Defy on Defy action. But here's Colin K. Switched off his set deck that he is well known for. And here he is with the Akali, a deck that, as you say, power level doesn't seem to be too high. Don't tell that to him, though. Currently 8-0, by the way. So he's doing fantastically, with that Fury and Calm combination. Again, it's interesting because the power level isn't so high on the Chosen Legend and the Champion, but, when you're playing green, you've got good cards. Fury got some good removal cards and some big bodies. Longsword there, Ferris Forerunner. Some good things can happen.
So the main thing, right, is like you can compare Akali easily to Irelia without the mobility from the legend. Instead, you kind of try to move back in. There's a lot of triggers that, of course, happen on combat start. Threshold of the Grey is a battlefield we might see later. Triggers on, of course, combat. And then, of course, the Stelicon Herder as well, moving back in, back forth. Akali also gains a lot of strength when she moves in and moves in back and forth too.
But here we go, our Swiss round 11 feature match is getting started. A clash of titans. Squirtle, our last RQ champion, versus Colin K. Remember, these guys did match in top 4 in Utrecht. And Squirtle was victorious. Colin K would love to try and even that out and go 1-1. We do see the Sand Soldier coming down over to Colin. We do see the 2-drop as well. And it is back over to Squirtle.
The main question always, Hall of Legends, the plan kind of speaks for itself. You just drop a 1-drop gear, make a Sand Soldier, swing in, produce another one on Hall of Legends because you get to ready the Azir Legend through that interaction. This is the most standard play ever that you get to see. You look for it in the mulligan as well to make sure that you just produce as many units as possible without investing cards. Which leaves, of course, a 3-might unit on the battlefield. He attaches the Eye of Herald, makes the hold a little bit stronger. It's a very decent range here for, would force out some kind of a ability. Moving in with the Mournful Witness there, Discipline would it be enough? 4-might range is a very, very good range to be in.
That really is. That Mournful Witness, if it survives a combat, it can empower itself, which then empower your legend, of course. We'll keep an eye on that one. Not the most common of 2-drops that we ever see, but it looks like that is... Ooh, was getting flown in, it looks like. It's empowered. How is it going?
It survived the combat right away because of the Akali. You can swing in, come back out.
Oh, I see. Okay.
It's a cheeky interaction that you can use, and this is the strength of the deck. This
So now
is
it has
a-
+2 now.
So that's a +2. It's a for my body already.
Stellarcorn Herder, we know how impactful this card can be. When it starts to move around, you keep drawing one. As you do say, we see it in Aurelia all the time. But that is going to be the turn over. Now back over to Squirtle. We'll have another turn to get some more equipment into play or start developing these Sand Soldiers or recruits.
It's a very cheeky play there, the attachment for Ire Herald. He did DRAM for it, but that 4-mite range is so crucial. So he gets to keep everything alive and also have a massive developing turn at the same time. Did DRAM 1, of course, and has one less rune for his turn 3, of course. You're looking to hopefully play just a gear, another developing turn. Contesting the second battlefield to go to 3 isn't super exciting. You kind of just want to move back, play a BF sword, hopefully if he has it, and just kind of move on. But I'm not so sure what is in his hand currently. Maybe we could take a look. See a cheeky little Doran shield. Will most likely be a developing turn.
There it is. Asking you shall receive. There is a Doran shield. That means you can get another Sand Soldier down. Now, as I watch this plan out here, Yamato, is it all these Sand Soldiers coming down? Oh, it's going to get attached, sorry, and it is going to go straight into the Star Spring. We will get a recruit there as well, of course.
It's a very, very aggressive line.
Yeah, I was about to say.
He wants to prevent the Stellarcorn Herder from drawing a little bit too much, because if the battlefield would be open, then he can move in, move back, maybe empower the Akali Legend and get so many draws, which of course is the one way Akali keeps up in these games. Turn is passed and 3 is open. Colin's thinking, Hidden Blade. He's thinking, of course, back off.
Yep.
He's thinking, do I have the Defiant hand? Because that would be a good way of denying it. Big turn now.
This is a big turn. It's looking like Squirtle's starting to get run away with it here with all these Sand Soldier and equipment. We'd love to start trying to limit them.
Ooh, there's a discipline we talked about.
Discipline, longsword, reaction speed, Zonya's hourglass.
No Defy, though, for any
Defy.
combat tricks.
No Defy.
Which is the crucial one.
Kaisa could get accelerated in. Presents a 4-mite body, perhaps. Longsword, again, that reaction combat trick, as we like to say.
Of course, Colin is the one in the lead for the best of metal for Akali. Everyone said it's weak, but Colin is the man to make anything weak appear very strong.
Yeah.
He's on some Sun Tzu business, you know. appear weak when you are strong.
Yeah, I mean, he was
Be
playing
strong when
set
you
for the
are weak.
longest of time, weren't he? He was making the deck look like tier
5 best
0.
of metals. 5 best of metals.
5 best of, and now he's on Akali. Oh, okay, here we go.
Double swing.
Double swing. Does get the draw, of course, Stellarcorn Herder. What is this? 4-7, I make this, right? 7 from Colin's side of the board. And then the Squirtle is 4. Currently.
Fine.
And that is just going to go through. No combat tricks. Big one there. Stellarcorn Herder, of course, will not survive that one. Has done its job, though. Has replaced itself in the hand with that card economy. Colin K still has all his energy open. Does get on the board.
If the main
Shuriken Flip in hand. Maybe not super relevant now, but that's probably the best part of the Akali package, I feel. That Shuriken Flip, letting you move. Oh, here we go. Ooh. Wow.
Heron, of course, sees herself. That is the first card that is played. And he can use the Star Spring to bounce, of course, the Mournful Witness back. That's the decision he's contemplating now.
That Heron reducing your next card cost by 2 power. And we're going to see the hidden card as well.
The longsword for free. That's the power of the Heron. This is a very powerful hold.
Yeah, that is, what's that?
That is
9
might
Heron
already represented
right
with a
there.
hidden card. We know it's Hourglass. Obviously.
That means that Heron's not going anywhere.
Yes, indeed. Now here kind of hope from Squirtle's side. Obviously, he goes to 4 points, so he doesn't need to do something super active. He doesn't need to break this battlefield just yet.
Not yet, you're
He's
right.
not in a rush.
You'd love to start seeing some BF swords come down. If you have to start trying to battle for it at some point, 9 might. BF sword's a good place to start.
Could be a developing turn, but swinging in here and maybe using a hidden blade to deal with the big Heron.
Yeah.
It feels kind of bad, of course, because in all honesty, is the Hourglass, of course, is hidden there in most cases when you play against this color combination.
No, the sword was played for free, and then the room was a heckle for the hidden. Yeah.
Getting clarification how that was played for free. Yep, that Heron ability was a bit like Legion, isn't it? Giving yourself extra power to play with.
An additional interaction that is so powerful with the Astral Heron is on reveal of your secret cards, that, of course, your hidden cards, that counts as your first card.
That counts as your first card.
So even though he has no open runes here, no energy available, he can still potentially play a card if it comes down to it in combat.
That is scary to think about, because we all know that big one you'd love to play, that Defy.
It moves in.
Okay.
Looks like a developing turn.
Recruit generated. And then we're going to move a Sand Soldier back. Still have our energy open. Doran Shield. That's going to get another Sand Soldier.
This is one of the parts that kind of hurts Azir.
Oh, and Chosen Champion is going to come down as well. That means Sovereign is live, letting you maneuver all your Sand Soldiers, or token units, I should say, wherever he moves for a massive swing. If you need to start barreling through 9 might, that is a good place to start. And I believe it is over to Colin now. What can we do?
The main question is, you usually do the math here as the person playing green into, of course, the Azir. Happens with Diana math too, is do you have the guts to pull an Azir in and start combat?
That's what I was just thinking about. As I was just thinking, you do have your Shuriken flips. You could start that if you wanted to. The charm also does get you there as well.
Another interaction that you can manipulate with is if you charm the Azir into a battlefield that he already holds, then the attack, doesn't happen. And then maybe you can swing in with the Shuriken flip, as you mentioned, and start clearing some of that base that Squirtle has in the back line, of course. The Shuriken flip over with a charm in. He can, of course, reveal the Hourglass as his first played card, reduce the cost of that Shuriken flip because the Astral Heron is still in the battlefield. What a powerful card when it gets to stay alive, because each turn, that's the enemy's turn, your turn, the next turn, if it gets to stay in a battlefield.
That is strong, 7 energy, no power, and 7 might as well. That's a good card right there.
And so, as the might representation, it is a lot. We don't see the charm. We do see the Shuriken flip. First Forerunner as a potential development card as well. Comes out very cheap.
Yep.
So to the Heron.
So what are we seeing here then? 2 used.
No crazy charm shenanigans. Those are always the most fun with Azir. Kaiser gets played.
Kaiser.
That's the Star Spring board.
B2, right?
I'm so sorry.
I was about to say, how are we? I was thinking, how are we playing that for 2? We haven't shown a card yet, so it's going to be for 4.
I'm going to play.
Oh wow, goodness! Quick showdown at the top there, clearing out that top battlefield. First Forerunner coming down on the southern battlefield there as well, on the Star Spring.
That's a Forerunner for 4.
Yeah,
that's just the power of the Heron.
And it replaces itself for 2 mechs, of course, as well on its death kneel. Efficiency is the aim of the game there for Colin K. Is tapped out, but remember, as you do say, can you?
That was
hidden.
Reverse order.
It's fine.
To get the Heron ability.
Yes, sir. If you
Strong term.
If you want to somehow conquer both, you kind of wish to, of course, attack the Heron first. But actually, no, you don't want to, because of how these Zonia's Hourglass can be revealed and still interact with the other battlefield.
Yeah.
The main issue that Squirtle has as a, the resident Azir player here on the cast, I would say he doesn't have the big gear. He can't do the multiple swing-ins where you kind of swing in once,
you set
one time, and then one more time, equip, because you only have the 1-drop gear here. We see Soul Swords, we see Doran Shields, Eye of the Herald, but no BF Sword, no Brutalizers.
Yet. Oh, there's the Hand Hammer.
Hand Hammer's beautiful interaction with the Eye of Herald.
Yeah, of course.
There's the Brutalizer. A lot of gear coming down.
These are the big ones.
That's the first equip.
6.
Will he equip the Eye of Herald as well? So, of course, the Hand Hammer requires you to have a little buddy when you swing in to get that extra might from Hand Hammer.
Yeah, you want to be not quite like Master G. You want to have one friend with you when you're using the Hand Hammer.
There's the Hand Hammer as well. That's the big boy now with the Brutalizer and the Hand Hammer.
2, 4, just wait,
5,
because
6.
And now the Hand Hammer comes through as well.
Oh, wow.
7, 9 at the moment, yes.
That stands so it has 4 arms.
I messed up.
Here we go.
Go in, generate a recruit. So this has...
Now it has its friend.
+6 in total from +4 from effects. So in total is 9.
Okay.
3 from Brutalizer, 3 from Hammer because it's with the Recruit, and then 3 from himself. So it's a 9 in total.
Understood.
Effects plus 4.
Okay.
And then I
Okay.
will pass priority.
That's 10 versus 9. There's the Zonias.
I will
Let's see now.
Oh,
try to play Death Grip on my big unit and buff this Sun Soldier.
Interesting.
wow. Okay, so we're preserving that might.
See the 2 hand cards there for Colin.
Sure.
So this is a 9. This will be plus 9.
Goodness. That's efficiency right there with the death grips, isn't it?
Dice.
Massive. He can still re-equip all of this gear, but we have to take note of
forgot.
Squirtle's rune count.
And this one dies.
Goodbye, sweet recruit. Just gets left alone
He
there.
was not long for this world, was he, that recruit?
100%. That recruit.
Man came in looking
Nuked
to
into
help.
orbit.
Yep, and was sent straight to the trash.
Still on the stack. We need to remember Colin still has, of course, the Heron effect.
Yep.
So he can still play something. 2 energy, 2 power. For free. Big decision now.
That's better.
Oh, the death grip in combination with all that equipment and gear is so strong, isn't it?
It's such a crucial and big turn.
Mm.
Wonder what kind of information Squirtle took out of course, the death grip not being
Going
defied.
for 5 and pass.
That's the Brutalizer equipped.
And if you're Colin, you're thinking, what on earth are you doing here? What are you doing this for?
Trying to slowly trim away
Yeah.
at the units.
I mean, you could sort of have a crack at the Kaiser or the Mournful Witness here.
Well, Sonya, this one.
Very nice way to, of course, trigger the Zonia's.
The Zonias, yep.
This will go in here.
Now you can have a crack at the Heron next.
12.
That's 12. Plays around that nice discipline range.
Mm-hmm. Now, remember, we do have the Heron
yeah.
energy to play with, but it looks like that is just going to go through.
Keeps
The Heron
discipline
is
in
sent to
hand.
the trash.
Keep in mind the Heron effect is still on the stack, so he can still play a card for cheaper. Doesn't need to stay alive.
Oh, wow. Now that big buff Sand Soldier with his Ears Sovereign is going to come over and slam into the Star Spring.
13.
I'm sorry?
I think it's 13. 9 plus 2, 11, 12, 13.
Okay.
Equip the Doran Shield to keep the Azia alive. What a turn from
That was a
Squirtle.
massive turn. The Azir Sovereign doing what it does best. Dragging those Sand Soldiers into the battlefield and clearing both out.
Something that looks so impossible with the big units on the board.
Yeah.
Somehow the Sand Soldier just kind of made it work. Very powerful cards as well in the hand of Squirtle.
That was
the entire
beautiful.
board is clear. The entire board.
Baiting out the Zonias on the lesser, unit, and then swinging into the Heron, dragging it back down, that big Sand Soldier. Beautiful poetry in motion.
What is that number?
100%.
What?
What is your die?
The points.
You're at 5.
I should be at 6. I just double conquered. Like, they can check it. I think it's better.
I also, to be honest, I counted also that Squirtle was 6. I thought he was on 4. So let's see what the clarification
I think it's better if we...
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Seems like it went to 6.
I'll get the dice for now, but I won't pass, just to see how much it is right now.
Sure.
4.
So the main thing with the...
Sword. Go in.
Was Squirtle does the math.
I need to do this. The ramp.
It's very tricky to deramp one more. It's a big decision.
To commit.
It is.
Attaches the hand hammer to the tanky boy with the Doran Shield, of course.
She's currently live, of course, because there is 2 there. And a hidden cards.
And the hidden cards. We did get a peek at the hand, the hidden blade.
They're going down to 1 rune, 1 energy, I should say. All right, so what a turn there from Squirtle, clearing off both battlefields and leaving a hefty hold on the Star Spring.
At least, Colin got to keep the Mournful Witness alive, which is aptly named because you just saw all of her friends massacred by hand soldiers. And now the mechs as well in base.
5, right?
Allows some play.
Yeah, it's just they want the years. It's a bit complicated. It's fine, I guess.
I see.
It's 5+ from the gear. That is what is, of course, signified. You know, just...
Okay, not the greatest cards to work with there. Combat tricks, of course, out the wazoo. I guess you have got your mechs to play with as well.
You still have the longsword to equip as well. You
Yeah.
have some options.
You got
I think
what?
that
10 mites, 12 with the longswords.
yeah, the tricky thing is that tank. So you can't disrupt the hand hammer synergy because in some cases when the hand hammer is equipped, you swing in twice, you remove the buddy, and then you come in again.
Yeah.
But the tank on Doran Shield definitely prevents those type of options. You could also cycle the discipline to just see if you can get an additional card.
Yeah, I mean, we've
This
got
could be a massive Mournful Witness with discipline, with on guard, with the longsword as well.
Yeah.
You just have to wait and see what kind of math, of course, Colin is contemplating.
Oh, we iron up here. Chosen champion.
Yeah, sadly, no Stelicon Herder. Because it is kind of fun.
Yeah.
What you can do with the Holo Legends, even with Akali. If the legend is empowered, you can just go back and forth like a madman and just draw 6 cards. That has happened to me. But there's no Stelicon Herder, so none of that magic.
Going to discipline
for 2.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, you're all right. Discipline up.
A little bit of fishing. There's a Defy. Important for the hidden card. Very
Yeah.
important.
It's a
And
good
keep in
find.
mind, Squirtle doesn't have a green rune available. So he can't defy the Defy, which is a
True.
very important interaction.
Doesn't really matter.
That's the equip.
I'm going to equip the longsword.
8 might now on the Mournful Witness.
We'll come in here. Now we'll pass focus.
8 into 11.
I'll try to hidden blade it.
Are we going to see the Defy? Big decision.
We'll defy.
We are going to see the Defy. More. It is going to hang around that Mournful Witness.
Wants to clear the tank.
We're going to buff it even more. Just
7.
7. So right now you will kill this one.
Okay.
The
Mournful Witness is going to clear out that big Sand Soldier. Now the mechs can go flying in now to get rid of Azir Sovereign, if you like.
You can just equip that longsword.
Yep, and just use one.
And step in again. Of course, with a mech.
That's also what we are going to do there.
He has the On Guard to match the On Guard if that's what Squirtle plays. Doesn't have it.
4.
There we go. So again, Battlefield's getting cleared off here. What a fun feature match this has been. Just combat flying here, there, and everywhere. Well, one thing we actually haven't drawn attention to, Squirtle's on the 6 points. You know, that's a good break point. Keep an eye on that one. Colin is on 4.
The only thing that could happen is if a Guards gets pulled from Squirtle. I don't know exactly what is in his hand, but if he has a Guards, that's the main unit he can accelerate, of course, off of 3 runes to get the double conquer action going. It seems like we get the Akali into play.
Play Akali.
And then the backup there to make 8 might.
We'll
Last
empower Akali.
We're going to power in Carly.
Then I will pass.
Okay. While it is empowered, it gains an extra 1. And then when it moves, it can deal 2 damage over 1.
Oh.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
Not too shabby, definitely. You can use the Akali effect. If you empower her next turn, you can do the damage, swing back in, of course. You have some options. If, of course, there's a recruit, for example, you can snipe away or something like this.
Yep.
With the Shuriken flip as well, you have some damage to distribute. Obviously, that gear is very scary, but the amount of runes that Squirtle had to invest to clear that massive board from earlier.
You're right. You know,
let's put him only on 3.
This would
It's like there's been a Divine Judgment been played or something. Deja vu from that
Goodness
moment.
me, not that again.
That was a stressful moment.
I'm going to say this would be a great Arise turn if you had it, right? Or if it was available. We are going to see a lot of the gear. Yeah, that signature spell Arise. Then you get an extra sand token in for each equipment you have in play. This would have been beautiful. But with all that D-ramp, it does come back to bite you.
The interesting choice here, the red Akali as your champion unit. I kind of feel like maybe you would want to have the green one with the hand that Colin has.
Oh, yeah.
The On Guard and the Shuriken flip. You could represent a lot of might because In terms of how Squirtle's moving around and counting his might, it does seem like he's preparing for a conquer into a hold on, of course, Star Spring. Because as a developing turn, there's not much that you can do with three runes.
No, you're correct, yep.
So I wonder if Squirtle is going to swing for the fences. Obviously, we have Colin on only 4 points, so Squirtle could take the patient play. There's no Arise that is awaiting.
Yep, exactly.
You're not going to be able to play an Arise. And there's the guards, the accelerated guards. That's the card we were looking for.
It's a good find. Just debating on whether to use it, it seems like. Doran Shield going to come down.
Shield.
We do get another Sand Soldier there, of course. You played the gear.
Yes, yes. I was just about to make a play, but it's like the last turn of this game. So I'm out. Shall I conquer? Shall I not? I don't think I need to.
All the gear in the world.
All the gear in the world.
No
Is
runes.
there enough to close this game out? Currently at 6, just debating on whether to conquer or not.
That's what they say in the Aussie community. Gear doesn't buy you happiness. You know, like,
No conquer, no happiness then is over to Colin. Going up to 5. Bit of a tween amount of points that, isn't it? 5, you know, not super helpful at this moment in time. Okay. Colin K, what have we got? Okay, a lot of tricky cards there. I think you just want bodies at this point now, right? It's
the charm is nice.
Score to 6.
Yes.
Good number, that 6. Tied up on points now.
Yeah, Squirtle just decided to wait one more turn. That charm could be cheeky.
Yep. They're both the same, those Sand Soldiers, so it doesn't really matter which one. One of them is getting swung in to that double mech, one with a longsword combination.
You have first action. I'm no Kali ability for my action.
Ooh, so gets to save it and get rid of that Sand Soldier.
Cheeky, cheeky.
That
Kali magic.
That is cheeky. Akali saying, don't worry, mech, come back home.
Holy, I like that.
Yes.
Okay, removing the threat. Colin Case threatening lethal here. Squirtle with 1 Sand Soldier against the world. I thought he was picking up for a concession now. Here we go.
Recycles 1. 1 floating energy. It's going to go for the big swing. This is what Squirtle calculated before.
Yep.
Has the guards in hand. There's the hand hammer synergy with Eye of Herald.
Of course.
And we have a big brutalizer as well. This is the final turn. Can Squirtle go over on both battlefields? That is the big question. He swings in first into the Akali.
Swings in. The recruit's going to back up for what it's worth.
How big are you?
3 plus 2, 6, 7.
7.
Seems like with this line, what Squirtle is looking for is a hold on the Hall of Legends.
Colin K does have some combat tricks available. On guard.
That's the on guard. We have a 6 versus, of course,
That will trade.
7.
Yeah, it's a big one.
Big turn here, big showdown. Priority has been passed after the on guard.
To the 5.
That's a defy.
And that's going to get a big defy. That could be a game defining defy right there. Struggle to get my words out there. It looks like, yep, that is going to be all she wrote for that showdown.
It does seem like we're setting up for a big hold here.
And we're hiding a card there as well.
All that floating energy is now gone.
The 7.
We know it's a hidden guards and, of course, can equip the brutalizer. What did Colin draw? Starspring does give you some flexibility to move one of the mechs out of course, this hold. An additional important detail is that when the guards is revealed, the hand hammer is going to give you less might.
I never make power. I'm powered.
Because, of course, you're going to be losing might there from the hand hammer.
Yeah, but the thing is...
That's positive, though.
Like, you broke the mech back, then go in?
It was ready.
Ah, yes, my bad. Yeah. Never mind. Sorry.
Just get
I'm gonna play
Shuriken flip. Here we go.
Dealing 2.
Ooh, the recruit falls. Hand hammer, no longer active.
Yep. We're going to use it for flow cost here as well to play it again, it's looking like. That new mechanic from Vendetta. Looks like we are. So both the mechs are flying over.
This is damage.
-2. We have the longsword as well, Yamato.
This is representing from Colin's side. He has 10 might. But that guards.
Power.
Oh, it could come down to the guards, couldn't it? You're right.
The brutalizer, the hand hammer. He's going to have a friend. He swings in first. Wants to check what's hiding behind there.
4v5 currently. There's the guards.
Cards will resolve.
Hand hammer has a friend.
So that's going to turn back online.
Longsword has quick draw.
6 with 2 damage.
6 with 2
The
damage.
longsword puts him over the tanky one.
Yes, 3, 4, 5, 6, yes. And this is a 5.
Oh, the longsword is a perfect card for this situation.
It's going to come in super clutch.
He will go over the Doran Shield target and then can just look to re-equip both longswords.
And charge him back in again.
Beautiful sequencing from Colin.
Just trying to do the math in my head.
Yeah, let's let them do the math.
So we trade for this.
Yeah.
Okay. Longsword's going to drop off. Reattach, double longsword.
Oh, my defy.
And that's going to clear it out. Colin K will take game 1.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, what a line. The longswords on the top end there was gorgeous. I thought after Azir cleared everything that it was looking very dangerous there, but the two mechs, they were dreamers.
Yeah.
The token units have been heroes of this entire tournament. Whether it's the tentacles or the mechs, the double longswords, it's funny to get to use Azir mechanics against the Azir.
Yeah.
It was very tough there, of course. Squad had to equip so many gears to get over, and he just was playing around with so little wounds. It makes me think back to that one turn if he needed to swing in a little bit earlier, and of course to send in the guards, but it was a very difficult decision to make because you don't know what that hand card is. Especially in terms of how, of course, Colin played the line previously. He was playing as if he represented discipline, for example. He was representing some kind of buff spell, which, of course, suddenly would just collapse that game plan altogether. So it's all about those lines, thinking to yourself, what are your best chances? And Squirtle went for the one where he patiently played another gear, played another soldier, that, of course, got cleared by the charm. And it's so difficult to navigate those final rounds when everyone's just holding 2 cards. And you have to make those big decisions. And obviously, the big point tempo there for the Azir was very helpful because he held the Hall of Legends for such a long time, which allows you to just navigate so many potential more decisions. Because when you are behind on the point tempo, the enemy forces when, of course, the deciding round, the deciding turn is going to happen. But there, Squirtle took the patient play, and the longsword of the top deck was just crucial to get over in the might department there.
Yeah, that quick play longsword coming in so clutch. Then you attach it really quickly, get it in play, get that extra might, and the battle of the tokens, as it were, there, concluding that sometimes 3 might on a mech is better than 2 might on the Sand Soldier. And you're right, when the Sand Soldiers aren't sticking around, it's hard to just keep refueling them turn after turn after turn. Our game 2 battlefields then, Trifarian, War Camp, and Targon's Peak.
Yeah, some of the scary cards that could be sideboarded in here for Colin against the Azir, I just look at it through that perspective always, is Valmo has good interaction, big might unit that needs to be, of course, hidden bladed. There's also, of course, the Gear Hate, the classic, there's the new edition of course, trying to remember the card name, of course, Brittle Steel, which of course has a potential flow as well.
Very expensive to use for the flow cost, but you're right, good come up. But here we go. Game 2 here in our round 11 feature match. Now remember, when these 2 Mighty Fine Gentlemen matched in top 4 at Utrecht, it was Squirtle that won. Colin K would love to get the win here. But it looks like we are getting started here with a Sand Soldier, Honka. Azir Sovereign is in play as well.
Interesting to see Colin play Targon's Peak as his going second battlefield. Usually you see other decks play that as your going first one, because you have the initiative going in there first, and the defense is so much easier because you, of course, just unlock 2 energy right away at the end of your turn. Big developing turns.
Oh, BF Sword. This is not something we saw in the last game. That is a 3 might swing. Getting that nice and early means it's going to have a big effect on this game.
Does mean, though, that, of course, Colin gets to do some movement here with his Stellar Herder to draw more cards. There's nothing available on the battlefield.
Move in and draw.
That's one draw.
Akali ability.
Charlie's the back. It's not empowered, so the Stellar Herder doesn't get readied. Did draw 2 cards, though, which is just ridiculous if you think about it. This is just
that's value
one
right there.
card that makes Akali very, very viable. But I shouldn't even have that conversation because Colin is here 8-0-2. What a strong player. Both of them. Legendary players.
Star-studded all-star matchup, that's for sure. Oh, here comes that Ferris Forerunner. We saw how impactful that was in game 1. Now, all of a sudden, Colin's on the Targon's peak.
Doesn't hide the Zhonya's Hourglass just yet. That is a big hold. And 3 energy open. You have some options. Can look for a double conquer. Would be nice if you're the Azir player to go to 4 if you can break that battlefield. But it also means that you commit, of course. But it's once again that Targon's peak effect. If you manage to go over, you're very happy.
3.
That one soldier that you send into the Jafarian war camp doesn't get stuck there, and you have options to, of course, pull him over if you send in
Sovereign.
Azir.
Oh, the second BF sword.
Massive.
Oh boy, these Sand Soldiers are well equipped this game, that's for sure.
He passes. Doesn't swing in. Doesn't feel too comfortable to, of course, give up the Azir so soon. Because there's enough might to go over the Doran shield there and to kill and snipe the Azir. This is where your maneuverability is. Azir is your version of Ride the Wind, of course.
Yes.
Silicon Herder is going to draw 1.
And we'll call it ability.
And he's going to pull it back.
Another one.
Got 3-2 cards, isn't it?
There's a DJ Khaled that's just in his head. There's another one.
It's like Heron is being eyed up here, perhaps. The Astral Heron, we saw that in game 1. He's going to get played straight to that Targon's peak.
So nice that the
now we have
Heron just doesn't cost power.
Yeah, that's
Just
insane,
strong
isn't it? That means you get the BF sword for free.
She sees herself
And a
the
hidden.
cards. That's the combo.
Yep.
Every
now,
time.
that right there, that is a scary hold on that Targon's peak.
But the power 4.
Of course, the Targon's peak here it was held, so you don't get the extra
buff there,
energy.
no, yeah.
So that's at least something. But the Heron, of course, if the hidden card gets revealed, represents so much more. And you can just see Colin doing the money spread. He is.
Oh, here comes the Arise. Here we go. Haven't had a chance to say this yet on stream. Sand Soldiers coming out the wazoo. 2 of which come in ready as well.
2 ready. Now we're talking.
Is a Sand Soldier army right there.
Now we're talking. Thank God the table is so big.
Yeah. Thank God we've got some nice wide-angle cameras here.
That's 10 might.
Pass.
That's ridiculous. 2 tokens at 10 might because of the BF sword, 10 versus 13. Basically pressuring that Astral Heron there, baiting out that Zhonya.
Second Arise in hand as well.
No, that's silly. There's the Zhonya.
Revealed.
Okay.
It's going to go through.
Well.
Potential action here from Colin, because he has, of course, the Heron on the stack.
Yes, Heron ability does activate because of that hidden card. You are correct.
We have a situation now where good target selection there from Squirtle. Of course, goes for the first 4, and he's killing it. We just make 2 mechs.
Yep.
Now we can make sure that this Ancient Heron does indeed die. But there is the effect of Astral Heron. Colin has some options. Obviously, the Shuriken Flip is not something that you can play on the enemy's turn. It's only something you can play on your own turn, luckily. That's why, once again, just a reminder of how ridiculous Ride the Wind is.
Yes, silly card.
Yes, sir.
An absolutely silly card. Here we go. This other Sand Soldiers picked up loads of equipment there. Azir, Sovereign, getting in the mix.
9 and 4.
13 versus 9.
9 and 4.
That is a double BF sword Sand Soldier, by the way. That's not someone you want to run into in a dark alley, is it?
I do see the Janna in hand as well. You can push that. You know, the beautiful thing about this Janna card, the one-off, can make such a big difference here because you can push something into the enemy base. There's the Janna. There's no defying this card. It's a unit.
It's a unit. Healing Astral Heron.
Reaction speed Janna.
What are we eyeing up?
There's the Hidden Blade.
Oh, Hidden Blade, okay.
Lands
and
on
that
the
is
Heron.
gonna land.
I'm gonna go to 5. Targon's.
Targon Peak activation.
Create a soldier.
Doran Shield gonna come down, equip that.
In the back. And tap 2, and you can go.
Wow, strong turn there from Squirtle. Definitely in the driver's seat here. 5 points to Collins, 2.
Very neat maneuvering there. It was very
Yeah.
scary there because...
So clinical, isn't he, Squirtle? Just gets rid of your resources in the most efficient way.
If I did see that correctly, right, in my mind, I saw that Colin had one rune open. If the Defy was ready for the Hidden Blade, then could have been a game changer there. But luckily, he wasn't ready for the Hidden Blade. And look at the amount of cards he has in hand. And there's not a single Defy there. That is just tremendous.
That's not what you want when you're playing a calm deck, is it?
Much time left.
Yes, sir.
Move out. And
Time check from Squirtle. That's something you always have to keep in mind. Time is a resource.
Time is a resource. Especially when you're trying to come back on the reverse sweep and win 2.
Especially from Squirtle's position.
Yeah, exactly.
He gets a draw. You don't want that. Both players don't want the draw. The top 8 cut is extremely competitive.
Yep. Astral Heron is live.
Brittle Steel.
There's that Brittle Steel you mentioned, getting sided in. BF Sword, gone. And that does have a flow cost, don't forget. It's very expensive. Could do it again. Very expensive.
The Heron, of course, once again, just paying for itself there. The British Steel just came in for free.
Yeah,
'cause,
it did.
The
Certainly
Heron sees
did.
itself.
Certainly did.
Which is good. We should all see ourselves, appreciate ourselves, love yourself, you know? You should treat yourself as a person that you love. I think that's
Yeah.
important. And I feel like the Heron does that. You know?
Treat yourself how you treat other people.
Yes, sir.
Provided you're a nice person.
100%. Yeah, we tend to beat ourselves up, you know? So the next
That's
time,
all the Riftbound community, let's be honest.
yeah. So the next time you misplay, what would you tell your friend if he did? It'd be much nicer than you are to yourself. That's a swing with the first Forerunner. That's 8 might.
8 into 8. Life lessons here with Yamato and Burrs.
That's a 6 might Doran's Shield Sand Soldier. 1 buff spell, any 2 might would go over.
8. 10.
That's 10 might
No,
exactly.
Colin
Long
is
sword,
holding
discipline.
longsword, yep.
Has 2 open.
I'll defy that.
Okay.
Oh, we are going to defy that.
I don't do anything.
Stop that business.
Guess the trade.
Just get the trade. We know there's mechs coming now.
They're also called Philip.
Philip.
Everything, every
Philip
token
mech,
for me is Philip.
Tentacle. Shuriken Flip. Signature spell.
2 damage and Heron moves over.
And Heron moves. That's going to be an easy conquer there.
Trigger Targon.
Now the main question, is there a hidden card for the Heron effect once again?
Equip.
I saw him drop 2 runes.
And such.
Certainly is.
And of course,
longsword
equip.
attachment as well. Is that hidden card? Which battlefield is that a hidden card on there?
No, this is on his hourglass, I presume, once again.
But which is it on the Akili one?
on the
I think it's on the
Akali,
Akili
yeah,
one.
on the Akali.
Akali, sorry. I'll get there eventually, chat. Akali.
Sorry, it's...
Oh, no, it is. I was right. I had a feeling you were saying it for the Heron. Yeah.
Makes sense, makes
I'm going to
sense.
say, why do you want to protect the Akali?
Oh, yeah.
That was right, Akali, right?
Whoa.
Ready 2 runes, Targon's Peak, and of course the Heron effect on Zonya's hourglass.
Oh, here comes the Arise again! Arise, Sand Soldier Army! It's time for battle! This is silly.
That's a lot of soldiers. 2 of them ready. Some of them are ready in base already.
Tokens before... Okay, yeah.
And here we go.
Going here for 6.
Bit of a copy and paste turn. Send in the Sand Soldiers. 1 less BF sword this time, of course.
This Akali is not empowered. So there is 3 might, 4, of course, on the Firing War Camp. So 6 against 4 currently.
And I'm just going to go through.
Conquer
Well, it just says, I
Conquer
am
to
saving
6.
for
We
the
know
big...
that's a big number.
Yes, sir. And it's also one of those moments where you're just saving all your combat tricks for, of course, the Heron. He passes. 6 points is enough.
Yeah. Basically saying, I'm threatening soon. You better do something about it. Leaving those units in base. They're a lot safer there.
You're, of course, looking at the rune count. 6 to develop with. Keeps him out of the Heron range.
Just play Falling Star at a 3 count, but not here. It'd be nice to start trying to pick them off.
The Kali deck plays a lot of big mid-range units. Draws a card from Silicon Herder. Ideally, you have some combat tricks that you can add here, because developing in your base right now isn't super exciting. Has the British Steel and Trash as well that he could flow, but it's very expensive to flow that. There's the Jin.
Jin Illusionist.
Got a Murderous Artist. Takes a bow.
On your BF sword.
British Steel from hand.
Oh, we are gonna. Oh, from hand was that? Or was that the flow?
That was from hand.
That was from hand. Okay.
Then of course the Heron made that free. Big hole being set up here.
2 BF swords come down. 2 BF sword had been sent to the trash. Another Astral Heron. We can't play that this turn, of course, but
the crucial detail here for Squirtle is the fact that with this amount of Sand Soldiers, passes the turn, he can set up a big hold, of course, on the Trifarian War Camp if he doesn't feel comfortable swinging into this battlefield. Because getting all of those units back, you would need Emperor's Divide to, of course, get him into base. And I currently don't see that in the hand. Emperor's Divide. I'm not even sure if Colin plays it in his deck. Because swinging into the other battlefield could prove to be very difficult. Of course, the Jin does have ganking, so that's a little bit of something. You have Shuriken flips. Can play them through flow. Move units into base to set up for a massive attack, but a big decision now for Squirtle. Will he try to fight on the battlefield against, of course, 2 energy, 2 power due to the Heron? Or will he set up for the hold on Trifarian War Camp?
I mean, multiple units at Trifarian War Camp benefits the Sand Soldier, right? Because they all get the +1.
Definitely.
So we are going to see Dawn Shield.
Another Arise? Oh my goodness, I see 6. I count 6.
Arise.
Nice.
Here we go. Go show us it. There we go. 3 Arise. Oh my goodness.
He can play these directly into the battlefield as well, if he wanted to.
If he wanted to, yeah. This is... Have we ever seen as many Sand Soldiers on stream? I'm not sure we have.
4, 3.
Swings in for 3. Try to kill, just to kill the Stelicon Herder.
How many green do you have?
All these 6.
I like this play a lot, to just go swing in with 3, because you can only play a combat trick if he reveals his Zhonya's Hourglass. And if he reveals the Zhonya's Hourglass, then suddenly he can't do it on the next turn. And obviously, it would trigger on the Stelicon Herder. So big decision now for Colin. Reveals.
Playing this and this.
Once the Heron trigger, puts a longsword on the Stelicon Herder.
For free.
For free.
Yep.
But now completely tapped out Colin. Will we see a little combat trick, little discipline on guard, something to put the little Sand Soldier that could to 5?
It's a big turn. Big showdown even. Death Grip.
Death Grip.
3 into this
That's
one.
definitely a combat trick that gives you might.
+3. Pro.
Interesting.
6, 7.
There's so much might to play with here.
That's another equip.
For 7.
Oh, that's 9 exactly. Targets the Heron. He's done with all
And the
these free
Heron,
cards.
that's it.
He's done with them.
He's had enough.
We both go for 5.
And here we go. Here's the repeated assault that we see from the Azir decks, where you just send them all in. And that's all she wrote for Game 2. Squirtle with the triple Arise, evening it up here in our Swiss round 11 feature match. We're going to a Game 3.
I gotta say, everybody's out there telling me Akali is weak, but if you need 3 Arises with that many gear to overcome Colin on the Akali, then, you know, it speaks for itself. It's just a skill-based game, and Colin is pretty damn good. The fact that we're going to a Game 3 in this matchup is amazing. We did get to see a lot of the Heron interaction, which was very cool. Just the hidden cards. And all the draws of the Stelicon Herder was also so massive. I wonder how it would work out for, of course, Colin, if he's in a situation where he doesn't draw that Stellarcorn Herder, because it's been such a crucial card in both of the matches we saw so far. In terms of setting up your deck, the Valmor comes down. Is he going to put that in the deck, the Valmor? Such a crucial card. Like, if you manage to, set up a hold with that one, and it becomes cheaper with a Heron, it could get very dangerous very quickly. And you need to have that Hidden Blade then. And then we have that Defy interaction once again in play.
Oh, yeah. Thanks.
Then even so, game was so close, even with Colin getting Brittle Steel twice, targeting both those BF sword. And, Squirtle was still able to overcome that, just proving, get rid of my BF swords, fine, I'll just arrive 3 times then, you can't stop that. Can't defy that one, can you?
I have to also point out the Threshold of the Grey gives you 1 energy when a showdown starts, which is just fantastic for Kali. That can just go in, out, and you can use that energy to develop, use that energy to, of course, play units on your turn if those showdowns happen on, of course, your turn. Because the enemy, of course, can only use that for combat tricks. It will be insane. Of course, there's some units that are reaction speed, but for Azir...
Especially in combination with the Heron as well. You're essentially getting so much free energy and power there.
Yes, sir. I think we're about to see some...
Hand hammer, equip, pass.
All right, looks like we heard a hand hammer and pass here, and our game 3 is getting started. Is it going to be Squirtle, 2-time RQ champion, or will it be Colin K, 5-time best of winner of set cards?
Salvage to Sonya.
Salvage coming down immediately. Sonya's gone.
That's a big
the
deal.
gear hate from the gear deck.
Now, those Zonya's hourglasses have been a pain point.
They have been.
So efficient. Also so frustrating that Hidden Blade also still gives the opponent the draws if the unit gets recalled.
Yep.
Because it's still visible on the board before the Zonias takes place. Swinging in. No combat, so the floating energy doesn't come through yet. Big developing. First Forerunner does seem like. There it is. Global Boy.
That come down.
Look at the amount of defies.
Whoa.
Oh.
Easy. Discipline and defy. All over the place. And then the hidden Zonyas as well.
That's just the staples right there. That's a staple green deck right there.
Yeah. And don't you dare do anything, because I'm just going to pow.
Sometimes I make the mistake to not shuffle my Azir runes, and then they end up looking like that. I'm sure Squirtle will shuffle them, but sometimes you equip.
Yeah.
It's all green there.
All right, so we're charging into Seat of Power. Soul Swords.
Just a developing
and
turn.
Azir Sovereign coming down. Cheeky little point turn, little development turn. Don't mind it, of course. Big game.
Ooh, let's see.
Brittle Steel was that, I think, found off the top. That's obviously very nice. Well, not super impactful. You don't really want to be targeting the little gear with that one, do you? You're going to be getting the BF swords if you can.
Yes, sir.
Or the hand hammer even, perhaps. But it is going to come down, though.
The hand hammer.
Oh, there is a hand hammer. I apologize. That's not a bad target, then.
Also Transil.
Yeah, hand hammer's the obvious target there of those 3.
It's interesting how you get a read of your opponent, and then you begin to kind of rationalize like the way the last game kind of played out. Triple arises. You want to trim away that gear very early on.
Yeah. So yeah, I think you're right.
And that's the flow.
On the back of the on the back of the triple arise, we're going to see the flow there. Basically said, I'm not letting you get a silly amount of equipment and gear in play because you're not arising me like that again. Not today.
It's a very important signal here that Squirtle also receives, that this is a turn where developing could happen. Because usually you could kill gear when it's in battlefields, and then of course it has an impact.
And combat.
1 floating energy for both players.
I will move this one here.
I was calling to play a Defy if he wants to.
Okay.
Just a pass. Sonya's hourglass.
There's Zonya's.
Yeah.
Is there Sovereign obviously dragging over that Sand Soldier with it?
I'll try to play. I'll be going to 3.
Just waiting.
What could this be?
Vi.
Vi. Okay.
Uses that Threshold of the Grey floating energy. You can defy a Vi.
No, you can't defy that one.
Us.
Definitely.
So first Forerunner is going to get recalled to base, but that's going to be a very stacked Threshold of the Grey now.
And here we go.
That's a pass. No gear to be played there from Squirt. It was a very low gear round here. But sideboarding in the Vice does make sense. We've seen situations where there's a lot of big holds from Colin.
Yeah.
And that's where you want to, of course, swing that in. It's a tech that you do into Yi. It's a tech that you should do into Akali as well. Every game we just saw a Astral Heron standing tall with long swords in both wings somehow.
You can just, bow, stun that for a second, remove everything around it. Oh, we're charging straight back in, though. Akali and Ferris.
Sand Soldier.
Damage done. To the Duran shields. Sand Soldier does have tank.
For my action, I'll do 1 damage Sand Soldier.
Okay, Ferris 4-1.
Pass.
Beautiful range here because it does indeed deal with the Vi.
I'll try to Death Grip that Sand Soldier and give +3 to Vi.
Is that going to go through? We know there's the fires in hand. Is this the time? Would you save them for a more crucial turn, perhaps?
It's so important to get that Vi off the board. And currently the 6 Might is perfect to kill this wounded Sand Soldier and the Vi. Does he have something else in mind? Discipline would also accomplish the same thing.
No, that is going to go through that Death Grip.
That's a Vi on 8 now.
I'll pass.
Discipline would match.
This one is that, yes, that's it.
Targets the Azir instead.
Azir going to get targeted. No more Sovereign action for now. Vi Disruptive will hang about. Obviously, those mechs going to come in. And then Astral Heron as well.
Very nice usage there of Threshold of the Grey. Had the floating energy. Decides that I need to develop on this turn. Allows the Vi to walk back.
Conquer. Yeah. Go to 5.
So obviously, if you played 8 Discipline, a Defy, anything really, then obviously...
Well, here's the equipment here, though, that we mentioned.
You can also read from Colin's side that the Soul Sword was probably the top deck that Squirter just got. Because Squirter did have some runes open previously and didn't develop on the Vi swing. And now the dynamic is a little bit unique because that Vi got to survive. Usually it swings in, gets stuck there, and then the enemy feels the need to clear it. But something is going to get stunned on the next one.
That's the thing, yeah. When it comes in to initiate the attack, that's when you can get that stun trigger. So Astral Heron going to move up. Mech going to conquer Astral Heron. A lot of runes in play for both players. There's going to go up to 4 there for Colin. Close to evening this one up here.
Oh, the suspense is killing me. The disciplines and the defiers
come
down.
That hand from
so
Colin.
Much on the line as well. The victory is so important for both of these guys to make the top 8. Also, the conversation of best of metals is so important. Colin looking to, of course, enact his revenge. They played against each other in Utrecht, and that was
top 4.
You know, Squirtle's event, of course. And if
another Astral Heron coming down. Shuriken flip.
Shuriken flip.
For 3, thanks to Astral Heron.
Targets?
Here to here.
In base?
Here to here.
Okay.
Results. The thing is, these Astral Heron effects stack. So now we have 2 birds on the board.
Oh, wow, yeah, of course. Yeah.
We could be in a ridiculous situation where, let's say, a top deck of Colin is a Vilemaw. And then on reveal of a card, it becomes one of the cheapest Vilemaws you've ever seen. It's a bargain and a half. You found it in a lost and found bin.
Lost and found.
just right there. It's, you want it? Oh, you can take it. It's been here for years.
No one wants it, but you can have it
yes,
for like 2 power.
That is 20 might in the Threshold of the Grey.
Certainly is.
We'll need you to hurry through this turn to make sure that we have time to finish this game.
Time is a factor, to be fair.
Yeah, draw would be awkward for both players. The points for the top 8 cut.
Going here?
Yep.
That's the ambition.
6.
We know that's a
player
big
should
number.
walk away with a win here. It's very important for both of them, really. I think a draw would basically remove both from a potential top 8. If I've done my math correctly. Hidden card, don't see the power.
You can go.
No development.
Yeah.
All runes open. What is hiding in Squirtle's hand?
Going to be silly as well. I imagine something hiding, I'll tell you that. Wow, so much discipline.
So much discipline.
Defy. Legend ability, of course, could be used.
Such a big
Big
moment
term.
now.
Big term.
Yes, indeed. The Defy will, of course, counteract any of the shenanigans there on the battlefield. You can defy any of the hidden cards outside of course, Cannon. Cannon could be the hidden card.
Will
Because it is indeed a unit.
discipline on my Sun Soldier response.
Okay, discipline to discipline.
Do both players just hold disciplines? That's just, we start to filter them out a little bit to draw some more interesting cards.
Resolves.
Discipline does get used here because Squirtle isn't sure. He wants to rotate, of course, his energy. Wants to put some to use because he's not sure if this Akali is going to swing into this battlefield. So Showdown might never start. So he just took the opportunity when a spell was played to react to it with the discipline. There's the Valmor! There's the Valmor!
Oh, boy. So, folks, that Valmor has a very interesting ability. Units at the same location as it with less might than it do no damage.
Deal 2 damage.
The discipline has been played, so the Heron effect is in play.
I'll try to play another discipline.
Are we going to see it? Discipline's going to come down. Squirrel senses something is up here and wants to maintain some might. Oh, this could be it, right? Double Heron.
Bro, that's a full cost Valmor.
Yeah, that's a full
Squirtle's
cost
thinking,
Valmor.
oh, he's tapping 4. What's coming?
Yeah, what is a 4 cost on an ambush? What could it be? The big scary Valmor!
There it is!
4!
That's the cheapest Valmor you've ever seen, discounted like crazy.
That's my discipline resolve.
Astral Heron, the double down.
That is ridiculous. The value, the Valmor coming in. Units here with less might than me do no damage.
Lion Guard.
That's the on guard.
Okay, okay.
Goes over the might of Valmor, of course. That's important. The effect of Valmor.
There's a defy! Here we go.
Finally gets into
Here's
play.
the reaction chain we wanted to see. Oh my God! What's happening?
Oh my days.
Now we're at
Decree of
+4.
focus.
Is there another defy in hand?
What? I'm sorry.
I'm at 3-7. It will go to 11.
We have 11.
Do we have another defy? That decree of focus is such a big swing.
There is another defy.
Do we see it though?
He's had it in his hand the whole game.
Guards.
Oh, and the guard is going to happen as well? Oh, okay. Okay.
Has the guards.
I'm thinking.
So that
decree did
that means
resolve.
decree has gone through.
Has resolved.
14.
Oh. Is the Valmor going to be a factor here?
I just love big units. So it always excites me.
I'm not sure it is.
The guards resolves.
Oh, this is attacking for 4, right? No, 6.
Yeah.
6, 8, 14, and I have 14.
Oh, we're
14
currently
versus
tying.
14.
Try to hit on Blade the Bylma.
Oh, no way!
The defy,
The
though.
defy. He did hold it. There's a defy.
Oh, brilliant!
Woo! The discipline to hold on to the defy.
Oh, stone cold.
But after all that, it is going to be the trade.
I think most other players would just defy the decree in that moment. The hidden blade kept in hand from Squirtle all the way till the end, and the defy being kept for so long was just brilliant.
Just hit pass, turn 0.
Yeah, I think turn 0.
Okay, time has been called on that massive reaction chain.
Okay, perfect.
Still have the hidden there. The Astral Heron effect will come into play.
That is ridiculous.
Of course, you can only use that effect for one card. So even if you
pass.
pay something
I think
cheaper, it's
it
not like
was mine
it
turn 0, yes.
costs.
I think it's better also.
Only
we'll try
spend
to
that
play fast,
additional
that's it.
energy and power.
Yeah, we'll
the
play
one
fast,
card that you
but
get to
use
play.
turn 0.
Oh, the intensity is at an all-time
Oh,
high.
dearie me.
Stun 1.
Edge of your seats game in here.
We are in overtime, but I do feel like we are lucky enough to know that the next 3 turns should decide the game regardless. It should be an important point.
We're the players. I mean.
I played with Thunder 6.
Colin, going for a sip of water. Very smart.
Yep. Stay hydrated. Play better. Win better.
Yeah, considering how little developing Squirtle did in previous turns, you have to think to yourself, you know, what is he actually holding in hand? Only 2 cards shuffling away. That's a Salvage and a Death Grip. Does have the Brutalizer for some kind of Death Grip magic, but 20 might just looks impossible to go over. But the beauty of Salvage and Death Grip is the fact that, of course, you draw a card.
Yep.
And I've seen moments where Squirtle just draws a perfect card because it needs to do it.
Yep.
Could equip the Brutalizer. Death Grip the unit that is stuck in, of course, the Seed of Power. Death Grip that to the other one, re-equip the Brutalizer and come into very, very big might swings. The stun is very important when it comes to trades, but if you can't go over 20 might, the stun doesn't really matter. And the action speed Salvage will be good on the Zhonya's Hourglass, but the Zhonya's Hourglass doesn't really matter in this state because we're in a situation where Squirtle, of course, is going to decide, will he swing in or will he simply develop?
The biggest thing about the Zhonyas is that it will activate those Herons, right?
Yes, sir.
That's its big issues right now. Herons plural, by the way, folks. That's 4 energy we'd have to play with there.
That's the equip on the Brutalizer. Made a dude. Doesn't want to remove the Sand Soldier from the Seat of Power as a kind of just backup. In case the battle
7.
on the Threshold of the Grey doesn't work out for you. That's the Death Grip.
You have +7 to the Vi.
7 might to the Vi.
With stun.
With stun, indeed.
If it attacks, of course.
That's a 12 might Vi already. And with the Brutalizer attached,
yes, 7. Draw.
goes even higher and higher. As it seems right now, he can go over the 20 might that is being represented. But the question is, what kind of a card will be played with the Astral Heron effect?
12. 6.
This might be the most stacked Vi we've ever seen.
Indeed. That's 15 might. And of course, the one shield
16.
equipped.
17? Is that right?
Total is 7, 12, 15, 16, 17.
Come on, we can count.
17 might.
I'll go in.
Ridiculous.
A stun, 1 Heron.
That's the Heron stun.
Yes.
The tricky thing here is that, you know, with the stun.
Discipline.
Discipline.
Oh my.
Is that enough?
Just for maths, I will do the Salvage on the Thonia.
Salvage on the
Salvage.
Thonia?
Just to recycle something.
Salvage on the Thonia.
Sure.
Draw.
Just to get that card draw.
So it was 12, 15, 17.
Yeah, 17.
The discipline, where was the discipline?
I'm
Good thing here about the stun. I wonder if it will come into play because he chose.
Okay, so that's 9. 9 plus 7, 16, so I can kill both. But then this is stuck here.
Because the stun makes the gear stuck on the Vi. Maybe if he stunned the mech, maybe the Vi would die and the gear would drop off. It might come into play here.
Oh, that's such an interesting point.
The Vi might be too mighty. I do think that Colin disciplined the Heron that is stunned.
I think I can kill both Herons, right? I'm just getting a...
Yeah.
7. So this is 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17.
Yep, 17.
That's 9 plus 7, and then...
That's 13 might.
And then that's fine.
Ooh,
the
rise over the Salvage, did you see it?
Yeah. No way.
Oh my days!
Do
we have enough to use it?
The Threshold of the Grey. That is the one.
Of course, yeah.
Floating mana swings in, gets another mana.
Here.
The energy.
No way.
Floating.
Goes to 6, available now.
It is.
Rise!
There's the Arise of the Threshold of the Grey activation ×2. What are we seeing here?
He went tapped.
Still though, the Astral Heron effect is still on the stack.
Brutalize your own 1. Doran sealed on the...
What is the card that is in play?
I will...
If Squirtle can get through those mechs, he will win. Here we go, folks.
And I will try to play and guide on it.
Might play the Discipline. The Astral Heron effect is not in play.
And that's it! Squirtle did it! Wins game 3 here in our round 11 feature match. Coming out of nowhere. Squirtle does it again.
Oh my days, the top deck Arise saved it because the Vi had the gear stuck.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the top deck Arise or for the salvage, the gear would just be stuck there.
Yeah.
He couldn't attach it to, of course, the Sand Soldier, and you think to yourself, it was a mistake to, of course, stun the Astral Heron, but then the Arise came off the salvage and it just equipped the gear back up. He, of course, played the discipline of the Heron. I forgot that for a moment. It's so hard to keep track of everything.
That was
what
a long
a game.
Train, to be
what
fair.
a
That
game.
was a long reaction train, but wow.
Of course, Valmor, the highlights. We have to, of course, think back to these moments. The Defy on the On Guard, the battle, and, of course, game one that was very decisive with the hidden card. And then we had, of course, Colin swinging in with the double longswords with the mechs that came back after that massive battle that happened before. Double longsword, those are some hefty mechs just swinging around swords. Colin with the cheeky smile, of course, feeling good, beating a S-tier meta deck in that moment. Didn't know what was coming. The triple Arise in, of course, game two was absolutely massive. The amount of Sand Soldiers here is absolutely ridiculous. It is so many Philips. It's just all of them were there. The multiple swing-ins to, of course, trim away at the battlefield. Akali did absolutely, Colin did his best to hold the battlefields and use the Astral Heron to just maximum effect, but it just wasn't enough to triumph over the amount of Sand Soldiers that were available for, of course, Squirtle. And then we had those amazing moments in game three as well. The Valmor moment for 4.
The Valmor moment for 4 didn't really amount to too much. Oh, that's how crazy this game 3 was. If we told you that Valmor for 4 didn't really have much of an impact, you'd be like, what on earth are you actually on about? Here might be one of the longest reaction chains I've ever seen on stream.
The Defy hold was so beautiful.
The Hidden Blade, Hidden Blade.
Happen.
Then we see the big stacked Vi right here, which actually could have been a bit of a problem with all that equipment getting stuck for what it was, but then it came down to salvage, draw 1, into the Arise, into the On Guard, into a game 3 victory for Squirtle. Someone has to stop him. He's just unbeatable, it seems, with this this Azir deck.
Unbelievable. Just the threshold of the grey.
Yeah.
That's Akali's battlefield.
Yeah.
And the fact that he swung in twice, got the 2 floating energy to have a perfect amount to pay out all of his cards. And that was the only out that he had. The Arise to re-equip the gear, of course, and then to swing in. That was just phenomenal. Maybe guards would have saved you, but Arise is way cooler, in that moment. And then, obviously, the Astral Heron effect was used to play a discipline, but it just wasn't enough. What a game. What a game.
What a game it was. That's woke everyone up. That's woken us up. But how about we hear from the game 3 maestro himself, Squirtle. Let's kick it over to Barrett for an interview.
Game indeed. What a match indeed. A rematch even from top 4 in Utrecht not so long ago. And the victor remains the same ever so closely.
Yeah.
What the heck? What the heck, man? That was crazy. The threshold of the gray, getting just enough energy, drawing the Arise off the top from the salvage. We almost thought it was going to be scary because when you stunned the unit, we thought it was going to be bad because the Vi wouldn't have died and you couldn't have re-equipped it, but your deck speaks to you almost, it feels like. So that match was incredible. We'll watch it forever, I feel like. But let's talk about the weekend, okay? The win streak has been broken.
Yeah.
And for the people unaware at home, Factor, the RQ winner from Hartford, is actually the one you ran into in Swiss yesterday. Yes. This event, I've heard, has been very difficult for everyone across the board. Why do you think that is here in Spain with some of the best players in Riftbound?
It's pretty hot for starters. It's also, I think, the biggest event right now. So there's a lot of people. It's crowded. The games go longer on overtime. So yes, of course, that's mentally taxing. I feel that the last rounds, yesterday, I wasn't playing at my biggest level. I know my opponents weren't either, so it affects everyone.
Yeah.
But it's mostly that, the heat, everything.
Well, I kind of felt bad because there was a moment yesterday where I believe your match ended in a draw when we had you on stream, right? So I wasn't able to give you an interview, and you always tell me every time I interview you, it's almost like a little bit of good luck. So maybe this is that interview that you need for the rest of the day, but I know it's going to be a little difficult just on records alone and with a couple more rounds to go. But I wanted to give you a moment real quick of just like talking about your experience with Riftbound, playing Azir, because with a new set, I think there's always a conversation maybe of wanting to play a new legend. Do you ever think that's going to happen, or do you think Azir is always going to kind of be your deck?
I do. I actually tested a lot of Cannon. I almost played Cannon, but I didn't want to. I was a little bit pressured and didn't want to put my pressure into playing the best deck because, of course, I'm already qualified and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And I want to switch, to be honest. I love Azir, but I've been playing it now 3 sets straight. So I'm waiting for another deck that clicks to me. The closest one is Ornn.
Ooh, we had one win on stream earlier.
Yeah. So let's see if I find out something in Radiance.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that happen. And, you know, I can see that happen, but, you know, the deck keeps speaking to you. The deck keeps giving you the respect that you give it. Also, it gives you the cards that you need at the right time. But excellent play, excellent players here in RQ Barcelona still this weekend. You've got a couple more rounds. I'm going to give you some time to relax before you head out.
This round was insane.
It is.
We were both pressured also about the time.
Yes, absolutely.
Probably, as you said, I should have not stunned the Heron, so my buy dies. But
well, and neither of you can really take a draw at this point, even based off of time. So I totally understand the stress. Both of you really needed this win, but you got the win. Calling an incredible opponent, and with an incredible Akali deck as well this weekend that I don't think anyone saw coming.
Surprising.
Very cool. But that's going to be it for Squirtle and I here. We have more RQ Barcelona to get to. 2 more rounds to go, so we're going to send it back.
Everybody, I am here on our lovely floor at the regional qualifier here in Barcelona. And we have some important questions to be asking our players about how they think this event is going to go down. And I've got a very special guest. Please let us know, who are you?
I'm Jace, Italy.
I'm Lucas. My name is Gonkra. I'm French, living in Paris. And I'm part of the XN team.
Hi guys, today I'm wearing looks of League of Legends, of course. And my name is Jutsukino. I'm here to entertain you guys today.
Playing Riftbound since the beginning of the game. And last weekend, we reached top 4 with Gonkwa, my mate, together. So it's like an incredible feeling to reach the top of a tournament with your practice partner. Like, it's so cool.
But the most important question is, who are the 3 legends to beat of this event?
I would say Cannon.
Cannon.
Akali, Ari, Eleona, maybe.
Azia, because Pedro's here.
Probably Irelia again.
Master from Proving Grounds. Azir, surprisingly Master Yi, even if there's no best of metal card, it's still a pretty strong deck. I play Cannon. I played Honey in the past. Maybe some people know me for Honey, but now I play Cannon.
Maybe some Rek'Sai.
Ooh, I like it.
So we are playing Cannon, the classic, the good deck of this tournament, I think. Like very good spread in the meta. A lot of like 50-45% of matchup and not really bad matchup, so really cool deck.
I think Akali. Yes, I think Diana too.
Don't judge me.
No, if you're right, everyone will think you're a genius and we'll come to you every time.
Thank you for choosing them. Yes, you're right.
And maybe, don't know, I think Renekton is going to be a surprise.
I love that. I was hoping to see some Renekton as well, so I think you're right. A lot of people on the Akali train.
I think Yi, Irelia and Kennen are the top 3, but I think some other legends are very close to the top 3, Rengar and Azir. Personally, I think they are very close to it. Kennen, cause it's pretty overrepresentative. Like, many people will play, so many people will top 8.
Absolutely. Thank you so very much for joining us, and we'll catch you guys next time.
Hey everyone, it's Diwali and
DSG Prismaticism.
And we're here from RQ Barcelona. We're gonna kind of find out how well we know each other. We've hung out a bit, little known fact. We actually live 30 minutes away from each other in Toronto. I'm gonna see how well I know Prismat and...
Yeah, I'm gonna see how well I know Diwali. What's the worst deck that I've ever played in a tournament?
Worst deck you've ever played in a tournament? You play some good decks usually. Teemo in the first one?
Yeah, it's Teemo.
Unlucky for Teemo. Do I have any pre-event rituals?
Some kind of food, something food related.
Unfortunately not food related, because I'm usually running late, so sometimes I don't get breakfast, but I wrap in the shower, and that's how I get my day started and in the right headspace for Riftbound.
What's my least favorite card to play against?
Your least favorite card to play against? Is it Defy?
No, it's a green card though.
It's a green card? Stellacorn?
Yeah, it's Stellacorn Herder.
Yeah.
It's like, I see that card come down, especially as Annie. I can't kill it in their base.
Yeah.
So it just does whatever it wants, and then, oh, they have 10 cards in their hand, and I'm dead.
Makes sense. Both the cards are pretty messed up, but Stellacorn, that's why I lost my first round today. So what's my lucky charm that I keep with me? It's actually a recent addition, but I got one with me. It's not with me literally right now. It's in my deck box.
It's in your deck box. In your deck box. Okay. Some kind of custom token then.
It's actually a Alt-Art Diana Champ, like the unit that my cousin opened in, I think it was the RQ in Hartford that he then signed. So that's the one I use.
It's got history with it.
Yeah, I hadn't seen him for like a few years, and we met through Riftbound again, so that was cool.
What's my go-to tournament snack?
Go-to tournament snack. I feel like I should know this. Go-to tournament snack. I feel like I've seen you eat this probably. I should know this. I really should. I'm drawing a blank, bro.
It's close to granola.
Close to cookies? What's close to cookies and granola?
Right.
Protein bars?
Yeah, protein bars.
Protein?
Yeah. Just stuff my backpack full of them.
True.
I gotta restock soon. Yeah. No, they're good.
Yeah,
It's really easy to eat them.
Okay, so who do you think, other than yourself, is the best Riftbound player?
Other than myself. Okay, yeah, that cat.
I knew what you were gonna say.
I was gonna drop it immediately. Mic drop and everything. All right. Other than me. Ooh. I mean, it's it's either Squirtle or Alan, but it's tough to say which one on it because they both have the 2 RQ wins.
Yeah.
I think Alan has more events and more consistency over more events in total.
Yeah.
Which is pretty big, and he's also played more decks overall. I'd say Alan. My head-to-head against both of them is not very good too. So
makes sense. And Squirtle hasn't played as many RQs, but maybe once we get some more data points. A follow-up question: who's your favorite pro Riftbound player other than yourself?
Other than myself, dang. It's taking away the easy answer every time. Favorite pro Riftbound player?
Tall, handsome. Give me some hints.
They're not in the venue still. Hold on. Let's see. All right, it's the Wally.
Okay. Let's go. I had a feeling.
Which one of us is more Canadian? Who says sorry more often?
I feel like it's got to be me.
Might be me.
Nah, sorry, bro. It's me.
All right, it's late at night now. After round 8 ended, we'll be packing it up, heading home for the night, and see you guys in day 2.
Take care, everyone. Thanks for tuning in.
Of course, we're back. We're live in Barcelona in the thick of day 2. My name's Amy. I'm with Joe, and we're ready to jump into round 12 of our Swiss games.
We certainly are, and that was filmed last night. But I have just seen over on the top tables in the previous round, those two are actually playing against each other. It was Prismat versus Diwali in the previous round. I don't know the result as it stands. It was still going on when I had to come on over here to cast, but we'll try and get that for you. But really amazing to see that those two filmed that last night, living 30 minutes away from each other, someone at your locals, and suddenly you're on the top tables at a regional qualifier and playing against each other.
I do have the update for you all. Prismaticism did win that showdown of brethren from the same area.
Wow, okay. Yeah, it was looking pretty tight over there. It was looking pretty intense, walking along the top tables. I think I saw Coco winning on table 1 with that Kennen deck, so I think he's undefeated as it stands. Pretty impressive win. It was against the Rengar player on table 1 there. So Coco Lopez definitely very well positioned, and it was a big celebration from the Challenger TCG guys when that win went through, but there's lots of intensity on that top tables. Of course, the stakes are high. It's really nice just wandering around, looking through to see all of that Riftbound action, of course, on the main event, but there's also tons of other stuff happening in the hall today as well. Lots of Riftbound side events taking place as well.
Absolutely, there's so much going on, not just the main event, of course. The hall is still buzzing with anticipation, though, as we get further and further into our event. So a few more Swiss rounds to play, and then we're really into the nitty-gritty. So there's all to play for.
Yeah, it certainly is all to play for, and we've always got to remind ourselves of the conditions the players are playing under here. We're here in Spain on the Sunday. It's pretty warm. It's been warm all day, and it's now 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon. These players started playing, of course, on Saturday around 10 a.m., this morning at about 10 a.m., We left the building at, what, 11 p.m. last night, something like that, maybe 10 p.m. So a lot of Riftbound. And, of course, you're playing in heat. You're playing under high stakes. You're not just resting, putting your feet up when you've played your turn in Riftbound. You've got to focus on what your opponent's doing in their turn as well. So very high stakes. It's really a marathon, these kind of events.
And there are just 2 more Swiss rounds to make that marathon count. We've got 2 left. That is it. That is what separates the event at this point. It separates the people who are going to be heading in to that top cut. Single elimination bracket from those who didn't quite make it. So these matches are getting ever so tense, ever so important as the stakes get higher. Our final European regional qualifier of the season. Only 2 rounds left remain.
Yeah, and we've got over 2,000 players at this event. I think it's like 2,300 plus. And of course, a lot of players in round 1 with that bye from winning their showdown, a very well-deserved bye, of course. But what that means is that you need an unbelievable record to make the top 8 cut in this. A lot of players think that 2 losses might not even make it to that top 8. Some might not. So every single win matters. And you don't want any losses on your record, of course, if you can at all help it.
Absolutely. That's the one way to surefire.
Yes.
Guarantee you're in that
Unless you
bracket.
just draw, and only draw. But that seems unlikely. But
seems like a bit of a funny way to do it. But hey-ho, we've got some players to show. Of course, getting into it, we have 2 more players who are vying for those top spots.
I don't know this spell.
Desperately going towards that finishing line.
yeah, so we've got Rice Master here, previous best of Fiora player from Hartford, I believe it was. He's playing 2 copies of the baited hook. He's actually a buddy of mine, and he said that he's got the spiciest Fiora list in the tournament. Well, there you can see the main deck, the Divining Shells, the Rampage. Previously, when he played Aurora, he had the, Fiora, he played the Dazzling Aurora with like Rift Heralds and stuff like that. So certainly a different build for Rice Master in this one. Is that a Teemo shirt? I mean, that's winning my heart as a big Teemo fanboy myself. That is a lovely shirt. I might need to get myself a Teemo shirt.
You don't have one already. I'm disappointed.
I've got a Teemo hat, but I haven't quite got the Teemo shirt yet. But that's an interesting looking Kennen list from NLV, Tomino, Baron Nashor in the main deck. There's also that Akshan as well. I've never seen a main deck Akshan in Kennen in the past. Is there the Harrowing in this one? There is not. So not going to be seeing any super early Baron Nashors like we saw earlier on. Only 2 Nocturnes, which is quite interesting. Does change the maths a little bit. Your stack decks are going to be that little bit less likely to hit Nocturne, but of course on the upside, you're less likely to draw into those Nocturnes. Also an interesting choice of Battlefield there. Veiled Temple, not something we always see, but very powerful. Readying the Seal in particular can be a really good use case of that.
Absolutely. There are some very powerful effects, and I call this list pretty spicy at that. Very far from what I would say the typical Kennen list is looking like at this point, with some really interesting one-offs to just give them the edge. I wonder if there are any matchups in particular they had in mind for these, and I certainly wonder whether one of them might help out in this matchup.
Yeah, and there was a couple Fioras right in and amongst the top tables. So I'm not quite sure where the standings are in terms of that best of Fiora.
Fiora.
But I do know that...
Do we have comms?
Okay, we've got Monastery of Hirana and Zorn Warrens as the battlefields. So Monastery of Hirana obviously favoring the Fiora player there with lots of buffs. Kennen doesn't have access to a single buff, I think. Of course, you can spend a buff to draw a card. And then on the Zorn Warren side of things, of course, being able to discard your Nocturnes if you draw it, populate your trash. Here we go. It is going to be a tide turner on turn number 1 for Tomino, and it's over on to Rice Master playing Fiora. And look at that Chosen Champion costing 3, ready to come in. That is a worthy Chosen Champion indeed.
Yeah, honestly, one of my favorite decks from the last few sets. I was a big set player back in the day, and then Fiora felt like the natural.
That's
My
Nocturne.
goodness!
I said there's only 2.
And yet one appears so early, a tremendous force to join the battlefield this early.
Yeah, it is a power cost though, so it is a D ramp, but that extra bit of tempo in the early game is going to make a huge impact in this one.
Win here. I pass, I go to 1.
Ty Turner conquering in Zone Warrants. Of course, you're going to have to discard a card and then draw a card. So for Fiora, on the other side, Atakan in the discard.
Stack deck.
As this stack deck's resolving, do we see another Nocturne ever? Surely not. I think Baron Nashor put to the bottom of the deck. So Fiora, the Legend ability, you're trying to get your units mighty, which is at 5 might or more. If you turn them mighty, you channel a rune Exhausted. Really strong chosen champion with that curve, and also a very relevant signature spell, Riposte, which can be a counter spell.
Ooh, those are certainly some big swords. Got a couple of BF swords there. Pit Rookie, some great cards. Looks like a Rampage, possibly.
Oh, I.
Lots of strength in
I
lots
get the
of areas.
Empower or no for Nocturne. It's mandatory. I mean, I don't know.
So, of course, the Kennen Legend ability becoming empowered, because it becomes empowered whenever you play a card from somewhere that's not your hand. So not only getting the extra 4 might and ganking of Nocturne, but also empowering the Legend, being able to, at action speed, give a unit Assault 2.
Over here? No.
Fiora conquers. Ty Turner goes down. It's now going to be that Zorn Warren's trigger. Fiora worthy, whenever one of your units becomes mighty, you can pay a yellow power to ready it. Pit Rookie discarded.
BF Sword coming into play. That's one way of getting mightier units.
Yeah.
Attaching to Fiora themselves. Triggering that ability to channel a rune Exhausted. Just that early game ramp being rather pleasant. And passing the turn over to Tomino, who has a lot of might on their side of the board already, thanks to that Nocturne.
Yeah, I do believe that Fiora can ready themselves, but that was decided not to be the case. I do need to double check on that. But either way, Fiora is still at the Zorn Warrens. It does cost, of course, a yellow power to...
I'll move here. Move trigger. Discard Shadows of the Past. Draw. I pass. Focus. I go to 2.
An easy conquer there. Traveling Merchant just walking on in.
Play seal. Load 1.
First seal of this match. Probably not going to be the last.
Assault 2 to Nocturne.
Oh. Kennen's ability coming in clutch, giving that Nocturne the extra added boost of assault to increase its attacking force by 2. Going in with 6.
Yeah, right.
That's enough to say bye-bye to Fiora so early on, and we won't get that ready effect at all unless another Fiora comes back around.
The one floating, I play stack deck.
Yes. Yeah, really making use of that Kennen Legend ability. The Nocturne is a trade, so it won't be a conquer, but just taking out that Fiora. The Fiora Worthy is a bit of an engine card in many ways.
And the seal, like cannon, burn 2.
What's going to be burnt? Treasure Hunter and a stack deck burn from the Kennen Legend, of course, champion rather. That seal paying the power cost. And it's back on over to Rice Master. 2 points to 1 in favor of Tomino, with the Traveling Merchant sat at the Monastery. And with Fiora Worthy having been removed, I'm not sure there's that much accelerate access for Rice Master here.
4.
Doesn't seem like it at the moment.
Yeah, Rice
Plenty
Master.
of units in hand for Rice Master, though. There is a lot of power that could be presented on board, but doesn't look like any easy way to ready those units.
Going to be the Ambessa at the base. It's a 4 for 4. It can become empowered. And then it will get 3 additional might and can't be dealt damage unless I'm in combat. The BF sword re-equip. You pay a rune to equip it, but then you channel a rune with the Fiora. And here comes Rampage.
Whoa, there we go. Compare the two might totals, and Kennen is down in a flash as quickly as he appeared.
Yeah, when I was watching Rice Masters' game in the last round, did see Challenge in the deck as well. So Rampage almost replacing Challenge in a lot of instances, but clearly Rice Master relying on this kind of effect with the fact that they've got both cards across their deck and sideboard.
I'll move back, move trigger. Discard Gust, draw.
Another card into the trash in the form of Gust. Of course, those Rasa the Sunderers become cheaper the more in the discard. 10 is the magic total to make that Rasa cost just 1 power.
Kennen very used to trashing a lot of cards because we have those flow abilities and also allowing Kennen to get those Rasas out easily. Ride the Wind, pushing the Traveling Merchant to be able to activate its effect once more.
Now I conquer to 4.
And conquer.
Zone trigger.
Lots of card draw, just as Kennen likes to do, but utilizing Zorn Warrens to push that effect even further.
1. The Lightning Rush.
Lightning Rush, draw more cards.
I think I saw the Rasa being added into hand there. Another Lightning Rush and the Seal into the trash.
How many cards?
4. 4 cards in hand for Rice Master. Tomino with a similar amount.
I'll Starcross them.
Darkcross, both units get returned to their owner's hands.
I'll play Rasa. I have more than 10. And pass.
Definitely have more than 10. Rasa costing just that 1 recycle of a rune to play. A 6 might unit for such a nullified cost.
That Nocturne that Tomino found early on, just trading for Fiora thanks to that legend ability. Rice Master now finds himself without their chosen champion and without a way of readying these units particularly easily, which means Tomino is just applying a lot of pressure in terms of points. Starcross to slow Rice Master down, but that's an impressive turn with the Ambessa and Set coming into play.
Love me a Set with a buff. That's all you need to just be able to really grind up very quickly in might total, bringing him to an 8 might unit when you spend the buff. Last Right's one of the best recursion cards in Tomino's deck, attaching it to the Rasa. Rasa now has the ability when they conquer, you can bring back a unit from the trash.
4 points to 1. Tomino with the Rasa at the base. Both battlefields empty currently.
With last rights, I'm gonna target Kennen.
And just like a flash, Kennen's back again.
Easy resolve. Press the burn toward zone.
Just a rules question. The last rights, though.
Target it Kennen.
Such a powerful I did see Rice Master using salvage actually on one of these last rights in his last match against Kennen, which he was victorious in. So it's a matchup he's just played in the previous round and was able to come out on top. For Tomino, you can't imagine you got too much practice into Fiora. Not one of the most popular legends in our metagame right now.
Certainly not, but it does have a lot of advantages into other aggressive style decks. And honestly, I can see it doing quite well against Tomino. Currently, we've seen Rice Master able to just keep pushing Tomino's forces back. And that's been really successful. So hopefully we'll see some more from this unusual pick.
Ambessa and Set. It's going to be Set Brawler spending that buff, getting that big might increase. Loses
up to 8.
Loses the buff, going down to 4 might, but then of course that additional 4 means it does become mighty, triggering the Fiora legend ability. All those runes are adding up, especially with these power costs, with the BF sword now being re-equipped, this time to Set. In it goes. Rasa with last rights and a hidden card.
Set is now 11
Cannon.
strong.
I'll go
11
Assault to set. Yes. And then I'll try to switch arrow.
Oh.
Wow. Assault to Zed. I was actually to the set. I was thinking earlier about making a joke. Well, you never see Kennen give assault to your opponent's unit, but you do have the choice. Well, actually, in this case, it's actually come up trumps. That additional 2 might for set.
Before that happens. Death grip targeting this.
Death grip. Kill a friendly unit.
Okay, so
Give
Death...
might to another friendly unit and draw 1 card.
Yeah, and now the Ambessa is
Even
standing
bigger.
tall.
I get Empire from switch arrow.
Yes.
Death grip just in the nick of time. Bringing Ambessa up to the mightiest Ambessa I ever did see.
Yeah.
This time, Rasa just can't keep up and goes down. Zorn Warren's now in control.
You're at 2, right?
Ice Master.
Yeah, so the Death Grip there, of course, being at reaction speed was very valuable, was able to resolve before the Switcheroo did. Switcheroo, though, still was played from somewhere that was not hand. It was played from hidden. So that Kennen Legend is empowered once more. Ingenious use of that Legend ability to give Assault 2 to your opponent's unit, then just to Switcheroo and take advantage of that for yourself. Usually Kennen Legend can only do something for you in your own turn, but finding a way. Here we go, baited hook. There's only 2 in the Rice Master deck, and it's going to be on the Unsung Hero. Unsung Hero was mighty, so that's going to be 2 cards drawn from the Unsung Hero. But at first, it's the baited hook. The top 5 cards, and I see a dragon.
And it's a big and a harness dragon. You can just straight up get rid of one of your opponent's units, and that Kennen went down once again, not giving Tomino any breathing room. And that's exactly the kind of pressure you have to put on a Kennen deck.
5 might, often the magic number with these baited hook decks. It's going to be first mate at base.
Can ready a unit and then just walk straight on into Monastery of Harana if chosen. No, just going to bring back Ambessa, get everything ready at base and continue the pace of play, making sure the Rice Master has plenty of units to deal with anything Tomino could throw at him.
Huge turn from Rice Master. Dealing with Tomino's board, it was looking pretty dangerous. Tomino still with that early point lead, but Rice Master...
And still empower her.
Can I read it?
The Tail-Cloaked Matriarch, we've seen this card a lot this weekend, and for very good reason.
And cannon.
Yes.
Turn 2.
Yep, paying just 2 energy, 1 power with the Matriarch to bring a Kennen from your trash back onto the board. So overall spending 6 energy, 1 power, although that seal really made it just 6 energy to get a 4 might unit and your Kennen back in play. 8 might overall. Another burn effect just for good measure, but it's 5 points to 2, and Rice Master clawed their way back in last turn. Can they now start to take over this match?
I didn't know Kennen knew the Hokey Cokey.
Yep.
Into the trash and non-step out. You know, all like that. Kennen's been in and out of there. Oh, we see the shells. Haven't seen Divining Shells in a moment. That gives us vision and action. Kill this to give a unit plus 2 might this turn.
Yeah, of course that can turn the units mighty, but in this case, it's that BF sword. It certainly is big, and the first mate now mighty channels another rune and scores a point in the Zorn Warrens.
BF sword must stand for big friendly sword.
I'm sure it does.
Yes.
And the BF sword in the trash now for Rice Master. 1 sword is enough, clearly.
It certainly is big.
Divining Shells at the base, probably going to be utilized with that baited hook. You can trigger baited hook.
Okay.
Once a turn, King Kawanisha, 3 energy to draw a card, replaces itself, gets a body on the board. Very popular card, actually, this weekend. We've been seeing it a lot at the top tables.
I expected to see it more in decks like this and some of the others, though, where a lot of your units naturally want to be mighty thanks to your chosen legend and champion. Rampage is starting. Kennan's gone again. I told you he knows the Okikoki. Back out again.
Yeah, these rampages for Rice Master, that backline removal, not having to spend a power on it either. Here comes the baited hook, though. What's it going to be this time?
Oh, I can't see. I didn't see it. It's not a dragon.
It was the first mate with the BF sword that was gotten rid of. So I think anything that Rice Master has in his deck, any units, will be available.
They shall be tougher. Spectral Matron. When you play me, you may play a unit costing no more than 3, no more. Wow. From your trash, ignoring the cost, so you can just go ahead and play a second unit from the trash.
You could be the first mate just coming back, bringing the Spectral Matron back to base. In fact, though, it's going to be that unsung hero coming back. Is 2 might. It's played at the battlefield, and it is going to be equipped with that BF sword. That will cost a power, of course.
But now that it's mighty, it has a death knell effect. Get to draw 2 cards when it's taken out. Harness Dragon heading towards Monastery of Hirana.
4.
Up to 4. Rice Master making an advance on Tomino's lead.
Yep, closing the gap. Only 2 baited hooks in Rice Master's deck, which a lot of the time you see 3, but you only really ever want to draw 1. So it's a bold strategy because you might not draw 1 at all, but there's a lot of times I've played baited hook. I end up with 2 in hand,
Yes.
and that's much less likely to happen when you only play 2. Rice Master now going for a hold, not wanting to let Kennen score even a single point. That is a big, bold double hold that they're going for here. The Tailcloak Matriarch, the only unit for Tomino.
I absolutely love the control of Tomino's deck from Rice Master, making sure that Cannon does not stick around. Every single time Cannon has jumped back into base, Rice Master has dealt with it lickety-split.
Yeah, Rice Master coming out of Austria, also representing the Philippines here. Again, someone that I do know very well personally. Fantastic player, previous best of Europe. Tomino, my first encounter of them, but so far, I'm very impressed. With a 10-1 record, of course I am.
Assault 2 on Matriarch.
Matriarch getting an Assault 2 into the Harness Dragon. Is she strong enough? Shells give the Harness Dragon +2. They're now equal in strength. And just taking the trade, leaving Monastery Hirana empty for the time being.
Today's treasure is tomorrow's trash. That's the flavor text of Divining Shells. And yeah, Rice Master set that up a long old time ago, and it really did come in clutch eventually. Traveling Merchant at base, as well as the Fizz.
Ooh, okay.
Perhaps a change of mind there.
Last rights first on the Traveling Merchant.
Purple. Like the Rebuke.
Recycle a few cards first.
Then
recycle
2.
It's time for Fizz and taking back.
Here.
Ooh, ride the wind. Trying to push Fizz into the Monastery of Hirana to grab a point.
Okay, this goes bottom.
Yeah, looking for that 6th point. Rice Master wanted to prevent that, but it has cost a lot for them to do it.
I just draw.
No cards in hand, so the Traveling Merchant discards nothing
I pass focus.
and draws 1.
I go to 6 with
1
last
card in
rights.
hand.
I'll target Rasa.
With 1 card in hand, but ways to recycle your cards. It doesn't feel as bad. Rasa was just able to be grabbed out of the trash and popped straight onto the battlefield.
Oh, so I'm at 6.
Or the base, I should say. Not the battlefield. That's where the Traveling Merchant is.
Yeah, the Traveling Merchant is ready because of that Ride the Wind. No purple runes available, though.
I pass.
And if that is a Rasa in hand, which I might have just caught
A glimpse.
A glimpse, but I'm not certain on that. I'll be trying to watch my hand cam in front of me here to let you guys know exactly what that is. I'm sure someone in the chat's got you covered. I'm certain of that.
Right. What's Rice Master's play now? He needs to make sure that he is keeping these battlefields as safe as possible. Tomino only needs to conquer both bases this turn, both battlefields this turn, in order to win the game. Rice Master now has the difficult task of having to prevent that from happening. Having got the whole point there, definitely got a really good hold on Zorn Warrens at the moment, especially with the additional hidden card. Another set comes down on play. It gains a buff. You can spend that buff to add 4 might to set, so that will help out in a future turn, but he's not that useful in base right now. Is it worth pushing for the tippity top yet? Baited hook first.
It's going to be on that unsung hero. It's at 5 might. Let's see what is found. Harness Dragon would be available.
That would be ideal. I don't think I spotted a Harness Dragon, though.
I think there's a set Brawler available, perhaps.
Looks like we may be able to go again for that lovely combo, being able to grab 2 units instead, thanks to Spectral Matron's effect.
And then that's the unsung hero drawing 2 cards afterwards. Is it going to be the first mate this time? It certainly will be. And that set, which was not ready, is now ready to go in. It's active. And the Monastery of Hirana is probably where set's going to be winding up here. Only 1 card in hand for Tomino with 1 rune open.
It goes set in with that buff available, not being chosen to be spent. That's just a 5 to a 4. Now spending the buff. Oh no, did spend the buff even, so.
Spends the buff to draw a card off the Monastery, and then set when conquers, you can give him a buff. So look at that. Spend a buff, draw a card, get the buff back. Seems good to me.
I'd say that's pretty good.
It's going to be King Kawanisha also moving into Monastery with the BF sword being equipped.
Those are some chunky units being used at this point. Rice Master's plan of action is to hold to the 8th point, not wanting to give up either battlefield, hoping to keep control of both.
Yeah, really interesting positioning from Rice Master here, not deciding to put the first mate and the pit crew at a battlefield to just fully invest in the hold, wanting to leave some units at base to give themselves a little bit of flexibility. Shows me that Rice Master is not too worried about Tomino breaking both battlefields here.
Recycle 2.
But wants to make sure if Tomino conquers 1, they've got something which can contest. Very interesting positioning from Rice Master.
Yeah, they want to be able to take it back with ease.
6 points to 6. We're now in a combat at the Monastery of Hirana. 11 to 5.
I'll kill the set.
Set going down.
And that last rights, of course, becomes available now for the Rasa.
Recycle 2.
Double dipping on the might of the last rights here. Rasa now going to be up to 8 might. 2 runes, though, still available for Rice Master. Lots of cards in hand thanks to that unsung hero.
Here we go, straight into the battlefield once more.
Right now,
8 to 6 on the King Cow initiative. Punch first takes it up to a colossal total. And certainly Rasa can't deal with that right now. Does Tomino have a response? 3 energy still standing. There's a world.
Yeah, go next.
The Healer's Resurrection was there, but it wasn't enough. And Rice Master with that punch first is able to take game number 1.
Punch first, showing exactly why it is such an impactful card, not just for the typical decks we've seen it in thus far, but also some we kind of forget about, like Fiora.
Or gone.
Yep,
An
really.
excellent showing against one of the most popular decks brought to this event. Is Fiora the answer to Kennen?
Well, maybe. I will say, like, this is one of the benefits of bringing something that's a little bit off the beaten track, a little bit less represented in the meta. If you think about this matchup, how many times has Rice Master played against Kennen in this tournament? You would imagine couple of times, 2 or 3, certainly quite a lot in testing as well. I can tell you I've played so many games ahead of this event, loads of games of Riftbound. I've maybe played once or twice against Fiora. So Rice Master, okay, maybe his deck isn't necessarily as strong in a vacuum, although fair play, it looks like it could be an argument for that. But what you definitely gain is a lot of information advantage. Rice Master knows the matchup. He knows how the match is sort of needing to go for him to win. And the Kennen player on the other side, having to learn on the job a lot. It's definitely one of the advantages of playing something off meta. But yeah, Rice Master, as I said, previous best of Fiora winner. And I'm really impressed.
Their stuff. Really,
yeah, I'm really impressed. That baited hook was brilliant, right?
That
I mean,
was.
It put in so much work.
Especially the Harness Dragon at the beginning and the consistent removal of that Kennen was amazing to see. Really strong with the choice of Rampage as well as 2 Harness Dragon, Hidden Blade. The removal feels utterly endless, and so you can absolutely see how this deck counters the more controlling style decks like Kennen, where although Kennen's drawing a lot of cards, if you're able to react with the appropriate removal, then it becomes very difficult for them to do much else.
Yeah, but we did see, now it's Tomino's list. What's on the side of Kennen? Well, that Atakan, is it Atakan or Akshan? It's not Akshan. Akshan's a totally different thing entirely.
That's not Akshan.
But we have got that Baron Nashor in there as well. That's something to look out for, which could accelerate the game plan in a big old way. Interestingly enough, though, that Nocturne explosive start wasn't enough for Tomino, despite that explosive start of Nocturne. They just couldn't quite get it done. Rice Master definitely playing the sort of slower role in that one.
Absolutely, but that's not the typical way of Kennen.
No.
Kennen typically a very fast deck with lots of tricks to moving your units around the board in a very kind of sleek way, using Ride the Wind and Tide Turners to be able to score multiple points on a turn with very little investment. Whereas Rice Master is doing everything they can to make sure the removal is tip-top, and so Tomino just can't.
Mulligan of 2 for Rice Master. I believe it was the same on the side of Tomino, who kicks things off in game number 2 with the Traveling Merchant. We've got the Veiled Temple, and we've also got the Sunken Temple, I do believe that is on the other side, and that Fiora Worthy coming down again as that 3-cost champion with no power cost. First stack deck of many, I'm sure. Will we see an Nocturne? There's actually a Teemo in the hand there, which is not something you see very often. Teemo Scout, though, being put to the bottom of the deck. Nocturne in hand is not where you want to see it. But, of course, Traveling Merchant going to be very capable.
Move trigger. Discard.
Ooh. Interesting decision there.
Abandon.
Not to discard the Nocturne, but instead going for the Abandon.
Seal.
There goes our first Seal of Discord for this game 2 here in Barcelona, round 12 of our Swiss. And there we go, that's that sleek maneuverability I was talking about to cinch those early points.
Yeah, now the Nocturne will be discarded. That additional point tempo could be the path to victory here for Tomino. Just go pure aggression.
I'll hide the card here.
And using the readied seal, thanks to Veiled Temple, to hide a card.
Yeah, it's the battle.
Cherry on the cake.
Yeah, Battle of the Temple, Sunken Temple versus the Veiled Temple. And so far, Tomino making full use of that Veiled Temple. Can also be something that Fiora might like to make a little bit of use of. But there's the salvage. Seal of Discord, not meant for this world. Of course, salvage also great against the last rites.
Yeah.
There's a D-ramp, though, that power cost on the salvage, but it does also replace itself with a draw.
I have no doubt in my mind that Rice Master has mastered this Teemo? Gosh, you got me thinking about Teemo now. This Kennen matchup. I think that it's very clear with the intense movements they're making and the very decisive destruction of that seal clearly means a lot to them. I think it's more important at this point to forcibly deramp Tomino than to wait for a potential last rites.
Yeah, as Rice Master is a player I know very well, that's very much his style. He is always so consistent against whatever the best deck in the room is. He always finds a way. It's usually his strategy. Just learn that matchup inside out.
Yep.
Try and find something which is pretty good into it. Still a long way to go in this one, though.
Reveal Titanus, upping these two. I got the gold move trigger.
Gold.
Empowered.
Generated and empowering the Kennen Legend because that was a card played from Hidden, which is, of course, not from the hand. So Kennen, Legend ability ready to go, giving something Assault 2, of course, at action speed.
Recycle 2. Face. Ride the wind. Thinking about targets.
Fizz allowing Ride the Wind to gust once again.
Here. Move trigger.
Traveling Merchant goes on the ride, and another gold token will be generated. Or was it? No, it was Traveling. Yeah, it was Traveling Merchant.
Yeah, one card plus focus.
So
that Assault 2.
Gardner draw one.
That Assault 2, so important, that hidden card. But what do we have? It's a punch first, an early one at that, though.
Ooh, that's a severe deramp to themselves, but we saw the control of units being incredibly important to Rice Master in game one, so maybe this time Fiora's going to stick around.
Yeah, and that Fiora Legend ability hadn't been exhausted yet.
No.
So that punch first really only cost 1 power because Fiora became mighty. Fiora worthy, very mighty now. Or at least was in the previous turn. So basically just paying 1 energy, 1 power for that punch first. Seems like a pretty good deal. In goes the unsung hero to the Veiled Temple. And that is now 3 points apiece.
No argument. Tomino takes that. Rice Master being incredibly consistent with taking on these battlefields time and time again. Pit Rookie's back.
Yeah, can there be a way of making one of their units mighty here? Rice Master again looking to leave units at the battlefields. A lot of the time we've been seeing so far over the weekend, players preferring to leave their units at the base.
And gold.
That isn't the strategy here. Rice Master welcomes the combat with open arms and says, go on, try me.
It's a it's bold and confident, right? Especially up against Kennen. Kennen now empowered.
4 cards.
4 cards in hand for Rice Master. Includes a Death Grip. That's the one that's sort of hovering at the front.
It made a big difference last game.
I'll give Assault 2 to Fizz.
Yes.
And I'll move in here. I pass
on the
focus.
Fiora, Fizz with Assault. Gives it a +2. Punch first again! This early on is phenomenally underappreciated. That is something I was not expecting to happen in the first few turns.
Yeah, and Rice Master just welcoming the combat, and you can see why now. And look, still 2 runes available. And that Death Grip is there as well. Tide Turner.
I'll move in here and pass focus.
Offering the trade. Now, Rice Master has the opportunity here.
This could be the Death Grip.
Maybe sacrifice a Pit Rookie or the Fiora.
Here it goes. Yep, the Pit Rookie.
Yeah.
It's another combat won by Rice Master. He took the bold decision to go for the double hold, and somehow he's held on to both.
He pulled it off! He gets the 2 hold points! I don't know if we've seen that very often this tournament, you know?
No, we really haven't. Fiora operating in a bit of a different way, confident to hold. And you've got to say, the value from this Legend ability here from Rice Master has been through the roof. We've seen so many runes channeled throughout this match already. We're only 30 minutes into it, but I think Fiora's channeled, I don't know, 6 runes maybe?
Been incredible. The use of that effect has been phenomenal from Rice Master. It's making me very envious. I want a game of Riftbound now.
Yeah. So it's going to be Rice Master's turn. Fiora worthy at 4 might, thanks to that buff. The unsung hero at 2. Fiora Legend is ready and waiting. Is there a way of making any of their units mighty for more ramp? On the other side, Tomino, Kennen at base, Rasa the Sunder at base. We've seen Rice Master pretty keen to deal with that Kennen with cards like Challenge and Rampage. Do they have access to some of that backline removal?
Well, for now, keeping their own units a little bit safer. Now that they've spent some of their combat tricks, it's time to bring them back. And Kennen once again becomes the target of another monstrous spell, Decree of Unity.
Yeah, that sideboard card very often, very popular this weekend, and that Kennen is the perfect target for it.
I'm gonna pay 1 to draw. Yes. Go to 4. Yeah, thank you.
Rasa the Sunderer, though, able to conquer the Sunken Temple, and Rice Master's Sunken Temple used against him. Nocturne in hand again. There's only 2 of them in the deck, and they've both found their way into the hand.
That is most devastating. The one place you don't want to see them. Oh, here's the Atakan.
Wow, here we go. Rice Master needs to read it, and I think I do as well. You may kill a friendly unit at an additional cost to play me. If you do, I cost 1 energy less for each energy it costs.
Recycle 1. Pass.
It has ganking, and when I attack, the defender must kill one of their units here. So Rice Master probably not too keen to try and hold into that. But now the big question is, you want to score if you're Rice Master, but how do you do it without playing too heavily into this Atakan?
I wonder whether it's worth just pushing a smaller unit in and just leaving it there, a little sacrificial lamb just for a point and build up in base. Did see Rampage there lingering, so maybe it's a make something bigger in base angle and then use the Rampage to deal with Atakan before it becomes a problem. Set comes into play, Set Brawler, so gets a buff on entry, and of course that becomes mighty. You can get that extra rune. Moving a cheap unit in, as predicted.
Yeah, for the 6th.
On the Veiled Temple there, just to get that 6th point.
Does have that 3rd punch first in the hand, Rice Master. Doesn't need to burn it just yet, necessarily.
No, might not be worth it.
But this is a great spot to be in at 6 points with units at base.
Also, feigning not having the punch first might be quite good for a future turn. Trying to make your opponent believe you don't have one.
Discard Fist Stack Deck.
There was another stack deck added to hand, which is now replayed, clearly digging for something. Another Lightning Rush, Traveling Merchant and Treasure Hunter. A shake of the head from Tomino. Clearly not what they want to see. Rice Master stares on down, gets a little bit of that information.
Nothing Rush.
That they're not too happy.
Lightning Rush to try and help a bit further. The dig of this deck is in unchallenged.
Ride the Wind, Matriarch, and something else. And there's something else was added into hand of that.
Ride the Wind, Matriarch. Lightning Rush.
Oh, it was a Lightning Rush into Lightning Rush just to see more cards, but Tomino's still not happy with the cards that they're seeing.
Switcheroo
How many
added
cards?
to hand.
3.
3 cards in the hand of Rice Master, 2 for Tomino.
Rice Master quietly confident.
Yeah, but that Atakan is not to be trifled with. 7 might. But Rice Master at 6 points is threatening to win on their very next turn.
That would be a 2-0 domination of Kennen, which is something we absolutely did not expect to see this weekend.
Go in here. Pass focus.
Pass focus.
Yeah. I go to 5.
A little moment of consideration. Do I take the punch first? And the answer is no.
Pay 1 to draw.
Relatively expected.
What's drawn, of course, that switcheroo in hand could be hidden. Not the best targets for it, though, I think it's fair to say. It is a Rasa that's been found. That is a huge draw off the top that could change everything in this match.
I'd say it's some top deck magic, but to be fair to Tomino, they've been digging through his deck like a madman. Rasa backing up the units there. hiding a card, trying to make a stand against this aggressive style deck that Rice Masters brought with them, and now with much energy to do so. The struggle is getting over the hill of both battlefields, alternatively taking one battlefield and holding for the 8th point.
It's a really interesting turn for Rice Master to maneuver their way through it. And I would imagine what we might see here is something a lot of Riftbound players can add into their repertoire, sort of just, as you've been calling it, Amy, poking the bear, seeing what information they can find. Can they find out what's hidden without overcommitting? For example, Rice also might just have the option of only committing to the Veiled Temple and just going for the hold next turn. There's a few options available to them. Rampage, Punch First, Harness Dragon is a scary hand. We're going to start off by spending the buff of Set to get +4, triggering the Fiora because, of course, it becomes mighty. It loses the buff and then gains 4 might. Another
the nice thing
rune.
Rice Master can remember and can always keep in mind against Kennen is that he innately has the stronger attack power. So even if the choice was to build up on a singular battlefield and attempt for the whole point, it's going to be a very difficult task for Tomino to beat through those big bodies. And I think that was what Rice Master might be considering. I think this might be a Harness Dragon play. Yeah, Harness Dragon taking out, of course, the biggest unit on the other side of the board for Tomino, but reinforcing that one battlefield, making it impenetrable.
Yeah, just deals with the unit at the Veiled Temple and says, you know what, you can have the Sunken Temple. I prefer this Veiled Temple over here instead. Does Tomino have any way of contesting the battlefield?
Naturally, Rice Master has the larger advantage when it comes to showdowns. If Tomino can find the right pieces of the puzzle, maybe there's a world. But that's it, they call it GG. Rice Master, Grand Duelist with Fiora, overcomes the talk of the town, Kennen.
Yep, Rice Master, a 2-0 performance. Absolutely dominant show for that baited hook Fiora deck. I think you might expect to see that at a locals near you quite soon.
Oh no, don't say that. It's one of my favorite decks. I don't want everyone else to play it.
Well, maybe it's you that's playing it at your locals, right?
I hope so. Just me, please.
Yeah, really good performance. Of course, Kennen's still very much in the mixer. That is an X1 now for Rice Master on Fiora heading into that last round of Swiss. Very impressive performance. I enjoyed that one a lot.
And I hope everyone else did as well, because I think that it was expected we were going to see a lot of Kennen. And sometimes it's I can't beat him, join him.
Yep.
No, not for Rice Master. He said this is likely going to be the top deck in numbers. So what can I do to prevent myself from having a hard time? And the more I see of it, the more I sit there pretty.
Yeah, and here we've got the highlights of the match. It was a 2-0, of course. Monastery and Zorn Warrant in game 1. Tomino got off to such an explosive start with that Nocturne. But it was the rampages, the trades that made the difference. Rice Master just clawed their way back into it. That switcheroo was huge, but the Death Grip response was brilliant.
It was phenomenal. Then putting all of that might onto Ambessa, just going back in. It was absolutely a pro play.
And then punch first galore. Eventually Rice Master took it down with the help of that baited hook in particular. And then in game number 2, the Fizz came down, but that punch first again from Rice Master.
The early advantage of having the extra channeling of runes to be able to punch first so early with little drawback was astounding. Harness Dragon building up that Veiled Temple while also taking out threats. Just putting as much power as humanly possible, just enough to cinch that win.
Yeah, and a big sigh of relief there. He's just walked past us there, giving us a little celebration. A very happy man indeed. What a great performance from both of our competitors there.
Absolutely, and we saw how brilliant Kennen was in a lot of ways. Being able to replenish Kennen again and again was phenomenal. The amount of card draw, undeniably one of the strongest effects in any card game, is being able to draw cards, which Kennen can do in a pinch. However, the sheer aggression of removal of those units meant that no matter how many cards he drew, Rice Master was just on top of it.
Yeah, and there's an argument to say Kennen in that match suffering from its success a little bit, right? You come into this tournament, we all expected Kennen to be the top represented deck. Therefore, if you're looking to win the whole tournament, you need to play a deck which can beat Kennen, right? So Rice Master clearly very practiced, confident in this matchup, and that's the danger of playing the most popular deck in the room.
It absolutely is, but we've got our first mate over in the interview area. They're ready now and going to have a little chat with our winner of our feature match.
Right, I'm joined by our round 12 winner here on the feature match, Rice Master, the Fiora Master, Baited Hook Master, I should say as well. If you would have asked me my thoughts on confidence level of like Baited Hook and like a non-Kennen deck going into this weekend, it would have been very low. But here you are, one round to go with only one loss. You're this close to top 8, man. How do you feel?
I feel very excited. I mean, I think I had to be very lucky to be at this point. So the deck was working all weekend, so I cannot complain.
So let's talk about it. Why did you pick Fiora? I mean, I would assume, maybe thinking about best of. People have been talking about Fiora and the extra tools that she got from Vendetta, but, the confidence level coming into this weekend, where was it kind of on the gauge?
So basically, I didn't really have pressure for this tournament because I already had my 2 invites.
Yep.
So I wanted to bring something I have fun with. And I like to gamble, so like Baited Hook, gamble. And yeah, so I also had a best of Fiora as well already. So I was like, I was just gonna try it again. And I was thinking not many people were gonna bring Fiora. So I just went for it and just wanted to have fun, and somehow I keep winning.
You wanted to have fun. I bet you're having a ton of fun because you've only lost one deck. What deck did you lose to throughout this weekend?
Funny enough, like after the bye, I played another Fiora, and that's the one I lost. So.
Oh no! So the best of challenge with your first opponent after the bye, you were already like, well, I'm already down against the rest of the competition. But here you are now, sitting at top tables, the only Fiora in sight that I can see. So what an incredible run it's had. How long have you been playing Riftbound? Has it been since the beginning of Origins, or?
Basically since Origins came out in paper. So
absolutely. Yeah. Well, it's paying off. Practice makes perfect. Deck choice makes perfect as well. And you can sometimes still have some fun here and get some wins with things like Baited Hook. Congratulations once again, Rice Master. And I hope to potentially see you in a top 8 very soon. We're going to send it back. Perfect, man. Congrats.
Another Fiora in essentially their first game of the day. That is wild. It's like taking the most unexpected, least represented deck in the first round. You sit there and go, what?
Yeah, that's scary.
Phenomenal.
What a story it is as well, right? Losing against that Fiora in their first round, round 2 of the day. And that means, therefore, undefeated ever since. But look at that. You think we're done for this round with Riftbound? Well, we're absolutely not. We're jumping straight in to another feature match. Although here's going to be game number 2. We're joining in on this one. Master Yi versus Kennen here.
A couple of the most represented decks.
Yeah,
let's have a look at how the deck lists are shaping up.
Yeah, Onslaught is a big new addition for these Master Yi decks. A lot of Master Yi decks historically have sort of played a one-of card, which gives a big boost of might only in your own turn. Well, Onslaught is the perfect inclusion to sort of replace that. Also with flow cost means you can utilize it quite often, or twice to be precise. Rampage as well, a new addition replacing Challenge. And otherwise, pretty similar to what we would expect. That Grove of the God Willow definitely coming in instead of Arena's Greatest. On the other side, look, there's another Atacam. We've seen it once, we see it twice. Triple Nocturne this time.
And that might be
Hunters
what makes
as well.
the difference.
Yeah.
Nocturne, unfortunately, in that game too, really betraying the deliverer of the deck, saying, actually, no, I'm going to hang about in hand, which is the only place you do not want to see that Nocturne.
Yeah, and there's a couple of interesting cards in the main deck here. The Gust ×2. For example, there's a one of Tail Cloaked Matriarch, but we are jumping in with game number 2. So sideboards are in play. So look out for those cards which might have been sideboarded in. We see the Lonely Poro come down on turn number 1. It is 1-0 in favor of Kennen.
Top 3. Kennen on
Kennen out nice and early. A seal on board early, making maximum effect of it. Of course, empowering Kennen itself as well, giving all of those extra effects that a lot of people are loving. And then back to Master Yi with Hisoka, who is bringing the heat with our Origins legend. Must have the confidence to go the whole way. Top 64 for an invite would be the other goal if they don't have one already. Otherwise, looking to win the whole thing.
Grove of the God Willow going first for Master E is absolutely terrifying to play against. It really can snowball out of control. So what we might see from Ezib on their next turn is just going very aggressive, trying to break that early hold. Not all the time, but that can be a good strategy against Master Yi on the Grove. But what's Hisoka going to go for? Of course, got that chosen champion available.
Hisoka doing absolutely that. Master Yi's here, and back to Ezib, who can once again start with a flurry of Kennen madness. Moving first into Minefield, getting that effect to discard 2 cards into the trash, hoping for those flow effects.
Finds one with Up from the Deep. That's perfect. That's where you want it.
I do win.
Oh, and a cheeky extra point on the horizon. Yes.
Here goes to 2, don't flow anything.
Hisoka looking for
And
their hand.
back.
Like, maybe I can defy it. Well, no runes available, so you certainly can't. Could have been a bluff. You never know. There might not even be a defy in that hand. Definitely bluffing a part of Riftbound at this level. If you see your opponent, you know, their body language, their mannerisms can be all kinds of little tells. Use those to your advantage if you can. But we see the point pressure again from Ride the Wind, scoring that additional point, as if now on 2 points. 2 points ahead. It's going to be Rampage.
Aging.
It is going to be the power cost spent on Rampage, so that is a 6 might Master Yi taking down the Kennen. But that's going to be a Gust.
Pushing the Lonely Poro back.
2 Gusts in the deck for Ezib, and one of them here being very useful. Looking to really keep that point pressure going.
Returns the Poro to Hisoka's hand. Master Yi moving in. Lonesome as they love to be. Playing the Lonely Poro back down just to pass. Definitely slowed down Hisoka's pace there. Ezib now in the lead. Hoping to stay there.
And it's a big turn. Can this be broken, the Grove of the God Willow? Well, Tentacle's probably not going to be doing that. So Ezib probably just having to accept that Master Yi will be holding in the Grove this turn. And that additional card drawn is a big deal. Master Yi doesn't have an abundance of card draw. It doesn't have many weaknesses.
Just a pass.
I need to draw or channel first.
Draw.
Draw for.
As the battlefield will trigger.
Okay.
And also get that additional XP from the Master Yi. Doesn't really matter usually in these Yi decks, at least not the Master Yi Tempered from Proving Grounds. It's another Yi which cares a lot more about XP, of course. You do get it nonetheless, and it can matter on the champion unit itself. If you get to a high enough level, it gets ganking and deflects. It's going to be Sabotage.
Have a cheeky look at Ezib's hand. He gets to take a spell and trash it. Now, this can be particularly effective if you manage to hit a spell without flow.
To right.
And of course, you can take notes in Riftbound, and therefore you absolutely should. That information is easy to forget. There's lots going on. Of course, Ride the Wind, Rebuke, Switcheroo can all be recycled and put to the bottom of Ezib's deck. And to the bottom of the deck is just where you want them, not in that trash because of Fizz, right? You don't want Fizz having access to those.
That's ever so true. Not just the flow techniques you've got to look out for, but Fizz as well to bounce those spells back into Ezib's hand. Almost the hand knowledge is more valuable here to Hisoka than removing a spell, although does add an extra step to that spell being cast.
Yeah, 2 points to 2 as it stands. Sabotage has not yet been resolved. Probably going to be
Switcheroo by the looks of things. Yep, that can always be a troublesome hidden card as well. Gets recycled, so I forget it's not trash, it is recycled, so it won't come back for a while.
And of course, those 3 cards are in the hand. And Switcheroo probably picked there because of the synergy it has with the tentacles. And of course, a good way of exploiting potentially the +2 from Master Yi. That's a discipline into the discard from Minefield. Pretty healthy hand though. Got a Defy, not so fast. Punch first, Hourglass, and a Rampage. Lots of options available. That Grove of the Godwillow extra draw starting to tick along nicely.
Very, very much so. Lots of tools to help Master Yi along his way. Loves defending alone. And lots of tools to help with that.
Yeah, it's such a difficult position to be in going second into Master Yi on Grove. It really, really is. Look at that. Just Master Yi so confident to just end the turn with 4 runes up. Invite the combat, surely. Didn't develop anything. Not even sure they have a unit in hand that could have come down there. Think it's all spells and gear.
Yeah, Hisoka's just happy sat on the Master Yi and the Lonely Poro and just going to help them along using the spells and combat tricks in hand. Whereas Ezib has a little bit of a tougher time now knowing how many runes are open. Maneuvering in, and yeah, there we go. On guard helps Poro.
Certainly does. There is assault on that Traveling Merchant, so it's a 4-might Traveling Merchant, but of course the Master Yi defending alone plus the on guard pumps up that Lonely Poro to 6 might in that combat. The Traveling Merchant goes down.
Lonely Poro staying lonely. Turns out he likes it. Didn't want the Traveling Merchant around.
No, get out of here. Rebuke though. But look at what's in the hand of Hisoka.
Oh, it might be a not so fast.
No, you don't. No Rebuke. And that is a good trade in power cost for Hisoka. 2 energy for each of them. They didn't have anything else to do with that energy, so for Hisoka, almost free. Yes, it costs a power, but it costs 2 power for Ezib on the other side. So really great turn for Hisoka. 4 points to 2. Triggers that Grove yet again. Another card drawn off the Grove of the Godwillow.
There's a lot of card draw so far for Hisoka, and considering Ezib is the one draw with the card draw deck, I wasn't expecting it to be this way around. Another Lonely Poro joins the battlefield and just passing again, relying alone on these hold points, and it's going so well for Hisoka.
2 Lonely Poros. No interest in them pairing up.
He is ready.
It's going to be Gust on the Lonely Poro at the Minefield. It will go back to hand. That means the Tentacle can wrap its tentacles, I guess, around the Minefield.
Oh, that was a good couple of cards discarded, though.
And it's again on over to Hisoka, who holds yet again with Master Yi. Ezib.
7. 2 more points to go to clutch the win. Lonely Poro going in with a tentacle. Lonely Poro eats that for breakfast. Hisoka winning the combat, so Minefield activates. Looks like a charm, and I can't quite see the other card.
Gotta say, this is one of the matches of the weekend which has been the least close, right? It is game 2. Ezib won game 1, but Hisoka is really dominating this one. Ezib just hasn't really been able to get anything going. The not so fast and the on guard in the previous turn from Hisoka shut down anything for Ezib. Despite playing no runes on their own turn, Hisoka's just been very comfortable here in game number 2. This is where something like a Nocturne in the early game could have made a big difference for Ezib to just get that additional tempo, apply some extra pressure, break a battlefield. But as it stands, Hisoka looking very comfortable in game number 2 here.
I'd love to be able to watch game 1 at this point. I know it's horrible to say, but I really would like to see what happened. What was so different that meant Ezib had that advantage and took that win?
Some water, is it possible?
Because it clearly must have been a very different story to what's unfolding here now. Maybe if we manage to catch one of these two for an interview, we can ask.
Yeah, and just worth noting, there is a bit of a indiscrepancy there. It looks like based off the players, it's 7 points for Yi. 7 points or 6 in this case, probably not going to make a big difference. They just need to hold one battlefield to win.
Okay.
Just making sure everything is good to proceed.
Again.
Yeah, that XP does come into play now. So Master Yi with deflecting ganking. Here we go.
Scuttle grab! Draw a card. Ooh, that was a good card.
There's some nice Scuttle Crab plushies available this weekend,
No,
isn't
there's
there?
not. They're all gone. Everyone loved them too much. I shouldn't have said anything.
Definitely something I'm going to try and pick up at my next regional qualifier.
Me too.
Yeah, it's hot here in Barcelona. The players making sure to stay hydrated. But that's
And
the
there
game.
it is.
Just like that. Wow.
Hisoka taking game 2. We're off to a game 3. Maybe we'll see a little bit more from Ezib this time and see how it could unfold differently. But Hisoka was just absolutely flourishing in hold points and just heading straight for victory. Seeing the writing on the wall, Ezib's decided to waste no more time and jump into a game 3, hopefully with some more advantageous draws this time round.
Yeah, Ezib just couldn't get going in that one. But let's take a look at the deck list. Those 3 Nocturnes, they will be going first, you would imagine, in the 3rd and final game. They do have the choice to do so, and they will be taking that opportunity. So Treasure Hunter is a 2-drop in there, Traveling Merchant as well. So 6 of them in total. Don't usually see more 2-drops on the sideboard, which means it's likely to be 6 2-drops. The hypergeometric maths tells me that's going to be a 72.2% chance to hit that 2-drop on the opening turn if they double mulligan. On the other side, Hisoka on Master Yi. Scuttle Crab as a 2-drop, Lonely Poro as a 2-drop, Pit Rookie, First Mate. Quite a lot of options to be playing on their opening turn themselves. But going to be a big, interesting point here is, does our Kennen player find that 2-drop? Veiled Temple versus Star Spring as the battlefields. Veiled Temple going to be looking to double dip on the power costs of those seals. Star Spring, of course, lots of synergy with some ambush cards, but in Master Yi, almost treating it like a First Mate. Stack deck. That's not a 2-drop. So not quite finding one of those Treasure Hunters or Traveling Merchants. And that's a big, important start in this game.
Especially when you're against a deck like Master Yi, who loves to have little units defending alone to be able to pump them up using their abilities and spells. And that's exactly what we see here from the Lonely Poro, once again, who put in a lot of work keeping Ezib's units away from those battlefields last game. Here comes Kennen.
Matriarch and Abandon will be burned. And while it's a little bit unlucky for Ezib not to find that 2-drop, it is also a conscious deck building decision. Trying to find some extra space in the deck by trimming away some of those 2-drops. You do lose that little bit of consistency, but you get that back in just raw power level later on in the game.
And at least it's cheap to play the Kennen from the champion zone, right? So not too damning. You're always going to be able to play Kennen afterwards, so missing the 2-drop is on the first turn isn't of dramatic consequence. Whereas for Hisoka, it's incredibly important to start getting these units on board and to start getting them defending.
Yeah, but also doesn't find that Seal of Discord to pay that first power cost with Kennen. Often when you play Seals, you want them down for the very first power cost you play. Kind of pays for itself immediately, and then you start just getting almost pseudo-ramp, right? You're not de-ramping yourself, but no Seal. It's going to be the Lonely Porro. There is a Gust in the hand of Ezib, but holds on to that. Doesn't mind that conquer from the Lonely Porro as Master Yi scores the first point in game number 3 here. 5 runes still to play with. Of course, 4 cost chosen champion.
Going in with Master Yi themselves, jumping straight into the battlefield.
Trigger Starfall. Starfall. 1, 2, Gust.
And Gust reacting to that to push Lonely Porro back into Hisoka's hand.
Yeah, Zib just really heads up play, just delaying that Gust a little bit, letting the Conquer come through, and then on the Star Spring trigger, sort of predicting Hisoka's next move, reacts with the Gust, leaving Hisoka maybe in a position they wouldn't perfectly like to be. It's an interesting decision to take that Gust a little bit later than we might have expected, because that is a point extra for Hisoka, but it does leave the Yi at the Star Spring instead of at the base, and that might suggest that Ezib actually wants the Yi at the Star Spring right now.
Does leave the Veiled Temple open.
I want to replace stack deck. Stack deck?
Yes.
Another stack deck.
Yeah, so stack deck being played with flow thanks to that Kennen effect. But there's the first Nocturne that we've seen in this one.
Oh, finally! A Nocturne played
I don't know if...
from being revealed.
Yep.
I tapped my yellow rune. I don't know if I'm allowed to untap the other one.
There is...
It's my mistake.
Just checking a rules question with the judge there. Of course, that Kennen Legend is already empowered. Stack deck.
I tapped the wrong rune. Yeah. Yeah.
Recycle one already.
Yeah.
So what was the situation before you played Continent?
Just reviewing
Then you play
the runes spent.
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
And then, you immediately won that one instead of
Making sure that we're checking on every little factor. You can kind of rewind and work out what happened.
Yeah, and you can pay that yellow for the Nocturne with a yellow power, but we're just going to let our judges work that out. But I've got the maths for you. With 3 Nocturnes in the deck, your average stack deck's going to be hitting a Nocturne 21.9% of the time, which it really does add up. When you think you've got the Lightning Rush, you've got stack deck that can be played from flow. Sometimes we see the Candlelit Sanctum as well. These Nocturnes are a lot more consistent than you might expect. But it looks like we're back on with the game.
Very true. We just had a very short judge call there.
Yeah, Nocturne is now at the base. That Kennen Legend is empowered. Kennen at the Veiled Temple. 4 runes open for Ezib, as play has now passed back on over to Hisoka. 2 energy to 1. Sorry, 2 points to 1.
I have 4.
And that XP for Yi.
4.
Of course, that ganking might be important later on. Lots of runes to play with, but also Ezib with 4 open themselves, sort of inviting Hisoka on to try and start a showdown.
We've seen that before go very well for those who have invited others into a battlefield quite so openly. Here goes Master Yi.
It's 4-4. Hisoka does have focus there as the attacker, of course.
Stepping in on Kennen's territory. And both players accept a trade.
Hisoka just happy to take that Kennen out. Master Yi and Kennen being traded, but that Kennen is a little bit more of a scary engine. We're going to see Scuttle Crab come through.
Yes.
In reaction to this, I don't know if.
Reaction to Scuttle Crab. So that reaction to the Scuttle Crab trigger.
And sorry.
All good, all good.
And Ezib wants to just take that reaction to it. Of course, with a reaction speed, you can play something before an ability resolves, and that Scuttle Crab is a triggered ability which can be reacted to. Currently 2 points to 1 in favor of Hisoka. Hasn't scored the Veiled Temple this turn.
We saw that it was the Stalacorn Herder that was selected. Hisoka hasn't changed the order of his hand, so hopefully that'll be able to be resolved by our judges, but they're just going to have a quick look at the situation.
Yeah, we'll leave that with our very capable judges. Big shout out to all the judges, not just here in the building, but all the judges across the world, keeping our Riftbound tournaments on track. We really appreciate them. We would be nowhere without our judges.
No, I mean, they help us facilitate the fun, right?
Yep.
Without them, we wouldn't have that bountiful knowledge to be able to help us to work out the intricacies of some of the tougher interactions in game.
It's going to be that gust as a reaction to the Scuttle Crab, bouncing back the Lonely Poro, and then the Scuttle Crab can draw. Looks like we might have just had a bit of a deck reorganization there, but we'll leave that with our judges who know the rules far better than I do on how to fix these things. It's going to be the Lonely Poro then, replay to base.
Ezib in for another stack deck.
Yeah, 2 points to 1 still in favor of Hisoka, but Ezib now starting their turn off with a stack deck.
More card draw for Kennen. Usually sees success. So let's do some more. Here's Lightning Rush.
Can we find that Nocturne? There's already one down. 2 still left in the deck. Perhaps in the hand, I don't know, but as each of these Lightning Rushes and stack decks goes through, the maths on what they might draw starts to change a little bit, but they do get that Veiled Temple. It's going to be Ride the Wind coming through now on the Nocturne.
Trying to get a double score out of that one Nocturne this turn.
Yeah, no response from Hisoka, so it's going to go through. And the points start to tally for Ezib. 3 points to 2 in the lead now in terms of points. Neither player really with much might on their side of the board just yet, but that might be about to change quite quickly.
Scuttle Crab and Lonely Poro may not be the best at defending, but if there is a legend ability that's going to help them out, that sure is Master Yi.
Master Yi, though, and the Kennen Legend almost countering each other out, right? Cancelling each other out.
Yeah, that's
Plus
true.
2 might from the Yi, plus 2 assault from the Kennen. Kennen can only be used once a turn, however. Of course, Master Yi like a passive effect, and that Kennen is currently empowered. You can empower Kennen by playing a card from anywhere that is not your hand. That includes hidden cards, flow cards, nocturnes, you name it. As long as it's not played from hand, your Kennen will become empowered. There's a Rasa the Sunderer. That's 6 more might, and it's played into the Star Spring. Ezib looking to start holding as they hide a card as well, just for good measure. No sign of those Seals of Discord, though, for Ezib, and you've got to say, that is a big impact on this. That is a lot of power cost that you're not getting any reduction on. Look at the difference in runes right now.
Exactly. Ezib's really struggling along with 3 runes currently, while Hisoka's off to the races in rune economy. Plenty to play with. Gives them some real power in combat as well as reactions. We've got those calm, that kind of calm rune effect where you get so much for so little investment. Speaking of, here's a discipline to get +2 might to a unit and draw a card.
Finds the punch first. I'm sure that's going to be useful at some point in this game. There's an on guard, couple of defies, there's a rampage. Now, there's 2 4 energy units in the form of Stellarcorn Herder and Tomb Raider Barbara. Maybe looking, as we now see the Rampage come through, it's going to be Lonely Poro on the Nocturne. Lonely Poro given 2 additional more might. Now this Poro moves in for Rasa, 6 might each. There is 4 damage, though, on that Lonely Poro. But it is still 6 might. That's important to remember. It's 6 might, but there's 4 damage counters on it.
Hisoka just trying to eliminate all units from Ezib's side of the board.
Gonna see Ezib utilize that assault onto the Lonely Poro. That Lonely Poro is now 8 might. Why on earth would they do that?
Switcheroo! Now the might totals of the 2 attacking units are swapped.
Yep, and importantly, that switcheroo was not played from hand. So that Kennen Legend effect can become empowered again. Disempowered to trigger this ability. But it can be empowered once more.
Important to be keeping track of everything because it looks like we've got more where that came from. Hisoka looking to on guard and continue to boost the Lonely Poro. This is a big Lonely Poro. And finally, trounces the Rasa and trades, leaving Ezib with 0 units on board. Hisoka still has a Scuttle Crab.
Does look like that Kennen was not empowered.
Yes.
Keep that in mind as it stands. No indication that the Kennen is empowered from that switcheroo play. It's now back on over to Ezib. 3 points apiece.
Fizz! That's certainly going to help. And, gusting the Scuttle Crab back to hand, saying, well, if I started my turn with no units in play, Hisoka, you can have a piece of that pie too.
Yeah, you don't see Fizz for Gust all that often. There's a Lightning Rush. Still no sign of those heals. Are we going to see a
Defy?
Yeah, we certainly do. You don't see that all that often, Defy on a stack deck, in this case, Lightning Rush. But if you start as Hisoka to think, Ezib is low on resources, low on cards in hand, I got a Defy to spare, maybe you just rather stop that in its tracks.
Absolutely. You get to see a lot of cards with Lightning Rush. Slowing that down can be the difference. The Scuttle Crab allows another card draw for Hisoka. Who's next? Another unit joins the fray. Stellarcorn Herder. And it's back over to Ezib.
Stellarcorn Herder with 3 might.
I don't know. I forgot to empower my cannon.
Yes, you have to empower it because it was empowered. They need someone to do it.
Sounds like it might be a mandatory trigger. So the cannon will be empowered from that switcheroo. Here comes the Seal of Discord. Better late than never, but it is easy to underestimate how significant this card coming down this late is, especially on your Veil Temple game. Last Rites as well. Fizz equips the Last Rites. 2 cards have to be recycled as part of the cost.
That's a-okay.
But is there a Rasa, the Sundra, in the trash?
I go to 4. I want to replay Raza and tap seal. I first on tap seal, then replay Raza.
There certainly is.
Thinking.
So the seal ready from the Veil Temple. Now Rasa the Sundra able to be played for 0 energy because there is more than 10 units in the trash. And the power cost is paid for by that seal, which just readied up again. But it goes to the base. 4 points to 3. 3 runes open for Ezib as play passes back on over to Hisoka.
Game 3 here of our second feature match, round 12 in Barcelona. At the Riftbound regional qualifier, the tensions are getting heavy as the players have to make important decisions that could be the road into our top cut single elimination bracket coming up soon. We've got this round and 1 more, and that is it. Those are the only chances left. So every play and every moment matters.
Yeah, and Hisoka took that Defy previously stopping that lightning rush. It means Ezeb only has 2 cards left in hand. But let's not forget about some of those flow mechanics in Ezeb's trash. It's a new mechanic, of course, in Vendetta. That lightning rush, for example, can be played from the trash. The last rites as well gives you access to some of those cards in the trash. So while there's only 2 cards in hand, there might actually be a few more tools available. But we're just coming back to us for a moment while we make sure everything's working as it should.
Absolutely. With the stakes this high,
yeah,
you've got to imagine that not only is the pressure on, but also the pressure to make sure everything is correct, the board state is as it should be, and that everything's been paid for properly. It can get very muddled, especially in a tussle between 2 excellent players like this.
Ready to go back. It's going to be Hisoka channeling 2 runes, drawing a card. Of course, it's that A, B, C, D, awaken, begin, beginning phase, channel, draw. Always very handy to remember. Good way to get yourself started in Riftbound, but also very useful at the highest level. So it's Fizz at the Veiled Temple with 5 might. Ezeb with that 3 runes open as well. Big play. It's Tomb Raider Barbara. Hisoka has more than 7 runes, so that gear removal comes through. Followed up by a discipline.
Bob doesn't like glass rights.
Yeah, this card is absolutely brilliant. 4 energy, 4 might. Killer gear. Don't mind if I do. Sabotage now.
Ooh, with just 2 cards.
Ride the Wind recycled. Atakan, the last card in hand. Hisoka, of course, taking the opportunity to read it and make sure they know exactly what is left. And you look back to that Defy play previously, defying that lightning rush. Really applying a lot of pressure to the hand. Fizz taken down by that Stellarcorn Herder thanks to the discipline.
Charm for the Rasa.
And look at that +2 when defending from you, but it's then Assault 2 cancelling each other out. But there's the punch first.
Just imagining a Stellarcorn Herder with 2 big fists. Bash! And down we go, which also makes it harder to get Atakan into play, because the only way to reduce the heavy cost of it is to sacrifice another unit.
Yep, and that's the 5th point now. Scuttlecrab scores, play passes back on over to Ezeb. We know one of the cards in hand. What is found off the top here? It is a Fizz.
Okay, Fizz is playable and fantastic.
Especially with that seal in play.
The spell choices looking like going for...
It's going to be Lightning Rush Flow.
Draw more cards. Kind of needed right now for Ezeb.
Nocturne played from that Lightning Rush. Just a tap of the seal is all it costs. That Lightning Rush now banished, cannot be used with Flow again. Second Lightning Rush, played with Flow, however.
More units would be helpful, but doesn't look like there's any joy there.
Hisoka can't win next turn. We're only at 5, so Ezeb does have a little bit of an opportunity to develop. They're not in a huge rush here, but the pressure is certainly on as another Lightning Rush comes through. No Defy forthcoming this time. Rebuke and Last Rites sent to the trash. In comes a Rasa the Sunderer to base. Again, the fact that Hisoka's only at 5, as the Atakan now comes in as well, banishing this Rasa. Ride the Wind as well. No.
Defied. No riding any wind in my house.
A really heads-up play from Hisoka, not using that second Defy on the Lightning Rushes, instead just saving it for an important moment.
And getting the double hold points from a Scuttlecrab and a Stellarcorn Herder. I didn't think I'd see that today, especially in late game. Up to 7 points. Hisoka now just breaths away from clutching that 8th point. It has to be a double conquer or a hold to achieve it. Moving the Stellarcorn Herder back, drawing another card thanks to its movement effect. What's the play?
Yeah, the big decision here for Hisoka is, do you go for a hold, or actually, can you just be in a position because of that Atakan, you're quite happy to do something Yi doesn't usually do and just recall everything to your base. Plenty of time to work with. They're only at 4, so no pressure on Hisoka to win with a hold.
Be passive.
Very
allow Ezib to take the points, go into the battlefields, because Ezib's going to have to.
Now, there's a really important thing that Ezib has to consider here, because there is 6 runes available for Hisoka, and Rengar could come pouncing in as a surprise defender with ambush.
Ooh.
Getting that extra 2 from Master Yi. There's been many a time, I'm sure many of our viewers have lost to that Rengar pouncing, catching them off guard. Rengar pouncing, if it comes in at the right moment, could just win the game on the spot. It's the last thing. If it stays there at the end of the turn, it would be a hold. 4 cards in hand. There's a punch first and a Rengar. That's going to be, what, 13 might potentially on defense. You get 6 from the Rengar, 2 from the Master Yi passive, and another 5 from punch first. Very scary. Here we go.
Trigger.
Moving on in.
It doesn't trigger. I'm not attacking unless there is a defender.
Not an attack.
No. Atakan just taking
Yes, but no.
the conquer point
I
there.
have no unit but trigger.
It doesn't trigger because you don't put units, and when you
There's
play
no
a unit,
attack,
it triggers.
So,
the defender doesn't need to kill
but what
a unit.
what Ezib's saying there is when you play a unit, it will trigger. We'll leave it with our judges, but if the Rengar comes in, there's a chance that Atakan might trigger as an attacker at that point. Right now, it's not attacking. It's a non-combat showdown. See if we can work out where that is. Big shout out to our judges, and great to be able to hear the players having this very discussion on exactly how this resolves. I've got to say, frankly, Amy, I have no clue. We're going to work it out. We're going to find out. Certainly, it will be attacking. Often, these attacking triggers happen at the start, right? You move a unit in, and that's when it's attacking. But then the question is, when Rengar comes in as a surprise defender, does that when I attack trigger proc? There seems to be a bit of a disagreement from the players in their understanding.
This dies.
But I tell you what, while all this goes on, at least they're very comfortable in their snazzy chairs.
Yeah.
Those secret labs, League of Legends collaboration are just stunning.
So it seems as though that Atakan would have in fact triggered. Hisoka therefore not interested in going for that Rengar play.
Got one in pool.
But perhaps misunderstanding how that worked, might have played it in a different way had they known. They seem to have the plan to go for that Rengar. It's going to be Fizz from Ezib. 5 points to 7. No hold pressure, though, from Hisoka. And you cannot play that Rengar at an empty battlefield on your opponent's turn. Only at a battlefield your opponent has units. So Ezib has to be extremely careful about sending anything into the Star Spring. Wrath of the Sunder are found.
Ooh, another unit, probably just going to go all in on Veiled Temple, I imagine, trying to just build it up as much as possible to prevent Hisoka from taking both battlefields. That's the only win condition right now other than a hold. So Ezib might want to keep a unit or 2 in base just for the potential of preventing Hisoka from getting a hold point next turn. But Ezib still is fighting an uphill battle, one they certainly can climb. But there's a lot of steps.
Last card in hand, I believe.
They're going all in.
It's a big, bold decision. Now, there's a big risk in this play, right? Because Ezib is only at 5. What if Hisoka just says, okay, I'm just going to go all in myself and hold on the other side?
Exactly. And then Starspring is just there, ready for the taking, and Ezib is going to have to use some clever trickery to gank some units over in an attempt to break his forces.
No shield, no.
No, nothing.
Or
You got Ringer punch
he's just
first?
going to look to see if it's possible with the resources
I have.
he has.
Onslaught.
The onslaught.
You got Ringer?
I got Rengar. And I got Punk.
And it's going to be Hisoka taking it down. Ezreal has done the maths. It was a bit of a desperate hold, but Hisoka winning with Master Yi there.
Hisoka showing why Master Yi was the choice for the event. Going far was the aim of the game, regardless of not having that best of prizing available. Who cares if you're doing this well? The goal is certainly still in sight.
Yeah, that onslaught giving +6 might to a unit. The Scuttle Crab could have trotted on over or crawled on over into the Star Spring, scored the battlefield, of course, drawn that extra card because you can't get the 8th point from just conquering one. And then it was going to be onslaught with punch first, with Rengar, maybe play the onslaught from the discard with Flow. Too much might, wasn't enough might on the hold there. And it was all about Master Yi just having enough tempo. And again, Kennen missed that turn 1 play and maybe just fell behind a little bit in terms of points there.
Absolutely, and now it's time for us to catch a breath just as we need to get ready for the final Swiss round. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
Alan's first rendezvous with League-based card games was in Legends of Runeterra. His commitment to become the best in the world paid off when in 2021 he won the inaugural Legends of Runeterra World Championship. 4 years later, Alan makes his debut in Regional Qualifier Houston, ready to show the world he still got it.
I mean, there were no believers in my version, but it's been proving and proving back and back, running undefeated in skirmish back here, yesterday being undefeated again.
Alan not only makes it to day 2, but pushes eventual champion Diwali to his limit in their top 8 match, narrowly losing out in game number 3. Regardless, Alan secures himself a top 8 finish and the best of Kai'Sa, a feat that for many would be their crowning achievement. But not 2 months later, the Beast from the East shows his true colors, as a flourishing partnership between Alan and Ezreal starts. Alan's loyalty to the legend he knows better than anyone else pays off, as he steamrolls the opposition at Bologna. Starting not only the longest winning streak in competitive Riftbound ever witnessed, he also becomes the first undefeated regional qualifier champion. 24 official matches in a row, Alan goes undefeated. In Las Vegas, he secures another top 8. A result that he mirrors in Atlanta, where he claims his 3rd best of Ezreal. The dedication is unmatched, as are the results. But Alan wants more. Unleashed releases, and with it, Alan creates a new deck. Staying true to the Chaos and Mind domain, he runs a spell-heavy Diana list that rivals the consistency of his earlier Ezreal, and secures him yet another top 8 in Sydney. Having found his footing on the Lunar Legend from Unleashed, Vancouver is ripe for the taking. Until a familiar foe rears his face in the top 4. Diwali is once again in the way of victory. This time around, Alan ZQ gets his revenge for Houston. In Game 3, he outpaces Diwali and finds himself standing in the finals, closer to a 2nd title than anyone ever before. Or is he? Because in the final, awaiting Alan is no one else than the final boss from Vegas, Sam D. Sherman, also on the hunt for his 2nd trophy. 2 titans clash, and Alan ZQ's dreams are hanging on by a thread as the Pride Stalker strikes first and takes Game 1. Game 2 has Sam 2 points away from greatness, but Alan ZQ gets to it first, equaling the score. Game number 3 is a statement. The best Diana in Vancouver, ramped up through the entirety of the finals match. Alan ZQ rises above rivals, charges past champions, and becomes the first two-time regional qualifier champion. Mateusz Jasinski, Alan ZQ. A 100% day 2 conversion rate. 6 top 8 appearances. 5 best of medal cards. 2 regional qualifier trophies.
All right, then we're getting ready for our last round of Swiss at our first Vendetta RQ here in Barcelona. I'm Bert, joined by Yamata. How are we feeling?
Feeling fantastic. Long day. I'm sweating, and I feel the exhaustion hit in, and I can only imagine what the players are experiencing because they have to keep locked in, focused. Now, in the final round, where everything gets decided, the pressure is on more than ever before in this RQ.
It really is. That is another little bit of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Another battle for us to overcome. And our players here, let's take a look at these standings now, though. Coco Lopez had on stream earlier. Kennen with the Baron Nashor in the main deck there, coming in at first. The Prismatism, a name that should be familiar to everyone. And as we go down the list there,
look at that Ornn.
Look at the what?
The Manland, just the Ornn Fire Below the Mountain, 11-1. And of course, Rise Master. I played him in Nexus Night. He cooked me. It's incredible to see
and now he's cooking the rest of the field
yes,
as well.
Yes, sir, 11-1. I think it's always impressive when you see these unique legends, of course, make it through. A lot of big rounds still. We see, of course, Alan there with the 10-2-1 on the Mel. We see Squirtle as well. We had those tough games. We see the draw. We saw the long one with Colin. A lot of names that we recognize and a lot of names that are new. We also saw, of course, Jun play against Majin Bey the other day on, of course, the Ezreal versus the Kha'Zix matchup. So it's exciting to see new names, exciting to see the regular names. And as we're heading into this final round, it's incredible to see so many players, there's only 2 players that haven't dropped a game pretty much, which is kind of new. In a lot of cases, you see a lot of undefeated coming through, which means that for, of course, the standings, things are going to be very, very tight. And coming into this game, of course, we have Mr. Rice Master back at again with the Fiora against Kennen. And of course, we have ECL Mosik playing the Kennen. He also hasn't dropped a game just yet, but needs to win this one to make it into the top 8. We have Rice Master not playing the XP variant. You, of course, slam in a lot of gear there that is going to help you reach that breakpoint to make units mighty. The Divining Shells help you with that. The 2+ Might, Rampage, Classic, Riposte, of course, a very powerful tool that makes Fiora very viable. Usually, these body and order decks have a hard time either drawing cards or they have a hard time making sure they have enough power from the runes, of course, to play all these powerful cards. And we saw earlier Coco Lopez running a very similar list here with Nashor in main. Not the Atakan that we saw in the previous game. Obviously, here with the Kennen, he needs to find ways to, of course, get into rotation. Early Kennen into Ride the Wind, score quickly, and burn through that deck as fast as possible to make sure that you can play the Rasas pretty much for free. The big swing cards, of course, is going to be that switcheroo. But there's not a lot of decks that have an answer into that. Sure, we see some Not So Fast, some Wind Walls, and some green decks, but they are rarely played. But the fact that you can repulse that is going to be a big swing card that, of course, Mosik needs to play around, which is going to make the dynamic of the matchup very unique. It's a question of, can Kennen outpace the Fiora, or can Fiora stabilize early to then get to the point where the punch first are going to swing over in the Might department? Very exciting game because the stakes are, of course, high. Rice Master aiming for, of course, the best of Fiora. And then, of course, ECL Mosik wants to break into the top 8 with the Kennen. The Kennen best of is going to be the first one ever because, as you mentioned, this is RQ Barcelona.
Yes.
The first one with Vendetta in the mix.
And here we go. It looks like our Swiss round 13 is getting started here at RQ Barcelona. This is a win and in scenario for both our players. The winner will advance into top 8 and beyond. The loser, their RQ Barcelona ends here. Rice Master has found the 2-drop and it is over to ECO Mosik on that Kennen. And we know cars will start to fly around. Will we see some early nocturnes? Will we be building towards the Ricer? That is what he's going to be doing or trying. Let's see how this turn pans out. Seal.
They seal. The
Coming
cannon's
down.
coming out.
Turn, I love Barn and Power Cannon, so...
Everyone's worst nightmare. Burn 2.
Power, great.
This card has too much
Do I have
text.
to use the...
You get to burn 2. And of course, one conquer, you get to add flow to
I have
any
mine.
spell that you
Anyway,
use.
I
That's something that you
prefer
can
the tokens,
easily
so-
set up.
Okay.
As the Empower token, the judges on the ready.
said,
They just,
you-
you know, they're like,
have been hit
they
with
know all
white
the rules and they also function like butlers almost, you know. They just got you, know. They're ready.
Yeah, those judges have been hit by Ride the Wind. They're ready. They're ready to go.
100%.
Is Ambessa coming down? And that's just a pass over them from Rice Master. No Conquest or anything. Or no Conquer, I should say.
Very quick. I like Rice Master's got the towel ready. He knows, you know. I also, don't tell the hotel, but I'm borrowing a towel from there. I brought one with me in. Yeah, those will be our little secrets.
Yeah.
I'm bringing it back, don't worry.
Don't tell anyone, chat. Keep that to yourselves. We are going to see the Conquer now from that
Conquer.
chosen champion. So I was going to go through.
He could just, you know, it is this on Warrens. Could choose to just discard the Ride the Wind and then play it for the flow.
Yep.
Which is the beautiful part of this deck. You discard it and then you can add flow to it and then you can just
use
Rift.
Yeah.
There's
That's
a
on
seal, pays
Riftbound.
for itself. For
Double
the other
seal. It's very impactful.
Oh, the Tide Turner.
Tide
back.
Turner. Very strong play so far.
Maybe I'm wrong on the flow interaction because you discarded. I don't know the sequencing there, so probably someone in the chat is going to correct me. That's fine.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
You had the easy return. Cannon is safe, which is the most important factor of that turn. And Ambessa swings in.
Yeah, that's going to go through. Rice Master on the board, 1 point. The Ambassador, remember, when it is empowered, it gains +3, becomes mighty. That would activate your legend ability, and it can only take damage if it's in combat. Worth keeping an eye on.
Ooh, a little Call to Glory. Interesting. Pays 3 for it. No buff. And then we have the Rampage as well. Ambessa becomes mighty.
Yep, so you get legend ability that is going to target that Kennen, that is going to go through.
Now, this feels a lot more comfortable than playing the Ambessa Legend. It's fun that Ambessa makes an appearance in the Fiora deck.
Yes.
As mentioned before, Fiora does solve a problem of the body and order decks, is that she generates runes, of course, from her Legend when things turn mighty. And there's so many ways to do it. We had the Call to Glory into the Rampage to not deramp, which is very important, because the earlier you deramp, the more in the long term the runes, of course, cost, because the amount of energy you could potentially get out of a rune.
Yep.
Yeah, trigger.
Is almost exponential.
Traveling Merchant going to get that discard draw 1. Efficiency is the aim of the game, especially in the Kennen deck where your trash is so very accessible.
He sets aside his spells in the trash to separate them. Makes a lot of sense. Could play Tentacles from the trash.
That flow, that new mechanic, of course, from Vendetta, letting you play it from the discard. Normally, or the trash should say, for an increased cost, but just gives you a bit more mobility options. Always very advantageous in a game of Riftbound, having options.
There's the Ride the
There's
Wind.
the Ride the Wind. Could do some wind in this venue, couldn't we? Goodness gracious. There's a Traveling Merchant again, though. Draw 1, discard 1. Or discard 1, draw 1, I should say.
Can, of course, activate the cannon. That only puts the Traveling Merchant on 4 to trade with the Ambassador.
Yeah, we trade.
So that's a cheeky trade.
It is going to be a cheeky trade. Obviously, Rice Master is tapped out, so no response can be issued. Ambessa not long for this game.
A lot of cards in the trash already. I count to 9. That's a Rasa. And the Tentacles as well.
Can I have it there so they show I removed? Okay.
Obviously, when you play something from the trash, it is banished.
Cannon, you can go.
And
Double
there's the
Tentacles and the Ricer coming down.
Okay.
So getting towards a stable board state now.
Makes me wonder if Rise Master, instead of using the Call to Glory, would have just empowered the Ambessa Legend, because then there would be a 7-my body on the battlefield. But of course, you deramp, so it is, of course, a different sequence. Maybe it was because of that Harness Dragon in hand. He wouldn't have the runes to pay for it if it came down to it. Has a different line in mind.
Sure.
As the Kinko Initiate gets a draw.
Initiate, a little bit of draw power on a decent-sized body. We like that.
I like it when players have these decks that are completely pimped out. Everything is just shining.
Oh, it's nice.
The reflection of it is beautiful.
Very satisfying.
100%.
Kinko initiate as well. Free might.
And there's the baited hook.
There's the baited hook. Not a card we see in Fiora too often, normally in that LeBlanc. Can obviously use it here, though. Look at top 5. Then you can play something with up to the might that you killed, +1. So a 4 might unit could be played here. Oh, is that another Kinko initiate?
Another Kinko.
It is. Get to draw one then.
And you shuffle them.
They have to shuffle after the baited hook, of course.
Right.
Timer.
I wish I was this clean, you know, in terms of handling your cards. I'm very sloppy. Like, I push cards and rules all over the place.
Okay, thank you.
Something so beautiful about good card management, you know?
Of course.
This is something, of course, the practice happens a lot over the board. You get to hear with a lot of players that they have a group that they practice with a lot. I think that's the beautiful, most beautiful part about Riftbound is the sense of community that you build up.
Of course.
Because behind every player that is
Actually,
in
let me think about it.
the top game to qualify to top A is
Not
all
sure
that practice.
I don't have anything, but you should not have it. So, I'll play like this.
So Native Warrior
Conquer here. Go to 3.
swings in with the Rasa.
Oh.
Easy 4 points here for Mosik, and he finds a way to keep the Rasa alive even.
Is here.
Swings it in.
Go to 4. Trigger.
Interesting
zone,
decision
draw.
here because he just didn't want to sacrifice any tentacles.
Oh.
I'm just thinking about that Nasher.
Lightning Rush.
There's the Lightning Rush.
Nocturne.
Here we go.
And then a Nocturne High Roll.
Find the Nocturne. It's where the cannon deck can still get out of hand. Like, look at this board state. It's just inflating rather quickly. And these aren't little, well, I mean, there are some tentacles there, but these are like big units, you know. Nocturne has 4, Rasa has 6. You can't just tap these out the way. Not another Nocturne, surely.
Yeah, I have to say the powerful aspect of all of this is that these 2 seals are doing so much work to make sure that the cannon doesn't deramp. We compare it to the previous game that we just watched, in the previous round where the cannon had to deramp so much to keep up with the Yi. But here, all of a sudden, you need to think about different ranges. On 4 points, you can't exit on a potential
You are
Nasher play.
right? Yeah.
But it is something that
Actually,
we
I
have to
didn't
keep
say.
in mind later on
I didn't.
as we go into the deeper rounds. So now we have to expect the Fiora to do something active. It was a developing turn, still on 1 point. And this was, of course, a Fiora that went first. But whenever a cannon gets to play a seal and the cannon in turn 1, when they go second,
Sorry to interrupt you.
you're so happy.
Yeah.
You have the swing in.
Yeah, it's all.
Here we go. Kinko Initiate is going to go swinging in there. Easy point.
Yes. Draw the card. Baited hook is gone. Don't need a lot of those copies. Makes sense. No gear here just yet from Mosik. There's the punch first. There's a set as well. Also blinked out. It was a overnumbered set. Gorgeous card.
Yeah.
Oh, going to go for the hook here. Number 4 might.
Cost. Sorry, 4 might. Oh, set is in that range.
Set is in that range. That's a good find there.
Such a perfect synergy, that card. Because the buff happens as you play it. It goes to 5 might.
Then you
Then
get
you can,
your
of course,
Fiora
spend the
legend.
buff.
Yep.
And as the unit dies, of course, the battlefield is still in your control.
Okay, what are we
being
eyeing
played.
up here then? 3 being eyed up.
The tension is building. It's a very specific moment here because I can imagine from Rice Master's perspective, he takes a look at that base and it looks very scary.
It does.
Already used 1 rampage. You can't really attack that base that easily as the Fiora player.
My card is here. By
Need
the
to
way.
hope
Yeah.
that you can
29.
eventually set up a hold and swing. Oh, speaking of
Okay,
the devil,
Rampage, okay.
Still here. Target Raza.
that is the rampage on the Rasa.
Did pay the additional.
It is a 7, right? Yes.
Never
That
mind.
will be 7, so it is going to go through unless there's any tricks, which there is not.
6 versus 7.
Has gone. And we're just debating on what to do here, going into the
Sure.
Monastery of Hirana
are at 3.
It is tricky because there wasn't very elegant ways for a Rise Master actually to make units mighty in terms of getting the runes up. We've had it happen twice. Kind of wish that you have it happen a little bit more, because maybe you could have played the Harness Dragon a little bit earlier, have that as a potential hook target, get another Harness Dragon out. Maybe that in that line of thinking. But it does seem like just sacrificing the Kinko Initiates on 3 just makes perfect sense with the power curve that a lot of the units are on.
Lightning Rush.
Okay, here we go. What are we eyeing up here then?
Lightning Rush on Flow.
Lightning Rush on Flow. And you see a Nocturne? We do not. The Starcross Fizz.
Yeah, this is where I begin to think about that Nasher again, you know? Is he fishing for Horrowing? We know that's in the main board. He wouldn't be able to exit the game just yet, but still, just when the Nasher comes down, it's always scary no matter what.
Yeah, that timer gets started real quick when that Baron Nasher comes in. Now, I think Fiora has more ways to combat it versus the Ezreal from earlier, but make no mistake about it, no deck wants to start swinging into a Baron. I can tell you that for free.
Tapping the cannon. Considering, of course, if you should play another Lightning Rush. Still one in the trash.
Wait, did I
pre-tap the cannon to have it ready for the next turn, of course.
I started.
Just double checking that everything is correct.
I might have. I think I did. But I was calculating.
Making sure that he, of course, channeled the runes. Keep
Very
in mind,
important. Yeah.
These two fine gentlemen have been playing Riftbound the whole day. Yesterday, also the whole day.
Today, getting close to like.
And also, it's like 40 degrees in here. Doesn't help.
Getting towards like 12 hours, probably over 12 hours at this point, actually, of pure Riftbound action in a 48-hour period. That, viewers, is a lot of Riftbound.
100%. And keep in mind, this is not your local Nexus night. This is RQ.
Yeah,
and we're at the top tables right now.
Stakes.
The high stakes, the pressure's on. Every decision matters. You don't get away with any mistakes.
Nope.
At this level of play. I like the Rice Master comes in ready, has the towel, has the water. It's very important to stay hydrated. Everybody in the venue, make sure you drink the water that is just available to you all over the place. You have those little water coolers.
Hydration is very important. That's for anyone at home who is, you know, only gone to your local Nexus night.
I was counting. I knew I was going.
Hydration is
to
very
10.
important.
My turn was actually in my mind already doing my stuff since, but yeah, tell me I should be a mandatory
Double checking if he channeled his runes. I think the judge is going back in time and double checking.
Yeah, that is the beauty of a feature match, that you can actually rewind and have a look. But yeah, just to revisit what I was saying, if you haven't gone to an RQ before and you are eyeing one up, stuff like hydration, good night's sleep.
I apologize, actually.
It's okay, Mossick, it happens. It happens. Yeah, stuff like that, nutrition, they're the things you don't really consider going to your first RQ, but very important.
100%. And I wanted to add, you know, yesterday we had the interview with Enrico's, which was so endearing because he mentioned, you know, I just exceeded my expectations. And
okay, thank you.
You know, we have 2,000 players here. So, he missed 2 runes. That's why I was talking about the Nasher so much.
Yeah.
Because he would go over that threshold sometimes. You know, he does get 2 runes there. So the judge does the save. And Mossick does get those 2, but doesn't get to take back the Lightning Rush. So take a look at the hand.
6, you know, runes up, 5 runes up, 5.
Can play Lightning Rush from the trash to fish a little bit more.
All Empower Nocturne.
That's the Empower.
6. I'll go here.
That's 6 might. We're thinking Punch first. We're thinking Call to Glory. A lot of ways to pump the might for the set, of course. But then the crucial detail is all these bounce spells. When you think of Rebuke, Starcrossed, Hard Bargain as well. These are the interactions that, of course, a cannon can offer. There's the punch first.
That's the biggest one. Doesn't get much more bigger than +5.
Yeah, well, I'm floating. Punch first on, I suppose, on set, right?
So let's see now. Will he do a hard bargain to drive up the cost, make him pay for it, and then bounce it back with, of course, the Starcross?
Okay, punch first.
Well, right now
is going for the hard bargain.
6.
Is the hard bargain going to go for increasing the cost of spells?
All Starcrossed.
Starcrossed
Starcrossed.
instead.
The only solution here could be repulse, could be repulse. Repulse isn't played, of course. They sound very similar, but they're very different.
Yeah. They're kind of similar in the sense that they both counter spells, right? But are we going to see it? The signature spell? Oh.
Target this.
I cannot see.
That's
oh, Death Grip. Okay.
The sacrifice this too.
They're going to pass the might over.
To the unsung hero.
Think about it.
Which is very neat because now it's quite fortified over there. That's
Yeah,
this unsung hero is quite sung at this point because we need to talk about it.
Yeah. The opposite of unsung. What is that? The well-known hero.
Yeah, that's 12 might. That's
12 might. That's well known.
That's Captain America or something.
Yeah. You know, if 12 might knocks on your
The
door,
Hulk,
you certainly
maybe.
know about it. And you get the draw one as well.
100%.
That's how many games of Riftbound have been decided by one draw at the right time.
Yeah.
Here we go. However, that will be the Zant. Warren's getting conquered there by Mossick.
Kept the tentacle in play because he could just replay the Rasa from hand, of course.
Yes.
Discards the tornado. The Gust Monk. So stuck on Tornado Warriors because that Karos game we saw the other day.
Yeah. So rather similar, isn't it? All
5
blended
points.
together for us as well. But yeah, 5 points to 3.
Big read here for Mossick now because obviously that could have been a huge repulse turn. The Fizz comes into play, and look at that trash. He can play any spell he wants.
Yeah, what are we eyeing up here?
Targeting Fizz.
That's
Oh, that's how you get around 12, mate. Send it back to hand.
And
100% easy decision to make because the information that
tentacle
Mossick has
going
to
in?
play with, of course,
There we
is the
go.
fact that there's no repulse in the hand of the enemy.
Because you would have used it on that last one. You're so right. What a read there from Mossick. So yeah, we can go charging in there up to 6.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Yeah, I want it in my hand, so no problem.
And now Starcrossed on the Fizz, gets back into the hand. That interaction is so silly. Once again, fish. Fizz is a fish.
Yep.
Yep.
It is. More of that seafood action.
100%.
Here in Barcelona. Well, coastal city here, of course. So.
We have 6 points now for Mossick.
Dangerous number.
Ooh, very dangerous.
Harness Dragon in the
Tricky
hand.
thing is, in terms of the rune count, Punch First was very expensive.
It was.
If you're a player doesn't have that many options, he needs to build a massive hold. Tap in 5.
Is that going to be for the set?
Yeah, the tricky thing is he might need to conquer with the Fiora, swing in, and then place whatever unit he can on top
that
of the Fiora
battlefield, yeah.
to just set up a hold. Nice thing about Fiora is the fact that when it's alive in your base, when it becomes mighty, you can tap, of course, 1 power, 1 yellow, to make sure that it's ready. So the set could swing in from the base.
Yep. It definitely could.
Got the shells. Once again, seafood.
Okay, these guys.
It just keeps appeing. As this,
You're
it's
right.
this.
Yeah, it does.
Whoever does the card design just loves seafood. Which is, we're close to the sea. We're in Barcelona.
And
makes
they're all
sense.
relevant as well. Like, they are coming up. Letting you vision, look at the top card of your deck, and you may recycle it if you like, and then it has the action to use it, kill it, and then give a unit +2.
That's the swing in. 3 against 1.
So it's 3 versus 1. Pass focus. So yeah, you pass focus. Okay.
Okay.
You go
It's going to go through.
Mossick kind of chin checking, doing some feints,
Yeah.
Oh,
I like it.
switcheroo. Do I have it?
Yeah. It's like,
I like
you pass
that.
focus? You pass focus yet? Okay, well, okay, that's that then.
Thank you.
Okay, what are we eyeing up here now then? 6 open.
Yeah, the tricky thing with set, of course, is activated ability to spend the buff. It's only something that you can do on your own turn. There's no speed to it. If the set comes into play, if of course is mighty, so you can ready it with the Fiora unit.
Yeah.
It's 4.
What could this be? Oh, is that the unsung hero? Oh no, it's a spectral matron coming in when you play it. You may play a unit costing no more than 3 and no more than 1 power from your trash, ignoring the cost.
Oh, you try to
Binku Initiate is going to come straight back in. Do we get to draw one? Do we have a mighty unit in play? Do we have a mighty unit in play? Did he draw one? Maybe he didn't. I'm not sure. Didn't get a look at that.
Yeah. Plus, plus
mighty.
2. So it's a 5.
Okay. So now we have +2 because of the shell. Baited hook. Oh, okay. Bye bye, Kinko Initiate. Okay.
Fishing for something.
Now we can
with
get
6.
hefty now after that shell.
That's the dragon.
Honest
What a read.
What a play. That's going to get rid of that Nocturne. What a find. What a beautiful line of play there.
You know, there's so many layers to that because, of course, he's played baited hook a couple of times. Now he's hooked units. He knows his odds of pulling that Harness Dragon, has one in hand, and he fished for it beautifully because he used the Divine Shells to make sure that his Kinko Initiate goes to 5, and then, of course, the additional 1 might that, you know, your baited hook allows you to fish for. The Harness Dragon was exactly what he was looking for. Got the Nocturne. And now the question is, what can the Kennen player do? And it's always so much.
Yeah,
you can
exactly
walk in.
That. You have a lot of ways to draw cards, a lot of ways to filter cards.
One open for the punch first.
Yep.
I'll go here.
Swings in.
Okay, here we go. Some
priority.
more feints again. What are we seeing here then?
Tries to snipe.
Ooh, that's a bit cheeky. The switcheroo. All of a sudden, the tentacles have been in the gym curling those weights.
Okay.
So is that 4 on the tentacles now? I make that 4, yeah.
It's 4 against 4 currently.
3. Yeah.
Could force out the punch first very early with this maneuver.
Is 1 minus 4. So it's 4.
Need to keep in mind as well that
Is
Mosik
4 to 4 and your focus right now?
he chose not to give the, you know, he still can tap to give his unit assault. Obviously, he can't do any switcheroo shenanigans by giving the enemy assault in this moment because he is, of course, the attacker.
This is not as bad.
That is not react speed on the Harness Dragon. Oh, but there we're going to the punch first. Immediate slam down of the hard bargain, increasing the cost of that. That means Vossmother can no longer play it.
So it's plus assault 2.
That makes a beefy tentacle.
Yep.
Assault 2, 6 might against the 4.
Go to 7.
Mosik goes to 7. And that's the Ride the Wind.
Oh, was that the Ride the Wind there coming down? Wow, and there we go. Mosik taking this game 1. Doing it in a rather fast fashion as well. Really hitting the accelerator pedal. And we're going to a game 2. Rice Master needs to win this. Otherwise, his RQ Barcelona run ends here.
Yeah, the best of Metal Fiora still, of course, a big part of the story. Rice Master playing against the most represented deck. No, it's up there. While playing Fiora, which is very, very admirable. But in terms of what you can bring in from the sideboard that could help you, I'm thinking about the Sabotage. We have, of course, the Decree of Unity.
That's
that
the
could be
easy
a
one,
difference
right?
maker. I have to remind everybody that this was a Fiora that went first against a Kennen that had the ultimate beginning there with, of course, the Seal. It's incredible when you play Kennen, you don't need to D-ramp while you play these very expensive cards and spells. Due to those two seals, the amount of power he gained from those must have been like 10, 12 power because they came through so early.
Yep.
And when you put it into that perspective, you realize quickly how ridiculous those seals were. We didn't get to see a single riposte in play, which of course is the big answer into the switcheroo. And when the riposte didn't come down on that turn when, of course, Mosik swung into that set on the board, then you know the riposte wasn't in hand. And then, of course, the punch first was signaled. And the fact that he kept that beautiful, beautiful, beautiful hard bargain all the way into the end made his turn so much easier. So comfortable when you know you don't have to be afraid of the punch first. I don't get to experience that much playing, of course, green and yellow.
Nope.
The little bag. It's a hard bargain.
Must just be so satisfying though, isn't it? Your opponent drops the punch first, they think they got away with it, and you're like, nope, pay an extra 2, please. Oh, you can't. Guess that fails then.
Of course,
it needs to have that in the Chaos domain, doesn't it? Chaos, such a strong, domain right now. Kennen decks almost exclusively Chaos cards. I mean, looking at this one, pretty much is exclusively Chaos cards, actually.
Yeah, this is where some of the order cards begin to come in. You could see potentially, the Vi come in. Decrees are kind of useless. Obviously, there's no purple cards in the Fiora deck, so that's nice at least. But
Yeah,
Vi is the big one.
Yeah, Vi's a good
Add an additional
equalizer.
switcheroo.
Yep.
Those are the big ones.
I mean, look at this chat. Find me the order card, please. I'll wait.
Yeah, this is all
a long time. Just that lightning rush, but
all
that's
chaos.
Just the strength of the cannon and these low costs.
Yeah, if the sideboard has a switcheroo, a Vi, those could be cards that you'll deck into.
Yep.
An additional detail, of course, is Mosik didn't have time to look up the Fiora game that was on stream previously. He doesn't know if it's a gear-heavy deck. He doesn't know if it's a BF Sword variant. He did see the Divine Shells. So the incentive to put in, of course, some of the gear hate isn't extensive, because a big detail for Fiora in particular is that she gets value off of the gear as it's played, because the equip, of course, you turn something mighty and then you get to swing in, so the value is already had and done. So some big decisions coming into game number 2. Minefield in play, which is very comfortable. Sunken Temple, also something that has a lot of options for the Fiora. As I mentioned before, you have fine ways to, of course, extend the rune count, but we're off to the races. Game number 2.
Here we go. This is a win or go home scenario for Rice Master. For Mosik, he wants to just wrap this one up here, advance the top 8.
It's my turn.
Cannon.
Yeah, 2 same.
Versus Fiora.
Recycling the runes.
Yeah, you can go, you can go.
It is Trifarian War Camps, keeping the Sunken Temple for when he goes second. That's the unsung hero.
There's the unsung hero.
Remains unsung because got star-crossed in the previous one.
Yeah, got up to 12 might before he was getting away with it there, and then immediately just
Oh my days. The perfect start again for the cannon player. Burn 2. Let's see what cards get put into the trash. We see Tentacles and a switcheroo.
Oh, is that?
Is it a fizz?
I think
it
it's
looks kind of similar. It might be a fizz, yeah. It looks like a fizz, yeah. 3 in power, yeah. You're right there, Burton.
Yeah, man.
Come on now. You got good eyes. Eyes are failing me. I have contact lenses. I'm so nearsighted. I'm blind as a bat. That would be my flavor
Ooh,
text. That's the BF sword.
BF sword. That's a big one. Unsung hero getting slightly more sung. Obviously, we get the legend ability activation as that is now a mighty unit. That's strong. 5 might. This is where, if the Vi has come in for Mosik, a big difference maker into these high might cards in the showdowns, of course.
Yeah, passes the turn, of course, because Cannon can easily just make it to 6 might with the assault from the legend. So it feels kind of pointless to put him in there. The unsung hero, of course. Lightning rush, it begins. The nastiness.
Here we go.
Are we going to be seeing a lot of this still this on this beautiful Sunday?
Nocturne? No, not quite.
No Nocturne. See another seal, though. One fizz is in the trash.
Fizz.
Keeps
traveling
the seal.
I mean, we say the opportunity cost, getting those seals into play early, they just pay for themselves more so, and a lot more, really.
Yes, sir. And the beauty of course, the Cannon Champion unit is the fact that if you add flow to a card that already has flow, the cost that it uses is, of course, the printed one at the top. So you can flow it for 1, which is way cheaper than, of course, the flow cost that is on the card. You can choose.
Yeah, of course.
That easily.
Activated.
Plays the Lightning Rush for 1. Banishes that one. So many cards in the trash already. We're going to have just turn 3 Rasas.
This is...
Oh, my days.
Oh, wow. Got the... Oh,
That's
wow.
the Nocturne.
Got the Nocturne as well. Turn 2. Playing it on the battlefield. This is rude, isn't it?
The lore of Nocturne, as far as I remember, is basically it's the accumulation of everyone's nightmares.
Oh, is it?
I think
that is,
it is aptly
yeah,
named.
That is
aptly done.
That is lore. Oh, and we saw the salvage coming on that BF sword, by the way. Blink and you miss it.
Oh, painful.
Whoa.
So they did have the read about the BF sword.
The accumulation of everyone's nightmares Nocturne coming true there. Lore accurate game designers, you know what you're doing. Goodness gracious. And there is Rice Master.
The hand on the forehead.
Head in hands, yeah, thinking, what on earth do I do now?
Oh my days. Look how calm Mosik looks.
Yeah, look at Mosik staring into Rice Master's soul. Like, how you getting out of this one, my son? Well, let's find out. What can we do? Chosen champion coming down. Unsung hero conquering. I don't think that was the right Fiora. Yeah, that is the correct Fiora. That was our feature card. That is the one there. First mate, ready up, bring it back. Cheeky little point. Don't mind it.
Very cheeky, you know. Like that's a.
It's like a cheeky little point in it. Like you're doing the hokey pokey. In out. Come on, coming back. There we go.
Now we understand why we saw the face palm.
Yeah.
Very painful to see the Cannon player who has such a consistent deck on top of that high roll, I would say.
Yeah,
with the Nocturne being found.
Yeah, that's a bonus.
Double seal.
You wouldn't do it again, would you, Mossett? You wouldn't find another Nocturne. Okay.
Ooh, those are the powerful swing cards.
And the thing is, we haven't seen it so far in this one. We have seen
Rebuke.
it in past games. Is the last rights letting you play from your trash as well? Keep an eye on that one. As the trash gets bigger, the options for last rights, you know, power level grows. Here's another stack deck in hand as well, by the way.
Yeah, the crucial detail that you get, the information from stack decks when you play them is what's at the bottom of your trash.
Yeah.
And he hasn't seen a single Rasa from the trash, so he knows these are cards that are coming up. So the last rights value isn't as much. Because when you play the Lightning Rush and you need to discard the Rasas, that's when you
I see what you're saying. Yes, you are right.
Play the last rights. But he also has one in hand. So if it comes down to it, he's, of course, chilling.
Chilling and winning, it feels
Chilling
like.
and winning, indeed.
Chilling and winning. That's what you want to be chanting in a winning in for top 8 right there. Chilling and winning.
Nocturne does have ganking.
I was about to say, how he's done that then? Yeah, it has got a ganking, you're right.
Kind of forget that comes into play.
Yeah.
So,
Here we go, stat deck.
I think a good rule in Riftbound is just add as many cards in your deck that has as much text as possible.
Yeah, as much keywords and text. Yeah, good things happen, all right?
100%.
Especially if you can fling them into play for free, just seeing it off a stat deck and or Lightning Rush.
Yes, sir.
Efficiency is the aim of the game of Kennen, right? Now, how can I cheat these high, mighty units in play?
Oh, you can go.
Oh, flow tentacles. Okay, so the pullback and then tentacles, and it is over to Rice Master now. Has a turn of breathing room. Let's see what we can do.
Now the main question, a good synergies with, of course, the Trifarian War Camp. I saw the Rampage plays in the previous game to, of course, snipe those important units. This time we have the Riposte, which will, of course, play a big role. Nice thing about Trifarian War Camp is if you send in, of course, the Unsung Hero there and then use the Divining Shells, it does go to 5, becomes mighty.
Yep.
And then you can draw those 2 cards from it dying if it comes down to it.
One thing I want to keep an eye on there. Riposte, currently in hand. Didn't see it in game 1.
Yeah.
So, any sneaky hard bargains or anything like this, Starcross, that might be getting riposted away. Keep an eye on that. Put a little pin in that for later.
That's the set.
There's the set.
Pays the power cost, but doesn't choose to, of course, accelerate it with the Fiora unit. Just building up and preparing for a hold that eventually needs to be done. The Unsung Hero comes through, and he has the Divining Shells to defend that and turn it into 5. Combat begins.
Okay, that is going to go through, though.
That's kind of nice.
Second point.
That's
Master.
good.
Yep.
That will go to 5 might with the Divining Shells, which is very good. No.
That is just going to be the turn, though.
No energy available, though, for the Riposte.
No, unfortunately
if a switcheroo action happens. So it will be very disappointing if the Unsung Hero dies not a hero, because you don't get those draws unless the Unsung Hero is, of course, mighty. So many options. You can even gust. You can gust it.
You can gust.
The Divining Shells. That's the last rights.
There's the last rights.
Shovel. Whipped shovel.
Attaches it. Has to recycle 2 from trash, so he's getting out of that Rasa range.
Certainly is.
So taking back this 2.
That is a necessary bit of text to attach your last right. Recycle 2 cards from your trash.
Here.
That's a swing in for 3. Keep in mind, it's a Trifarian War Camp. So it is 4 against 3 currently. That's the Divining Shells to make it mighty.
In response, I'll gust.
Will Mosik deny the draws?
I think was that a gust I heard in response.
Ooh.
I believe it was. Yeah, that's going to return it back to hands.
Lovely. No draws. The Unsung Hero just aptly named.
Yeah, he's just messing about. Here comes Fizz. Stat deck. God, I want to see another Nocturne. I really do. Oh, was that? Yeah! ask, and you shall receive.
The face bomb just goes deeper and deeper.
I mean, I don't know why I'm cheering you. Rice Master's thinking, oh, this is getting silly now, isn't it? Absolutely, that is a correct name for that Nocturne. Horrifying when you're on the receiving end of this. Hasn't even got enough space for all these units and gears. Oh,
Goes to 3.
I'm full tapped, by the way. Yeah, I'll go to 4.
Tentacle goes for the 4th point.
Hey, I should recycle one room for Nocturne. I think I didn't do it. So I should do
don't
it.
think you did as well, actually, to be fair. I was too busy cheering after seeing the Nocturne.
I'm pretty sure because one for the last, right? One for Fizz, so I should be one less for Nocturne.
Honest man.
Confirm it.
Is an honest man.
Otherwise,
Definitely.
you can do your play. Maybe I don't know if you.
We already know, we can already kind of
okay.
make sure.
So just thank you. So we don't waste time. Yeah.
The ending of this game will be
recycle one
a
more.
big hold, of course, from Rise Master, unless he can, of course, break the board, and then hopefully get enough value from the riposte on one of those big swing cards, the switcheroo, the rebuke, to then, of course, make sure that his units that are so important survive. Because now the point tempo is in Mosik's favor, and the fact that he didn't need to commit anything, it's just tentacles, and of course the legend and the gust onto the unsung hero to deny those draws. Look at that backline. We have a base with a cannon, 2 horrifying Nocturnes, and a Fizz.
Yeah.
The Rampage did get drawn, so maybe you can trim a little bit of that away.
Yep. Start trimming some of that back row, as it were.
Yeah. Sure.
Uses the set ability to give it a little bit more might. You get that buff back when, of course, you conquer. It's fun to see Origin cards still in play, of course.
Yeah, it is.
I remember getting smacked around during my early Nexus nights playing Kaiser. I was terrible at the game. Kaiser was broken. And that's a swinging, bidding waste.
That is going to go through. Worth noting, Mosik is tapped out, so, you can sort of have your way a little bit here this turn. Pit rookie.
On.
Gonna get a buff.
Okay.
That puts that Fiora to 4. That is enough to go over the top.
5 to 4. 5 to 4.
Really tapped out, Mosik.
Yep. It's mighty.
So that's 5. Fiora becomes mighty.
You already used the. You're in. Yeah. Sure.
Yep, that is going to go through there. Double conquer.
Nice.
The last white
What a cool
shovel.
interaction.
Yeah. There we go.
Fire
Rice
War Camp
Master.
power. Of course, readies the Fiora because she becomes mighty in this moment. There's the buff on the set for the Conquer previously. Will he move the Fiora back? Get the tentacles.
So is this going to be first mate, perhaps? Kinku initiates. Rampage! That's going to go into Kennen Champion. Straight to the trash.
Fiora comes back. Very important to keep her alive.
We're going to send some backup there, first mate, into the Forbidden Wastes.
Very important detail there, of course, because if you are alone in the Forbidden Waste, you are freezing cold, and you get a -2. So a little bit of a stack here.
What have we played there? Unsung, is that Unsung Hero? Unsung Hero.
Making a comeback.
Making a comeback. Maybe this will be the one that makes a difference.
Maybe. And we mentioned it. We built it up before. The riposte here is available for a potential rebuke, potential switcheroo. If Rise Master can get this hold, suddenly this game could shift. Because keep in mind, the trash isn't that extensive. The Rastas can't be played. And if he wants to equip his last rights, obviously
even smaller.
You need to set up a situation where you recycle 2 of your trash. But that hard bargain in hand as well. Very strong against the riposte. Not enough available energy to pay for that for Rise Master. Stack deck.
Stack deck. Oh, you wouldn't. You wouldn't. But that was going to be the Nocturne, the third one there, but didn't quite get to see what that was. We'll find out together, shall we? So.
Trash is expanding. Starcross is indeed very nice. So what you can do in these moments, right, with Forbidding Waste in particular, if you manage to get the Starcross on the set,
yep.
Then you can swing in one time, and then the final unit that is left there will be -2.
Okay, so
how's the Nocturne?
Sorry, I give Assault 2 to Nocturne.
Assault 2 to Nocturne.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go.
We know the Starcross is in hand.
Will this be the turn?
We also know about the hard bargain as well.
Right.
That counters, of course, the repulse in this moment, but Rice Master doesn't know.
Oh, so
Let's
we're
see what his
attaching
read
the
will be.
last rights, it looks like here, I believe. Yeah, so Rice is not going to be much of a factor if that trash keeps on shrinking. But that is another +2. Whereas that would be Assault 6, go up to 8, I believe, if I've done my maths correctly, and I have.
Yeah, the attachment there is to play around the potential Call to Glory. A lot of buffs to make that card free.
Oh, that is just going to go through, it looks like.
Just a trade, plain and simple.
Yeah, that's efficiency right there, considering you got that Nocturne in play for a stack deck. Goodness gracious. I guess 1 power as well.
You know, players at this level, of course, Rice Master being here in this round, he knows if the enemy is not playing around Rasas, he probably has one of those bags in hand. A trade happens, and Rice Master had no, of course, abilities to pump his units.
Yeah, that trashes. Yeah, Rice will not be a factor in this game. There's another Nocturne. That's going to
Very
clear
tough.
off the Forbidden Waste.
Five.
Mosik said, I know you need to hold that to win, so how about I just clear you straight off it?
The only, of course, you know, Rice Master's been face-palming a lot, but the fact that the Rasas are so far away is a very important detail here, because if Fizz conquers here, of course,
Base.
that is, of course, the cannon played from the trash due to the last rights. The amount of units that Mosik has, it's not one of those super Rasa games, of course.
No.
Sure. What happened?
Just the judge is double-checking something. We, of course,
Double-checking something.
want the game to be played as fairly as possible. It's very important.
Did you do something correct?
So
now, you know, Rice Master, crucial detail.
Yeah.
He signaled. He has no Call to Glory there. No punch first, of course, to keep his units alive, because that was quite the big
Would've used
hold.
them. Yeah, for sure.
And you know, Mosik got to hold all of his tools, and there was no reason or possibility really to use the repulse because no spells were played. And the swing in did a fantastic job. 2 Nocturnes swung in there. Last Rites was equipped, and the trash was recycled. Mosik plays a different game because he hasn't seen any of the Rasas just yet. And he knows this game might go long because he's the one ahead on point tempo. So, of course, he can set up for a later game because eventually, you know, you get to the bottom. You've gone through so many stack decks. You've gone through so many cards. You know the Rasas will eventually show up in your top decks, of course. That's where you want to be ready.
Out as well, the longer the game goes on.
100%.
Gotta keep an eye out for that one. So yeah, just having something, confirmation of something on the table. That's why we have our judges there, though. Make sure we always thank our judges. Without them,
I am excited for the dynamic of now the repulse versus the rebuke, the repulse versus the potential switcheroo. And because if Rice Master, of course, is on the turn, then he has the runes and the energy available to pay for a potential hard bargain. The question is, what he's hoping for is to draw a little bit of more cards that gives him more might. Because currently, as the body deck to be the one to represent less might, it does feel a little bit strange.
Yeah.
You know, I had no punches first. Call to Glory is an important card that, of course, Mosik played around. But the fact that it wasn't played, Mosik can, of course, easily understand that it's something that isn't in the hand. There's something that isn't talked about a lot. Is through the lines, you have to read the lines of course, your opponent.
sure,
Was there a turn where the enemy had a better play if he had that particular card? And then you can guesstimate, he doesn't have that card. Next turn, the odds of them drawing it. Did they draw 1 card, 2 cards, 3 cards? And then you kind of estimate where does the power come from? Because now, from Mosik's perspective, the fact that no power came through there, no Call to Glory, no punch first, he can kind of guess, okay, there's no pump spells in the enemy's hand. Then the additional layer that goes even deeper is, you might think all of that, but was it all a mind game? And that's where Riftbound becomes extremely complicated. Because sometimes you talk with the highest, you know, the best pros, and you ask them, okay, you play 3 turns, everyone plays optimally, you assume it. Can you guess the hand of this player, the hand of this player? And you would be surprised how accurate they are. It is freaky. It is very, very freaky. And it's not something with star signs or anything like that. No, it's pure game knowledge. And in those moments, those signals, it's very important to pay attention to them. We have, of course, you know, any kind of top deck, a punch first, the Call to Glory could be very important. But the fact that it weren't played in that moment definitely gives you a lot of information.
Certainly does, and that's where you say, that these high-tier players can essentially solve hands, like you say, just off reading boards. They think you've done this, you've done that, you've played that. So I reckon these are your, 3 cards of hands, let's say. And that's something you brought attention to, is that's where the mind games could come in. You're thinking, well, I'm going to pretend as if I haven't got this in hand, even though I have. So then just to throw you off a little bit, throw you off the scent. And that's where, when you do get to these, winning in for top cut action and beyond, that is where you have to really start to think. And, like, for example, there with Rice Master, didn't defend that hold at the bottom, even though you'd assume he really wants to.
Of
so
course.
Then you're thinking, does he generally not have the cards to defend now, or is he bluffing so that later on he can make a big push and catch me off guard, as it were? And that's where the counters to the counters and the reads to the reads start to come in. And as you rightfully said, that is Riftbound right there.
100%. And you know already from Mosic's play, he attached the last rights, but is knocked into 8 might. 8 might exactly plays over Set getting called to glory, which is of course 1 attack, or of course any other unit being called to glory, which is the 8 range. So obviously, he's just fully aware of it. The meta, of course, at this tournament has been incredible. A lot of cannon play. I'm sure a lot of people out there are just thinking, oh, this is so broken. At least we have a game where there's not Rasas all over the place that are just giving revived 1 power, 1 power, 1 power. We had the Seal play, of course. It is most played decks. Cannon at the top, and the conversion rate so high, 51%. And of course, we have Yi right behind it, Irelia as well, and Rengar, those popularized, of course, by Prismat. Rek'Sai, Diana, Kha'Zix, and of course Azir also receiving a lot of play, and you see that the bar is very high. You need to be very consistent and need to offer something very, very specific. Your turns, early turns, need to be so strong. That's the main thing that I think about when I look at these decks. You think about Stelicon Herders, you think about, of course, Irresistible Fae Folk. When you see that as a 2-drop, you just get scared. Diana, the same thing. Diana has suffered a little bit due to, of course, some of the meta shifts, but that's the beauty of Riftbound. One thing moves in, everything else shifts with it. Kha'Zix being up here is also nice to see. Once again, for the same reason. A lot of cool purple cards, Ride the Wind, just gets you, of course, that point tempo if need be. And once again, that Irresistible Fae Folk. In my opinion, that probably is the strongest turn 1 play you can do when you're on the draw. If you're not on the draw, probably the strongest play you can do is play a Seal into Cannon.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And it's very interesting looking at these most played decks, how high the conversion is. It makes me feel as if, if you are playing a sort of, what's the word I'm looking for here? A well-represented, almost solved legend, one that you think is going to be good. You have a very good chance of getting in to that day 2. But then here comes the wrinkle to the wrinkle. What are you playing for? If you're playing for a best of and you're playing one of these, good luck. It's going to be very hard. It's going to be a lot more people to combat there for you. However, if you want to play for a best of, you better having a lesser chance at a conversion with a lesser played legend like Fiora, for example, and then potentially having an easier time in. That's what's really interesting about Riftbound. Having that best of prizing can really skew metagames, right? This is our first event there where there is no Origins best of, so in theory, Origins Legends should come down. However, Yi, second most played deck there, with a very high conversion. So it's not as easy as that in Riftbound, and that's one thing I like. You can't really ever solve the meta too much because of the wrinkles to the wrinkles.
And the cool thing, right, is that top 64, right? The top 64. And if you're a really great Yi player, you make it the top 64, you bring Yi to the regional, and suddenly there's a Yi best of legend again.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is, of course, just amazing. And we are watching Rice Master here now on Fiora.
Yep.
It wasn't there on the top representation. It wasn't there at all.
Nowhere near.
The Ornn was all that we saw in the top list. That's just incredible. It's just fun to see, of course, the diversity in Riftbound.
Oh, yeah, I absolutely adore it. As we looked at the most played decks, I'm intrigued to see how much that pans out into our most played units, because you would imagine that we would be seeing the cream of the crop, and yet no surprises there. Fizz, Trickster, Vex, Apathetic, and then a little Scuttle Crab mixing it in. As we sort of look to the right there, nothing terribly surprising, I feel.
These are all staples, of course, in the respective domains. Noxus Hopefuls, good swing cards, and of course, you have the Vex Apathetic, the Trickster. We just saw in this Cannon game how much it can do. Just playing cards from your trash, when there's so many discard mechanics, getting to play these very, very powerful Chaos spells a second time, of course, is completely game-breaking. Scuttle Crab as well, just a cheeky little draw and a unit. Allows you to, of course, go deeper into your deck to the cards that you want to have
And that hand
defies the
knowledge.
disciplines.
And that hand knowledge.
Too.
Yeah.
I think even the aspect of revealing the hidden cards is even more impactful because sometimes that is the one that is impossible to guess. And then you have the classics. We're moving on to gear next. Gear, you know, it's just a representation of what the deck lists are. And the reason we see Last Ride Seal of Discord is because we see
of the
so
cannon.
many damn cannons.
Yeah.
Cannons are being played so much. And the Forge of the Future is the one that is quite unique here because I do think that's something that was teched into specifically to target the trash because, of course, you can kill the gear that is Forge of the Future after you've made your one recruit. And then you can target the trash, forcing your opponent to recycle. And that can be very crucial to target Fizz that has so much representation, to remove those crucial spells from, of course, the trash. And beyond that, you just have the classics, the long swords that we saw. We saw, of course, Colin earlier using the long swords extensively. The brutalizers on the Ornn. You have the brutalizers on, of course, the Azir, the BF sword as well. We saw one in the Fiora deck. And, of course, gear is just associated with Azir. So a lot of these are tied to, of course, Azir. And the Boots of Swiftness as well. What a freaky one that is. It's just giving you more mobility, as if Raylan needed that.
I know.
You just jump all over the place. And of course, we proceed to spells, which is once again just reinforcing that same idea. It's just what are the decks that are strong? What are the decks that are represented? You see Defy. I think if you don't play 3 copies of Defy in your green deck, then I might just call you crazy. Or maybe you
have a good reason why, I can tell you that.
Or you're in a situation where just you're in a your local scene, no one has just pulled Defies and you just, you just have no Defies in your deck. It was funny to hear Enrico's, of course, before. He's like, if I had 3 Time Warps, I'll play 3 Time Warps. I only own 2. And that's...
And I would play 4 if I could.
Yeah. 100%. We see all the staples, of course. Gust as an answer to many cards. We saw the value of it against that unsung hero that was about to become mighty. The fact that its reaction speed allows you to do so much. That's a very frustrating card for me to deal with when I'm playing Azir. Try to swing in on the move trigger with, of course, your Eye of Herald, and then you just get gusted and you're off into the wind. I said it yesterday, but I wish I was gusted in real life. I'm sweating so much. I just want a massive gust.
Yeah.
There's a gust of wind.
Cool us down.
Just don't star-cross me. I'm not ready for that trip. Just
up
into...
I'd rather stay on planet Earth if possible, if that's okay. Now this is an interesting one. Most played sideboard. Obviously, sideboard has just been increased, of course. You can have a more range of cards in there. No shock that Disarming Rake and Salvage are 2 of the top 3. People hate gear. So if you lose your game one, immediately these cards come flying in. Brittle Steel is also there at the 20% mark. Ferrous Forerunner, Decree of Unity, Decree of all the decrees. Guess that makes sense, though.
Yeah, the 4 good ones, really.
Yep.
The Cube Unity, targeting, of course, you can snipe a Chaos unit inside, of course, just removing Might from a body unit, just counters Rengar when you're playing blue, and the Decree of Focus as well, the counter to red that we saw represented a lot with the Rengar. When you get targeted by a spell or in combat with a Fury unit, you get 4+ Might, which is, of course, a massive swing. Also, just highlighting the first Forerunner, a big reason why the Fury decks were crying and they were in pain in the previous set was the abundance of course, purple decks. And the issue with first Forerunner, of course, is if this unit gets bounced. And now we see it a lot more. We see it represented in Rengar, and it's understandable that it's a sideboard card because there's a lot of matchups where you just don't want to play it because if it gets bounced, you don't get the value of the mechs, and it's a card that is quite slow. But if it's a card that dies and you get those mechs, then suddenly the value is right there. Continue on to, of course, Battlefield.
Battlefield. It's an interesting one again. Like the sideboard increased, Battlefield have gone through some changes, you know. 2 of the most popular, Aspirant's Climb, one of my favorites, not going to lie, thanks for that. And then Arena's Greatest, no longer available, can't pick them. So that should, in theory, open up the Battlefield selection here that we can have. And realistically, you know, Seat of Power, Targon's Peak, Emperor's Deus, these are all ones that we did see before, you know, Zarn Warren's Abandoned Hall. So nothing too, nothing changing too much coming in from our last meta game. Obviously, Minefield gets a look in now. That's a new one. What's your favorite Battlefield, actually?
My favorite Battlefield? Hall of Legends. It's not here. You know, I love a Battlefield because I'm playing Azir. I love a Battlefield that, of course, my opponent can't use too well. I think that's always what you're looking for. And it's just a battlefield that the enemy can't use. The abandoned hall is always, that's probably the scariest one for me. The synergy for Irelia. The fact that she chooses herself and then chooses herself again, one on guard, giving you 5 mice swings, is absolutely atrocious. Very nasty. I had this, you know, this game I played in the showdown 1 week ago, last weekend, and I had 29 might represented. My opponent had 3 cards in hand.
29.
Those were 3 defiant dancers. So that really was breakdancing, you know, just breakdancing, backflips.
Yeah.
And, you know, he won it. He won that battle. He won that battle. Luckily, I had, you know, a little hold, a cheeky, you know, back off on the other battlefield, but still incredibly scary. It's interesting, you know, that regardless, you know, in a world where we have some data, we have about, you know, in showdowns and tournaments, we have about 6,000 games played. You know, that is an abundance of data, but I just compare from coming from the League of Legends side, you know, I get to analyze, you know, thousands of pro games, and on top of that, you get millions of solo queue games. So the data can really, really tell you a story of what to play. But here, you know, you never know what kind of deck comes in. You never know what kind of tech comes in. You never know if the cannon that was so overrepresented, if someone found a solution to that in particular. And that's the beauty to me of course, when we talk about Riftbound. But the most beautiful part about Riftbound, of course, is playing. We have some resolutions happening. That's why we have a little bit of a delay.
Yep.
We all want to jump back into the game. We didn't tell them to pause so we could yap about battlefields. Trust me when I say that. We do want to see the continuation of the game. And there we have it. We're back in action.
All right, so we are back in the game. Here we go. Mossik's turn. Traveling Merchant coming down. Ty Turner coming down. A little switcheroo there. Obviously not a switcheroo. Ty Turner, of course. And then we are just going to see the pass back over to Rice Master. Now, how do we get out of this then? Because this is looking a bit dicey.
I'm going to be honest. I'm not so sure what happened to the Fiora. Must have been something that happened. That
no, okay. And that is that. Mossik is going to win the game 2. Advancing, we imagine, to top 8 and beyond, doing it 2-0 with that Kennen in convincing, a little bit of high rolly fashion. Don't tell him that he won't mind. He's going to advance to top 8. Congratulations and massive commiserations there to Rice Master. Took that Fiora on a fantastic wonder run, but falters a little bit here in the most popular deck in the room. Congratulations to Mossik.
Massive, massive run. The Kennen having a lot of representation in top 8. I think very impressive from Rice Master to, of course, play the Fiora, go all the way. We have some highlights, of course, from the game. I think the highlight was just playing the Kennen on turn 1.
Yeah.
We have, of course, the Harness Dragon as well that came from the baited hook play on the Kinko initiative.
Yeah.
It was quite cheeky. Play. And then the switcheroo play to come in. And then the punch first that was hard bargained. That's devastating for the Fiora player, of course. So many tools in the Chaos deck that is Kennen, that is right there. The final assault to go over the board. And then in the second game, it didn't really feel like Rice Master ever got rolling. He didn't find the pump spells. Defend, of course, the Forbidding Waste. With, of course, the set. The salvage came through on the BF Sword, which was incredibly painful. The face palms just got heavier and heavier.
It did.
And then finally, you know, that turn when he couldn't defend the set on the Forbidding Waste, I think that was just the neck breaker. Finding 2 Nocturnes is beautiful. The main thing is, like, I feel like he did have some form of high roll, the Kennen player, in the game too.
Yeah,
but he didn't have the Rasas. He won without the Rasas.
This is true, actually, yeah. That's a good point.
You didn't have a massive trash pile. Didn't won without the Rasas. If you don't get the Rasas, the beauty of the Kennen deck is you then find something else.
Yeah.
You know? You don't have the Rasas, you have other cards. You know?
See so much of the deck.
Yeah.
Statistically, it's not possible to miss all the good stuff. So as you say, yeah, Rasa doing a bit of a disappearing act, but then Nocturne was just knocking on the door like, don't worry, I'm here, I'll help you. Mossik, I'll get you in top 8, my friend. And yeah, it just seemed like the Kennen deck was just all systems go. That game didn't really miss a beat. It just felt like the game was constantly in Mossik's hands. But I do want to say massive shout out there to Rice Master. Fiora is a deck that not a lot of us, I think, had on our radar. And if you did, you're lying. Don't lie to me. Don't like liars. And he's put on a fantastic show. He was on, on stream earlier. Managed to navigate himself there to a win. But, Kennen, there's a reason why it's the most played deck in the room. It's the reason why it had the highest conversion rate, even with that. is because it's just ridiculously good.
So consistent. It just the craziest thing about the Cannon in my mind is just it's just packed with great cards.
Yeah.
You can play so many one-offs, two-offs, and you can dig through your decks and kind of prepare for whatever battle is coming. The stack deck is not only the fact that you get a card and you get to choose, you know then what your bottom as well, and it gives you information on what the potential next draws are on top of that. And then reviewing that game, I'm thinking back to that one turn where Ambessa didn't empower, but, you know, reviews happen later. Rise Massa, things to celebrate. We're going to, of course, an interview with the winner. Take it away.
I thought it was already an interview.
Welcome, everybody. We are joined by one of our confirmed top 8 players here in the regional qualifier in Barcelona, Eclipse Mosik. How does it feel to take it down? And with a fun opponent, right? This Fiora baited hook deck that I was a fan of watching even last round, but here you are with Kennen, the most represented deck in the room, and you have locked your way in for a top 8. How's it feel, man?
It feels great. Actually, it's a big confirmation for me. Since after this one, this is my 3rd regional. In Lille, I did fine. In Utrecht, I did very poorly. And this was the last chance to qualify for Europe for me. So at the end of the year, I was thinking about whether to keep playing for the game. I want a lot from myself. I criticize a lot, so I needed to check whether I was able to perform at a good level. So for me, it's a good confirmation. So
that makes a lot of sense. I think competitive card gamers are the biggest critics on themselves. It is a very tough job to have when you come into a room like this and you have to play 13 rounds across 2 days, across nearly 24 hours with very little sleep and very little food. You have to make a conscious decision on, you know, am I doing as good as I think I can? How hard am I pushing myself? And then you have to be happy with that. And here you are, 3rd event in, and you got not just your invite to the regional championship, Mosik. You're going to top 8. You're going to have a chance to be on the same caliber of conversation as players like Squirtle, Alan ZQ, Diwali, Prismaticism, Sam D. Sherman, and also Factor. That you could be in that list of names.
I'll try to be in there. They are monsters of the game right now. I'm gonna try my best. Let's see what happens.
Absolutely, and your best is what you've already given so far, so only more to come. You've got a top 8 to play out. I'm gonna give you a bit to rest. We've got some...
Can I say one thing?
Absolutely.
This is just an Italian meme, so don't bother. This is a great win for HGS. Just an Italian meme.
Fair enough. But there's more Riftbound to be played. We have more players to figure out who are going to be in our top 8 as well. So we want to get back to more of that Riftbound action.
Thank you for that, Barrett. It's always nice hearing from our winners there. I quite like Barrett setting them up here. Are you going to put yourself in the name of the Squirtles, the Alan ZQs? He's just like, they're monsters of the game. I'm going to try my best, but I can't make no guarantees. That's what we like to hear. Maxim, congratulations to him. I'm sure he's going to have a barnstormer there in top 8 and beyond.
100%. The Cannon deck is looking very strong. I think you feel comfortable. Definitely, you know, to win this many games and not drop a match, you just know it's no fluke. So he gets a moment to rest, a moment to breathe, which is, of course, crucial. While, of course, these
we don't get a moment to rest, though, because we're heading straight into our feature
we're
match.
jumping into it.
Feature match 2 going in at game 2. Here we go. So join us one a little bit, you know, in the midst. Let's see if we can work this out together. So we have a Master Yi versus a Kennen. It looks like Master Yi won game 1. And we are joining here. It looks like it's a turn 3 or turn 4. So we have a chosen champion in play, along with a Sand Soldier from the Emperor Deus. And now Deus, I should say. And it's over to Kennen now with 2 seals and a Traveling Merchant. Not the greatest of board states. However, we know that can quickly change there with Kennen. So let's see. The 2 most popular decks in the room now. Squaring off. Let's see how this will pan out. We are going to pay 2. That is going to be getting played there. The Shadow Order Disciple. That's a little bit of a burn. That new keyword from Vendetta.
That's the Rasa in the trash. We don't want to see that.
Oh, we are going to see Chosen Champion Kennen as well. Coming in, Storm of Shuriken.
Gets to burn 2. Sets up a little bit of a base. We need to kind of collect our bearings here because we are jumping straight into a game. But I'm counting Massive trash.
Ooh, the sabotage!
Last
That can
rights
only
get sniped.
target the last rights, but he did
Massive.
perfect
Massive.
hand knowledge.
Okay.
Crucial detail there, of course, is that that card gets put into the bottom, of course, of your drawing deck.
Yep.
And the last rights would have been very nice because I'm looking at that Rasa, of course, in the trash. Finding a way to get that back is going to be very tough. Also seeing there's no zone warrants, traveling merchant.
4, 6, 8.
You know, in terms of drawing a card.
I will.
Ooh, 6, 5. Rengar! Ooh, teasing me, teasing
a camel.
Oh, Ruin Runner.
Early. Ruined Runners prepared for this heat.
Very good.
Yeah, that's a card that should have a +1 during this heat. Look
Yeah.
at that.
Yeah.
It's a camel.
That is, what's the word? Very acclimatized to this heat is a Ruin Runner. Look at that, in the desert.
100%.
Was that? I think that might have been a Ride the Wind found there.
Yeah, the tricky thing is, you know, we have the decisions on what to discard becomes a lot harder. It's a Gust.
A Gust.
I guess that's an easy card to just discard if you move with your traveling merchant.
Target.
It's the flow 1 card. That's the Ride the Wind.
1 power.
Pays for it with the seal.
Power. In here.
Yep.
Conquer.
Probably doesn't
Wow.
trigger the, of course, the Emperor's dies. You just move that back to base. Another flow
Okay.
card. I'm trying to
Cheeky
see
little
if...
two bucks on the
Sorry. All targets. Stack deck.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
That deck.
I was about to ask, is
That's
there a stack deck
deck.
in that trash?
There always is. It's Kennen, come on.
Of course. You're right. You're right.
I'll be
That last
concerned if
right
there
is
wasn't.
very nice. Considering the other one is at the bottom of his deck, finding that is crucial.
Yeah, bottom of the deck is pretty much inaccessible in Riftbound.
Maybe not for Kennen. Kennen is a freak deck.
I mean, it can get there eventually. You are right, actually, to be fair. If any deck
I
can,
hope not.
Kennen can. Yeah, if I was the opponent, I'd also hope not as well. We're going to see 2 and a seal.
Play Lightning Rush.
Lightning Rush.
There it is.
They tap mana correctly.
It's to burn 2 more cards, preparing for that Rasa. Last Rights Conquer on the next turn.
Nocturne.
Oh, Nocturne!
The Nightmare.
Oh, man.
And I'll pass.
All right. You got 2 up.
That's a very big swing turn there.
Heavy things. Figure this out. Right.
There's Master Yi, ever so calm, cool, and collected. We do have a disarming rake.
Yeah, the key detail here is very smart to not play the last rights before you want to use it.
I was about to say, because that rake could have come in and just
100%.
wiped it away. Remember, that Ruin Runner cannot be targeted by your opponent's cards or abilities. You have to. The only way to get rid of that's the old-fashioned way.
That's the
combat.
That's just a beast of a camel as well. 7 might on defense.
Sorry, I'm terrible.
It's a
with
big
that.
one. Thinking about the ranges, of course, because if you give Assault with the cannon, you're going to have 6 there on Nocturne and cannon.
To experience.
Tracking the experience, very smart. 1 hold and that Yi starts flying all over the place like an Irelia.
And that is a terrifying thing to think about.
100%. The last right turn is going to be so crucial.
Is this Pit Rookie?
I'm going to put a.
Oh, wow. 8 might.
8 might. It's
Ruin
getting bigger.
Runner.
So, of course, Inazumi is representing enough might in the base, but he is known for all those pump spells. Disarming Rake. It comes early.
Comes a bit early. Oh,
Very early.
Kill himself when he sees the last rights come down next turn. Like, oh, could have held that one.
We saw it in the previous game. If he has a pump spell like Punch first, he needs to be ready for, of course, the hard bargain. Does he have a Defy for it? Not so sure what his hand is. The question is, can he cement a hold here? Because if somehow Inazumi gets to equip the last rights and gets over and gets to play the Rasen base, it could, of course, be a massive difference maker.
I'll attach it to...
At least that one consolation is the fact that he needs to recycle 2.
Did you hear me just say it's terrible that I just played my rake? You just said that. Oh, no.
At least, you know, And maybe the copium is maybe you get a chance to conquer the Emperor's Dies battlefield, and then you can bounce it back.
True, actually.
And then maybe you can do some shenanigans.
Merchant and hard bargain.
Okay.
2 recycled.
Uh,
2 equip.
Absolutely.
All empower on the cannon.
That is, of course,
It's
8
assault.
versus 6 currently.
Have your 8 into my 6, is that correct?
So it's +4 with the
Correct. 8
shovel.
versus 6.
Okay.
I'm just thinking about any pump spell. Defy is going to be crucial.
Yep.
Because of course you can bag a single pump spell.
Divide, that's fine too.
Discipline.
2, 4, 4.
Discipline
5,
would
6,
match it.
8, 6.
I like that counting out loud. It's very safe.
Yeah, that's exactly what I do when I play as well.
Deciding on the discipline's kind of awkward. You would only match the might.
Yeah.
Discipline.
Mm-hmm.
Discipline for 2.
You get to draw 1, of course. So that is going to resolve. So currently 8 versus 8. That's a trade.
Massive cards there. We watched a Fiora and we saw it talked about how the repulse is an answer to Rebuke and the switcheroo.
Yep.
In moments like these, of course. Yeah, Yi, thank God, can't play repulse.
Oh. Don't scare me.
That would be very scary.
Oh, Rebuke is going to go through, though. No Defy.
Conquer.
That will be a Conquer Cannon there. Cannon with a Conquer, I should say.
And
Say
that
that
is, of
3
course,
times fast.
you know, the cannon gets to go digging, you know? He gets to use that shovel, goes digging. What is he bringing back from the dead? Rasa is looking plump. I must say so myself, looking juicy. Does he choose to use the trigger?
I mean, it's an undead skeleton kind. I don't think there's a lot of juice.
I'm just looking at the might.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
just looking at the might.
Okay.
That's where all the juice is, you know? Come on now. Chooses not to use the last rites. Doesn't want to deramp just yet. Now the question is, which card did he give flow to? Obviously, you cannot use any Rebuke switcheroos on this massive camel.
Nope.
Big question at the end of the week.
And ride the wind, and I'll not use the Emperor's Diaz. So play Raza to base, pay 1. Because it's not discount.
Okay, so the last rites, he didn't resolve just yet. He was thinking a little bit. Gave a flow, of course, to the Ride the Wind and played the Rasa.
There's that Rasa. Let us know in chat if you think
Try to
Rasa
ride the wind
looks
cannon
juicy.
base.
I'm intrigued to know you guys' opinions. Ride the Wind being used there from our legend, our champion, I should say.
He's just checking now if there's a Defy.
Surely Defy would have come out earlier, though.
There it
Okay,
is.
I stand corrected. There is the Defy.
Now, he couldn't Defy, of course, Rebuke earlier because it's 2 power.
Oh, of course, silly me.
Nah.
Yep, you are correct.
And now the
There
Ride the
is
Wind
there.
gets blocked. Now that the Yi player's tapped out,
Moving with everything.
might
Shadow
should
Discipline
be
trigger.
enough to go over.
9 to your right.
That puts him at a perfect 9.
And I will.
We have to give that one up.
Merchant trigger also. Sorry. Discard row.
So the camel is now at 8. If my math is correct,
We'll kill the
wait, am I being
Nocturne and
silly?
the Shadow Qualifier.
My math might be wrong. Okay, all right, it's right. It's a long day already. I got worried there, you know? Swear it's going to slowly going into my eyeballs. I'm turning blind over here, let me tell you.
I have to start describing the board state to you.
Yeah.
You know, and if I was, I say it's not looking good after you right now. There's my accurate description.
Let's start adding Braille to the Riftbound cards.
Versus 9.
Versus 9, yeah.
Okay.
Is Empower trigger mandatory trigger, or can I miss it? Because I played Raza.
Just get the Empower trigger.
Okay, my opponent says it's fine. Okay.
That's what we like to see.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah.
It's not big.
What we
Good
like to
man,
see. Just
representing Challenger
give him the
TCG.
Empower token. Come on.
Of course.
You have 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, I have 4 cards in hand.
4 cards in hand and tapped out. I believe that looks like might be our turn concluding.
So Razo's played to base, but the rest of the units are on the battlefields.
This is true. And if there's one
And
thing you can do,
There's only one rune open, of course, 1 energy to spend on any combat tricks, which makes it a lot easier for the E player to, of course, conquer. And then he can set up another hold.
That's pretty good.
And then the idea here is if you can include the Disarming Rake in, of course, the Conquer on the Emperor's Dice, he could bounce that back into hand. The Onslaught, now that's a massive card that gives you a 6 might swing. That might allow the Disarming Rake to, of course, conquer and get bounced back into the hand. But the issue with that play is quite slow.
Yeah.
It's very, very slow. But at least you leave a Sand Soldier behind, which is the same might as the Disarming Rake. So let's see if that's the line he goes with. He's smarter than I am. Let's take pause for a moment as he sets up the round for himself.
I mean, that is such a massive swing now, right? +6, then you get the 2 boost from your legend as well. That's an 8 might swing.
That's not good.
He would of course, go over the cannon that is currently on 6. But removing that disarming, of course, removing that last right became a little bit less important now that, as far as I know, there's no Rasas in the trash.
Not as far as I can see. So we're seeing 4, 2.
That's 2.
Discipline. Oh,
it's a big turn.
Easing me. Back to the 4.
6, 8, 10, 8,
The suspense, Yamato. The suspense. I need to know what's being played.
Will he play the kitty cat? I see 5. I see a body rune. Oh, he's just teasing us at this point.
The multitude of options. Oh, what's going on? He's toying with us.
Discipline.
Discipline.
All right.
Okay.
Hey.
2 might draw 1. Okay.
2 might.
Remember that Master Yi legend. If you attack on your own, get +2.
2, 4.
Could do some rampage shenanigans.
4.
With, of course, the power. But additional 2 might, but that doesn't go over the cannon right now. That's 6.
Now it looks like we're considering the
I wonder what he was fishing for with the discipline. What was he looking for?
For lack of a better term, way out of this.
How much time do we have left?
Good question there for me, Nazubi. You need to be conscious of the time, especially when your opponent's kind of DJing his runes around, you know.
What a term! I love it.
Chugga, 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 you know.
DJing the runes.
That's 3.
Let's make that a thing, please, Riftbound community. DJing the runes.
That's
So
the
3 have been
rampage.
committed.
He's thinking now.
There's a rampage.
Will he pay the cost?
Oh.
Hesitation. Pays the cost.
He's paying the cost. To get +2 and now a challenge-like effect.
He's now 6.
Fine. There we go.
Will he do the bounce play, or will he just simply crash into the cannon and trade?
2, 4, 5, 6.
So we are going in for the conquer.
It's a very tough turn, of course. Min Wins is trying to, of course, set up a hold because Inazumi is on 6 points currently. Good time check there, of course. He doesn't want this to go to a draw. He wants the win. Both players want the win.
Try to hold here. You have
Currently,
3
Inazumi's-
including if I. Okay, sorry, waste our time. Let's go next game. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
We're just going to see the concession there for Master Yi. Basically said, I don't see a way out of this.
Very respectful. He remembered the Vi as well from the previous sabotage. He knew.
Yeah,
to be
good
sent
point.
in.
Good point.
So he just kept it simple. He wants, of course, the game to go to someone being victorious, which is of course, a very crucial detail. This could determine going to top 8 or not.
That is very respectful. Love that from him. So have a look at this Kennen deck. We've seen it quite a lot. Very strong. One thing I want to keep an eye on here. No Baron in this main board.
Yeah, not even in the sideboard either.
Not even in the sideboard.
Which is, of course, interesting
You see a hidden
with how.
blade. You don't see that every day.
That is a hidden blade. Very strong hidden card. That's the main thing with the hidden cards. We saw, of course, Diwali earlier play the switcheroo. And that's uncommon in Diana. So people are not going to play around it. And those cards have such massive, massive swing potential. And, of course, Min Wins, of course, is playing a very standard deck list here. Nothing that really stands out too crazy. Same old battlefield, same old runes, same old Yi. This is the deck list that has been pretty much solved. And I'm just looking. Only one, actually 3 Vendetta cards. We have the double Rampage and Onslaught.
Yep.
Which is kind of nice. which is of course very, very good. In terms of what you can sideboard in, it's the main thing that stands out is, of course, in my mind, is the Alpha Strike. It gives you some, of course, potential ways to deal with some Rasas when they come in and you have that big might, but the game, of course, is starting.
All right, here we go then. Game 3, the winner of this round, I imagine, will be making it into Top Cut. Both players want to get in there. Will it be Inazumi with that cannon? Will it be Min Wins, trying to do his namesake here and win this with Master Yi? Here we go.
Will we have the double seafood turn? Tentacles and crab? No, stack deck.
Tentacles and crab. Nocturne? No.
We have the seal, which is kind of nice.
That's not
grabs
bad.
it instantly.
You take that. The earlier on those seals come in, the more effect on the game they have.
No cannon turn 1 though. 2-drop. Doesn't play the seal. Interesting.
Just a Shadow Order Disciple. But you can burn to give it an extra might when it moves. Scuttle Crab going in.
Keeps the seal for the next turn, of course. You don't want to spend that, use that seal if you don't use the power.
And push this back, unready it.
Ooh, the first mate. Okay.
All right. Zon Warrens.
I see you.
The first mate combo, Star Spring. That's a very powerful turn there from Master Yo-Yo.
And then we get the Zon Warrens trigger as well to get a little bit more through the deck.
Ooh, discards the Alpha Strike. I was hyping that card up, and he just dissed it right away.
Yeah, I was about to say, well done, you put it in, but then you're right, just immediately
just be gone.
Bottom.
I would like to charm your guy into
the charm.
Ooh, now can we use
move trigger?
Yeah, guys,
burn
can use the
something.
burn to get the extra one, so that will trade.
That's of course Yi on defense. Always have to double check that.
Yep,
Yi on defense.
You are correct. Well done.
Float 1 for seal.
There comes the seal. That's a good turn from Min Wins, though. I like that. Aggressive. Nocturne.
Honestly, that's like the dream turn on
That is a
Star
great
Spring, of
turn,
course.
yeah.
You get the double hold, double effect. That's
Oh.
a Nocturne.
There you go. Ask and you shall receive.
Card in my hand. Put that one on the
Very cheap. The seal pays for it.
That is, yeah, you've literally got that 4 might
Very cheeky.
ganking unit for free. Essentially for free.
Let's see now the rest of the turn. Will it just be a simple cannon develop? I don't see a way really to do anything more active than that. That's 2. The Gust is nice because, of course, the Yi Legend only triggers in combat. You need to be a defender.
True.
Ride the wind is so good.
There's
the Nocturne off the Ride the Wind is so good. Yeah, yeah.
Wow, there's the Ride the Wind.
Terrible news for me.
Play something.
That is horrible news.
Then
From Not's hand, which allowed him to be empowered, and then knocked her with ganking.
That Ride the Wind, moving the unit and readying it as
show you
well.
my hand first, then I decide on the Warrens, right?
I agree with that, yeah.
I didn't see that Ride the Wind in the hand.
So you're going to have Gust, Lightning, and Fizz. Okay. Go ahead.
Double Fizz. And the Gust in hand revealed of the Death Kneel from the Scuttle Crab.
To Zone Warrens.
And now we can get the draw. Well, discard, then draw for the Scuttle Crab.
Didn't see the Gust. Didn't see the Ride the Wind. It's just
That's
the cannon
better.
players.
It makes it more fun for us,
the
doesn't
cannon players always have it. They always have.
Always have it.
You know, maybe that's why they're winning. They just have the wind on their side. They're a little bit cooler in the venue as well.
Yep.
Let's draw.
What a turn. Clears both battlefields with the assault. 6 might swing there out of nowhere.
As well to get through the deck.
That synergy of ganking with the Ride the Wind, being ready in the battlefield, swinging over. It's a brutal turn.
Brutal.
And then that was just after me talking about how this is possibly the best setup Yi could have after turn 2.
And it just
we
got
have 2
dismantled.
holds.
Chosen legend, chosen champion, I should say. Yep.
Just massacred. Completely massacred. Only a developing turn for Min Wins. There's nothing else to do.
You're going to hold to 3.
Can't send in a Rengar into there.
Or 3.
It's too much of an overextension.
And this is the scary thing now when you give Kennen that breathing room. You'd love for it to try and be more reactive, but now it can be a bit proactive and say, right, let's get through the deck. Let's try and find some Rasa. See if we can find some more Nocturne. Get some more seals down. Maybe get the last rights in play at some point as well. You don't want to give Kennen the breathing room, and that's exactly what Min Win has done.
Lightning Rush.
Lightning Rush.
The freaky thing is he can conquer with the Merchant. He can gank over with the Nocturne. He has so many
Yeah, another one.
choices. It's
Hidden
going to
Blade
go
is
to
hit
4
the trash.
points.
Just keep an eye on that.
Oh, 3 lightning rushes in trash.
Oh, dear.
Oh, I'm in pain. I'm just thinking back to the cast of predictions. I regret not picking Cannon with the things I've been seeing today.
Yeah. I don't think any of us did we? Silly us.
ganking,
There's the
conquer.
ganking going up to 4.
4 points.
Halfway towards securing himself a slot in top 8 is in Azumi.
Play Raza.
There's the Raza.
Oh, the Star Spring.
Star
Bounce it
Spring.
back.
Oh, wowzers. 4, 3, 2, 1. What
Oh,
is it
trash
gonna
is so full as well.
Play Cannon.
Chosen champion.
My goodness.
Pass.
Very
And
nice.
already.
This is
Even the Yi to go over the Rasa needs to use a pump spell.
Yep.
That's the beauty of the Nocturne there. He needs to use 2 at least to survive even. And that's a big investment if you're the Yi player. You might just have to go to the Zone Warrens and bide your time. But if you just stay in base at this point and the Cannon player goes to 6, I feel like the game is going to just become impossible too fast.
Yeah, we definitely can't stay in base. No chance of that.
And while the Cannon player only has 2 cards in hand, he has 3 lightning rushes to play for flow. Ridiculous.
That is ridiculous.
That's 2.
What do we do? What do we do? Hope. Pray. Find a way out of this.
He's thinking about that discipline to just card draw. He grabbed 2 runes. He does do a lot of DJing, as we talked about before. Goes to Zone Warrens.
Conquer.
Okay, that's a point.
And a discard as well,
And a
fishing
discard
for
draw.
something.
Yeah, we're fishing for
I'm going
something.
to use on warrants.
Always, when one opponent is on point tempo, which Inazumi, of course, is, you're going to look forward to that turn as Min wins. Want to set up a big hold at some point with all those powerful spells.
Yes.
Sabotage.
Draw. All right.
Gets, wow, the Sabotage gets discarded.
It did. Oh, is this Ruin Runner?
Looks like a camel to me.
I do love a Ruin Runner. It's one of my favorite cards in format. There we go. Basically says, no funny business. You have to go through me the old-fashioned way. That is something that Kennen can do when he gets all this might in play, though. But here we go. Is over to Inazumi. What are you going to do, me?
You know, the nasty thing now is the two, of course, the 3 lightning rushes in trash. He can search for what he needs. He can search for the hard bargain. And then, of course, the 1 rune available that Min wins is representing is, of course, the punch first. And Angard could also be potentially 1. And this, if he can play around that and conquer onto the Yi and get to 6 points and do it cleanly and bait out spells at the same time, he is so happy.
Going in for 6.
Going in for 6.
And getting the assault +2 from that legend ability.
Just chin checking for punch first.
That is, yeah. Just bait out any resources. And if this goes through, you're a happy camper if you're Inazumi.
The rebuke.
I accept the terms. 6 to 6.
Yep.
6 to 6. You accept the terms.
I accept
you read
the
the terms and
terms, yeah.
agreement, you know, all those pages, all that text.
Yeah. You read that
and
said, okay, that's
agreed.
fine by me.
Agreed.
I mean, it's probably not fine by him. You'd love for that Yi to stick around, but Kennen's going to go in there. Going up to 6. This is not looking good. 6, we know, is lethal in Riftbound.
I'll target stack deck. Discard draw.
Targets a stack deck for the flow, of course. In the same fashion, Inazuma is just preparing for the final battle. He needs to think about the fact that all these interactive spells don't work on the camel.
Nope. So you do have to, yeah, as I say, old-fashioned might to get through the Ruin Runner. There's no tips and tricks for that one. What is that? Nocturne again? That is a Nocturne.
At least it's an expensive one.
Yeah, this was an old-fashioned Nocturne, as it were. Do you reckon the Kennen players feel a bit, what's the word, hard done by when they have to put their Nocturne down from hand?
Sorry, it wasn't an expensive one. It was from the stack deck.
Oh, it was from stack deck. Oh, okay.
I'm
of course,
chatting
the
silly.
The runes haven't been moved. Oh, dearie me.
Oh, my.
That's not what you want when you...
I thought I was begging for some fairness, you know?
Yeah.
But to be fair, there's a Marcy on the other side. You know? So we have to keep this in mind.
We love tentacles. Come on.
Tentacles.
Just the 2 tentacles?
Here, play 1
It's
over.
being distributed. Everyone gets a tentacle.
Carsa comes back.
That's a ready Rasa. Because the Star Spring.
Because of the Star Spring, yep. Oh no, this is looking brutal. Here comes the Shadow Order Disciple. Remember, that can get an extra might when it moves.
I think that Rasa isn't ready, actually. Because a non-token unit doesn't activate the Star Spring board. Yeah, but he didn't move it, so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. So calm down, chat. It's fine. Doesn't matter.
Now, at least, you know, the Hopium from Min Wins here.
Give me the Hopium. I need some Hopium.
The Camo defends with the punch first. Sets up with the Sabotage, of course. Any kind of, you know, spells that helps you, of course, defend. The Discipline is right there. The Defy is right there. The fact that the Camo can't be targeted by the Rebuke is massive. And on top of that, the beauty of that Star Spring board is the fact that you can play a unit and then, of course, bring that Camo to the other battlefield if it needs to jump into battle. Of course, is ready on a turn. Swings in there instead. All right.
Go through.
Okay.
I mean, to be fair, Inazumi is tapped out for what it's worth. And
Yeah.
you can't really respond to the Ruin Runner anyway, so.
The reason I said all of that is because you can be in a position where suddenly your Camo is stuck on the other side of the board and the cannon player sets up a massive hold on the Star Spring board.
Yep, you're so correct.
With that being said, you know, the Star Spring allows you to conquer over to the other battlefield in more elegant fashion. And if too many Rasas Nocturnes just are there on Star Spring, it's going to be very hard to get over there. There's no Boots of Swiftness in, of course, the Yi deck.
Scuttle Crab.
There's no Tide Turners.
There is no Tide Turner.
There's often no Emperor's Divide either.
Charm your guy here.
Ooh, okay, yep. That's going to be the Rasa sent back to the trash.
Trimming away.
We like that. Charm.
That's a pit rookie.
Pit rookie.
And a pass.
Are we going to buff? Okay, that is a stacked Ruin Runner now with that defending buff as well.
Representing 8.
Representing 8, exactly. So this is lethal for Inazumi now, though. Just has to hold up top or conquer both.
He can choose to hold, or maybe
could go
cards in hand. Maybe can go for the swing.
Could go
Trying to check there if there is a hard bargain, or if that's something he's going to fish for. Because obviously that's the main way. Attack the punch first card.
Obviously, Min Wins has left some runes open, so you do have to respect the punch first threat.
Thinking cap is on. Easy for us to talk when we have a little bit more knowledge of the hands
this is
of the players. This is such an important moment. This is, of course, round 13. Both of these players have been playing the whole day. Exhausted, sweaty, tired, hungry. Lightning Rush gets played. Fishing for that hard bargain.
That was a Rasa.
That's too fast, man. That's got to be a rebuke or
Rasa.
something.
Did you? Min Wins. That was so fast. That had to be a rebuke or something. Yeah, you never want your opponent to snap pick stuff, do you? You want it to be hard choices. If it's an easy pick, you think, oh, that means it's a good pick.
The Rasa creates a little bit of incentive to, you know, stack the other battlefield. Just a little bit of an incentive.
Head in hands.
The main question is, obviously we see the card, so it doesn't look like a bag in there. No hard bargain.
Not yet, at least.
Not yet, at least. Very well put.
You know, that's the thing about Kennen. If it wants it, it can go get it most of the time. Okay, Traveling Merchant. This card one
Shovel's
for
gone.
one. Nocturne. Oh, we're setting up for the Big Daddy hold then.
It's a fortress.
Because that Ruin Runner can't just easily get over there. Camels are slow.
I'll play Lightning Rush.
Yeah.
That battlefield is looking like Azkaban. This is the Dementors and all that. This craziness. You know, it's just a mess. All these chaos units, and we know the Rasa's coming down too.
Okay.
Yes, yeah, we do. And I don't want to get too ahead of myself here, but that is going to be a scary Star Spring to get through. I mean, we have got some units, of course, but
okay.
No Big Daddy ones, for lack of a better term. There's the Rasa. It's another 6 might getting slammed down.
Play the card.
And a hidden card. Goodness me. Right, so what are we working with there then? What? 1, 3, 5, 9, 15, I make that.
Tough.
It's a lot. And a hidden.
And a hidden.
And a hidden.
So we know that's the switcheroo, of course. Ooh, that's a beautiful draw. The onslaught.
Yeah, that's a great
perfect
start.
card to break a hold like this.
I mean,
This is, maybe the crab turns into Sirius Black. He's going to escape Azkaban. That's a 6 might there.
Worth noting, time looks like has been called. We get confirmation, of course. I don't think that will be a factor in this game, but...
And this is, of course, what I spoke about before. The fact that the camel is stuck on the Zone Warrens. The Star Spring gave you more options. The crab swings in to just get card knowledge, and of course he sees the hidden two.
Oh, dear.
Oh, my days. That's a lot of ride the wind.
Yeah, he's just going to say that's enough. I can't do anything about that. And Inazumi wins here in our last Swiss round, most likely booking himself a slot in top 8 and beyond. Maximum congratulations to Inazumi.
That's just wonderful. Saw the switcheroo, of course, as the hidden card. There's not enough might that's going to make Rookie, of course, deny the switcheroo from happening. Makes me think about that Camel Rider. If he put it on, of course, a Star Spring, you could bounce that back and maybe swing in, because at least it can't be targeted by some of those spells. But it might have just delayed the inevitable in that position. I'm just thinking about that onslaught, the punch first. Could maybe create a scenario we could swing over with the camel and then hold to the final point. But of course, we mentioned it before. We are so deep into the tournament. So, the stakes are so high. The pressure is on in a way that it is just simply indescribable unless you've been in those moments. And every turn you have to use so much brain power to make the right decisions, especially when you get into those deeper turns where everything, of course, just pans out a certain way. With that being said, we have an interview ready. Let's talk with our winner.
I'm joined here with another one of our feature matches here in the last round of Swiss here in Barcelona Regional Qualifier. Inazumi taken down one of Challenger TCG's own Master Yi players, and you took it down after those 3 games. How does it feel coming off of that win?
Well, it feels fantastic. I didn't have a lot of practice before the tournament, but I really enjoy playing all the aggro decks, especially the ones that can mess with the graveyard, so Kennen was the perfect choice for me for that tournament. I'm really happy to be here. To be honest, I wasn't expecting to do so well. The round 1, I lost because I couldn't make it to the venue, as one of the keys we had wasn't working from the inside, so we had to wait for the rest of our group to come back with the proper set of keys so we could get out.
You were locked inside?
We were locked inside.
I would have broken a window.
Well,
No,
it was the 6th floor, so we couldn't even do anything. We were trying to figure out something, but yeah, that was the only option. And well, I'm here. I'm really happy to be here. We'll see how it goes.
Are you telling me that if it wasn't for that key, you could actually be undefeated right now?
Well, it's hard to say. The ladder would be for sure much different, but yeah, here we are.
Well, Inazumi, you are potentially going to be one of our top 8 players. There's some tiebreakers that are going to go on, but you got the last win that you needed. At this point, it's anyone's game. You're up against other people like Squirtle, who are playing for this tiebreaker somewhere else in the venue. But Inazumi, how long have you been playing? Only a couple months?
I've been playing for a couple of months. I have a lot of experience with different TCGs. I play them for a few years now. I really enjoy being able to attend tournaments and compete with others. That's my favorite thing to do. So whenever possible, I try to get to as many events as I can. Well, and I hope I will be able to play more Riftbound.
And you might even be playing more Riftbound today.
Right now, today, soon.
So
Yeah,
regardless,
I hope so.
though, at the regional championship, which you have already for sure locked that in for how well you have done today. So congratulations.
Thank you
once
very much.
again. You're potentially going to be in top 8. I'll be keeping an eye on you. So another Kennen in contention, but we have to figure that out. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back.
This is a story about a big meta upset. A story about technical precision. This is the story about how a Rengar changed the tides. Riftbound Regional Qualifier Atlanta. The last regional qualifier before Unleashed release. we're finding ourselves in the League of Draven. Chaos and Fury are the domains to beat. A whopping 211 of the 1,832 players brought Draven Glorious Executioner to their tournament with the hopes and dreams to win it all. Equipped with Ferris Forerunner, the undisputed best unit in Spiritforged, and Rebuke as the best answer to it, the mid-range deck proved as the most dominant force in the tournament. Winning combats with sticky units and utility cards to profit off the passive card draw engine of your legend. A snowball that once it starts running, cannot be stopped. The perfect strategy? Not for Prismaticism. He found a way to play Draven's game, but more aggressively. What the Draven legend brings in value, any doubles in tempo. The meta centers around powerful units and, most importantly, 2 energy cost chaos spells. Flash, Hard Bargain, Rebuke, and Ride the Wind. All of those cards provide utility on your turn and on your opponents. You can dodge combat, force points, or protect your units with all of these cards. While these cards provide similar amount of utility, they work in completely different ways, which makes it hard for the opponents to play around all of them. Annie the Darkchild readies 2 of your runes at the end of your turn, which allows you to always be able to completely exhaust your runes in order to play your biggest units and maximize energy usage, while still keeping your opponents on their toes with 2 runes up at least. But one card in particular sets Annie apart from the Draven decks. Rengar Pouncing. The OG Ambusher is an incredible offensive threat, coming in hot with 5 might on attack for only 3 energy straight from hand. While the offensive possibilities that Rengar as a champion historically has are quite obvious, Prismaticism finds more depth in the card, which brings us to the moment he won his first regional qualifier title. We are finding ourselves in Game 3 of the Atlanta Finals. The winner immortalizes themselves in Riftbound history. Prismaticism on Annie versus challenger TCG's Coco Lopez on Draven. A dramatic aspirants climb game in which both players reach 8 points.
Both players literally 1 point away from being the regional qualifier Atlanta champion.
The tension is palpable and the resources are few. Prismet finds himself with 5 runes readied, looking at a Ferris Forerunner previously established in Coco Lopez base. Both battlefields are empty and Prismaticism only has a long sword on his side of the board. The situation looked dire. The options in his hand looked mediocre. A traveling merchant for 2 and a pass, immediately readying his runes again. After thoroughly thinking through all the possibilities and checking both players' treasures, he decides to only play a 2-drop with no immediate impact on the board state? It feels almost like a concession. GGs were spammed in chat already. Coco Lopez starts his turn by trying to conquer the arena's greatest to set up for a winning hold next turn. That was the moment in which Prismet with haste slammed down the Ride the Wind, pushing the traveling merchant onto the other battlefield. No answer from Coco. First, the move trigger of the merchant happens, discarding the Ferris Forerunner to draw another card. Then both players conquer in their respective battlefields and draw a card since they cannot get the victory point just yet. All of a sudden, the pressure is on Coco Lopez. He needs to deny the holding point or Prismaticism will be crowned the Atlanta champion. His out is just in his hand, a falling star that he kept in hand to get rid of the traveling merchant. But again, lightning fast, Prismaticism picks up his cards and throws down a defensive Rengar pouncing onto the battlefield.
Does Coco have the rebuke in this instance? No, shows it!
Immediately followed by a quick concession of his opponent who fought so hard to become a finalist. Instead of developing the merchant in another unit to then later on try and deal with the Ferris Forerunner. Prismaticism in this tournament displayed how a risky playstyle, playing the odds and bravery can catch your opponent off guard and win you a regional qualifier.
Barrett joined here in this wonderful regional qualifier in Barcelona, and I'm joined by my experts for the weekend. We've got Yamato Cannon and Joe, and I wanted to pick your brains on a very hot topic right now: sideboarding, tips, tricks, and thoughts. And the reason why this is an important conversation right now, you two, is the rules have changed. We no longer can have only 8 cards in our sideboard.
we can have 10. So quickly, I just want to pick your brains a little on how impactful this is going to matter, not only this weekend, but for the future of Riftbound as well. Yamato, 10 cards, 2 more. How important is that?
I think it makes a massive difference because, plain and simple, in the past when you had only 8, you had to pick your cards very carefully because you kind of wanted a good matchup spread. Like gear removal was very simple because many decks have gear. But, for example, you play into a Loop Lux, you maybe didn't have room to just slam a Divine Judgment because it would just be a dead card in most of the matchups. So I think you have a lot more room to really slam the cards that counter specific decks rather than thinking about your overall matchup spread.
So, Joe, in a similar sense, I mean, 2 more cards was 25% of what the sideboard now is. With 2 more, do you think there's room to completely change the strategies that people have going into sideboarding in between games for 2 and 3?
It's a really interesting question, right? I mean, we've seen some Pike decks recently not playing Bewitching Spirit. Do we ever see Pike players playing no Bewitching Spirit main, but then bringing it in off the side? 2 different strategies. It's something we saw Master Yi do with Aurora back in Origins. So you've got a little bit more space. I think you've also got more freedom to play cards like Temporal Breach, targeting one specific battlefield. So this weekend we expect to see a lot of Temporal Breach in main deck with Rockfall Path for game 1. But then you're probably going to be taking it out. So 10 cards is obviously more, but there's an argument it's even more difficult to get the perfect 10 now in the deck building.
So perfect 10, speaking of, we have a brand new card identity, I'm going to call it, coming with Vendetta that is now officially legal here at the regional qualifiers, the Decrees. These are cards that I think fit in exactly this kind of conversation, and we know that people are already starting to use them in their decks. Do you think all 6 of them are going to be impactful this week in Yamato, or do you think there's some pretty big outliers here?
I think there's some outliers, definitely. I think it kind of starts with the data, because coming from a League of Legends background, the data is very honest, but in terms of how it works with Riftbound is we see in the showdowns, we've seen a lot of Cannon, then suddenly coming into this, everyone's going to be ready for Cannon. We might see Decree of Unity as a counter specifically to Cannon, and suddenly the win ratios are skewed because more information is there. And Decrees are very specific in how they are played, with matches, which of course the 10 card sideboard. But for me, the one that stands out is Decree of Unity. As an Aussie player, I sniped a cannon during my showdown, which felt very good. Decree of Insight is a massive one too, and a Decree of Strength, just a salvage that is cheaper, that allows you to kill units too. Just removing a Thousand Tail Watcher, now that's just a fantastic feeling.
So then, Joe, based off of what Yamato said there, if Cannon is already going to be popular and has access to, you know, Decree of Unity, for example, and then you have Discord as well, if you think you're just going to see a ton of Cannons, is Cannon just the correct answer to play into all those Cannons because of the Decrees you have access to?
It's a really interesting question. If you're experienced in the mirror matchup and you're confident, certainly that could be a good route to go. But I think that while Cannon is probably, we expect it to be the most represented deck, maybe around 10%, you've still got so many other decks that you need to be beating, right? And that's the beauty of the metagame in Riftbound. I think that there's a lot of ways you can target Cannon, but you can't overdo it, right? Because you've got to be really, really cautious of making sure yes, you want to be good into Cannon, but actually the 90% of the rest of the field is even more important.
So then, Joe, follow up to that. What if instead of Cannon I just said Chaos decks in general? Because of the strength of Decree of Unity, do you think it's a scary idea to play a weaker power level Chaos Legend right now? Because people are probably already going to be running around with Decree of Unities somewhere in their board.
I personally would be very comfortable playing Chaos this weekend. There's a reason a lot of people are playing the Decree of Unities, and it's because Chaos is a very popular and strong domain, for good reason. You got great coverage. Ravenbloom Prefect, for me, really important card for sideboards this weekend. I don't want to lose to Dazzling Aurora if I'm coming to one of these events. So I think that Chaos will still be really popular, and I still expect it to perform very well despite the Decrees.
And a similar question then for Yamato. As a fellow Azir enjoyer, I think we had a lot of success, not because of just Squirtle running around playing with the deck, but with Fury was kind of not so strong last format. So Thermo Beams were something like not to worry about. But I wanted to ask you on your sort of approach, and with now 10 slots in your sideboard, when you are specifically trying to sideboard against specific archetypes. You talked about, Joe, Master Yi's that would side into Aurora or out of Aurora back into these decks. with 2 extra slots, do you think there's enough to make your entire deck that be the game plan and just rely on the main board consistency, and your entire sideboard can just be about archetypes that you struggle against?
I think the main thing with Azir specifically, there's some decks that basically have a certain amount of cards that are just locked. So for Azir, every deck that you're going to see have 7 hidden cards, 24 of the gear and arises, and then you have 5 cards that are flexible. And I think that leaves a lot more room to be very specific in your approach. We were very lucky as Azir players that Hand Hammers came through on Vendetta, which allows us to have a little bit more consistency. And something that I noticed that Squirtle does is coming into the second game, often he just sideboards and Arise out, which is obviously the scariest card for everybody, but there's Hard Bargain, Abandon is also showing up. It's interesting how, as the metagame progresses, the crossover between certain matchups, like people are playing Abandon for that reason, and then it just kind of bleeds into other deck archetypes too. So even though there's ways, for example, Thermal Beam is a very scary card, definitely that's the scariest card on Earth, 100%. I think that Azir is just so consistent that it will be all right.
So my last fun question as we kind of wrap up this topic is we're going to have a graphic throughout the weekend that shows the most sideboarded cards across this weekend. And with 2 more slots, that doesn't necessarily mean you can change the card diversity, but you can increase the counts of some of these. Do you have like a top 3, maybe even just like 1 card, Joe, that you think is going to be the most sideboarded card this weekend?
Well, Decree certainly will be popular. Gear removal as well. If I had to say something that wasn't one of those 2, maybe Sabotage. I still think there's a real place for Sabotage. Very good into Dazzling Aurora, into Arise as well. Good into Aurelia. Not the kind of card you always want to play heavily in the main deck, but even just something like 1 copy of Starcrossed on the sideboard. I expect that to be very popular as well. 2 in main, have the 3rd on the sideboard.
And Yamato, last part of it, same question. Most sideboarded card across the weekend?
We were talking backstage, and Joe mentioned already the Ravenbloom Prefect, just because of the chaos spread. I think the Pickpocket card making a comeback as well. I think that's a very powerful card. We have so much new gear removal that doesn't deramp you. If you just compare it to Disarming Rake, 3 cost deramps you, and it's only a 2 body unit. In comparison to a Pickpocket that you play in blue, you just remove a gear that costs either 1, you get a gold as well, and you don't deramp, you get a nice body as well. I think making sure that you don't deramp, making bodies on your gear removal is the crucial one. So to make a prediction easy, it's always the gear removal. So I'm going to just choose Pickpocket because I hate that card.
Mad respect for the gear decks, and we are in Barcelona, so we know that we're going to see that. But thank you so much, you two, for your insight, and I hope we see some of this come true this weekend, and for sideboarding has completely changed in Riftbound. Can't wait to see what comes next.